We invite distinguished ladies and gentlemen to kindly proceed inside the ballroom and please be seated. Again, we would like to invite everyone to take your respective seats, please. We are about to start with our event this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to listen to the interpretation or simultaneous translation, please obtain your headsets near the booth behind you to obtain your simultaneous device. Once again, headsets are available at the back of this room, just next to the interpreter's booth. So if you wish to listen to the simultaneous translation from Bahasa Indonesia, English, Mandarin Chinese, please proceed to the booth. Once again, we invite everyone to be seated, please. And we're about to start the second day of ISF 2023. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Ibu Sinta Kamdani, Kadin Deputy Chairman of Maritime, Investment and Foreign Affairs. Dr. Rida Wirakusuma, Chief Executive Officer of Indonesian Investment Authority. Ibu Mari Elka Pangestu, our Special Envoy for the Global Blended Finance Alliance. Honorable speakers, distinguished participants of ISF Forum, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us all. Welcome to Day 2 of Indonesia Sustainability Forum 2023. We started the conference yesterday, attended by His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea and Managing Director of IMF. And we are extremely delighted that last night we were graced at the gala dinner by the attendance of President of the World Bank, Mr. Anjay Bangga, and also ministers from Indonesia and also from friendly countries. Ladies and gentlemen, today is another packed agenda. We would now like to invite to start the day to listen to a keynote speech by the Special Envoy for the Global Blended Finance Alliance, GBFA, on Indonesia, ready to accelerate inclusive and just growth. Please join me in welcoming Ibu Mari Elka Pangestu. Before we start, we'd just like to say that Ibu, last night you were very good in dancing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tia. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Great pleasure to be here with you to give you, I'm not sure it's a keynote, maybe it's just to kick off today's set of discussions, which when I look at the program, look really very exciting. So my job today is to try to address the topic of how Indonesia is ready to accelerate green, inclusive, and just growth. If you could please put up the slides, wherever. I'm not sure where everybody is, but there should be a set of slides coming up. I can see it here, but I can't see it there. Is it up? Oh, I see. Okay, I'm looking in the wrong direction. Okay, so I actually have 3 main messages. So I hope I can keep this short and punchy. So 3 main messages. The first message is, I'm your conscience. I'm going to try to remind you why we need to accelerate. And to I added green to the title that was given to me, because you can't have inclusive and just growth without green, because you're going to have lower growth if you don't have green. Therefore, there's nothing to distribute or less to distribute. Second, that guess what? There's an opportunity to really have both green and development and achieve just and inclusive. But you need to really work hard at it. And then finally, you can only do it, and this is the whole, I think ISF is talking about the enablers. To have the enablers, you do need a comprehensive and collaborative approach. Last night, we had Gotong Royong as kind of the theme, and that's really what it's all about. So let me start with the first message. Business as usual is going to lead you to lower growth. And I'm still going to wear a little bit of my World Bank hat here, because for the last 3 years when I was at the bank, we did a lot of work to really try to hone down the issue of climate and development. So next, the GDP losses without adaptation to climate change are very high, especially for low-income countries. It can be up to 12%. These are all based on country-level, climate and development reports that the World Bank did for 25 countries, and they're going to end up doing it for 40 countries. So this is not just numbers in the air, but they are really based on analysis. And GDP losses can mask much stronger impacts on well-being. So you can't just look at growth. You've got to look at the impact on poverty and how actually climate change and the effects, it affects the most vulnerable and poorest in the population, and women even more. I give you a very simple example that a woman in a village has to walk further to get the water that's needed for the village. That's kind of how you look at it. And of course, additional hardships for children. So that's the cost that we are trying to not have impact our population. And the impact of a business usual scenario for Indonesia. This is based on the World Bank analysis. Growth will decline by 1.24%, and this loss can increase by around 7% by the 2060s. And guess what? Income of the bottom 40% could fall by 2.2%. Health and the quality of human capital. Pollution will reduce life expectancy by 1.2 years and loss of labor income of 0.6% GDP. I think everybody who lives in Jakarta and all Indonesians are feeling the effects of pollution in Jakarta today. Tariff congestion can cost 0.5% of GDP, and the frequency of natural disasters have increased with rising sea temperatures, warmer climate impacts on productivity and poverty. And the transition risks are very high. High interest rates will lead to high green transition costs. High energy prices is going to mean your budget, unless you do something about subsidy, is going to have increased subsidy costs. Palm oil with limited land, increased protection measures that we are facing in Europe with the cross-border adjustment mechanism, and the impacts of risks in the financial sector, just to mention a few. So this is why we need to accelerate the green and just and inclusive growth for developing countries and for Indonesia. So the second message, guess what? There is the opportunity. We can do it. It's not easy, but we have to do it. And Indonesia, as you heard last night, we are already beginning on that journey. Climate objectives can be achieved without compromising development. And this is the whole issue of how do you integrate climate into development. It can't just be climate action and being asked to be more ambitious on climate without having growth and having development. This is really the big challenge for all of us. Next, the adaptation can significantly reduce but not eliminate these losses. This is about the tipping point. A lot of the climate crisis has already had impact that you cannot reverse. So we need to really address not having more things that cannot be reversed. But if you did adaptation now at scale and with urgency, you can lead to a growth increase between 2 to 5%. And especially for upper middle income countries, this can be up to 4%. We are in the category of upper middle income countries. And we must also have a world that's more just in terms of the role between developed and developing countries. People from high income countries emit far more than people from lower income countries. It's 12 tons for high income countries versus 3 tons on average for developing countries. Where's the justice? The justice has to be coming from advanced countries. So you can't have advanced countries calling us to be more ambitious without them also being probably triple more ambitious than us. And of course, their support for us to get to where we are, because we all know we don't have the resources to get there. So the whole issue of international support, whether it's MDBs, whether it's bilateral, and the role of private sector. Next, we also in this analysis and modeling have been able to show that if countries, developing countries, adopt an ambitious path, and this is where you can have lots of discussion, what does less and more ambition mean? You can have low emission scenarios that would actually lead to 70% emission reduction, at least across these 25 countries in the World Bank country and climate development reports, which is around 40% of developing countries and population. So it's not an insignificant number. And the macroeconomic impacts of climate policies would be low or positive, because we worry not just about the GDP growth, but about the distributional impact, because we want a just and inclusive green growth, not just green growth. And this is where, for household, there is pluses and minuses, but on average, households will benefit whether it's from health benefits, increased productivity. There's also a jobs analysis within these country reports. You will see jobs gain, jobs lost, of course, in the high carbon intensive sectors, but jobs gain in the green sectors. But this is where the enabler of human capital, which is one of the themes of this ISF, becomes very important. You've got to retrain the workers in the declining sectors, but by the way, they are not going to be the ones that are going to be in the areas of the green jobs, right? So then you also have to upskill for the green jobs. How do you match that? That's one of the big challenges in terms of the distributional aspect. So how about the case for Indonesia? Indonesia's emissions, so the way to get there is how do countries have a country strategy that is long-term, has predictability, and identifies the sectors that need to be transformed. So if you look at Indonesia's emission source from 2000 to 2020, forest and land use and energy are the two major sources, 42% and 39%. So obviously, you need to focus on these two sectors if you are going to transform. So this is why in the Indonesia and long-term strategy is, could you move to the next slide? The commitment, if you look at Indonesia's commitment, let's compare business as usual with the national determined contribution and what we call NDC plus, which is the more ambitious than NDC scenario of net zero to 2060 or earlier. And the condition is international support. And this is, if you look at the first graph is showing you the business as usual scenario. And you can see the green, which is the land and food and land use portion where forestry is in there. In 2010, it's the bigger portion. In 2020, it's being reduced. Energy is coming up. But if you look further forward, it's all the energy sector that's going to be the major contributor to the greenhouse gas emission. That's why the whole discussion since last night and all of your discussion yesterday on energy transition becomes key. And therefore, the NDC scenario is the middle one, but the last one is where you want a more ambitious scenario. What does that mean? This is just modeling exercise. You can play around with many different types of policies. But the most simple one where you get a little bit of impact on about 0.4% increase in GDP is just the removal of subsidies and redirecting the subsidies on fuel and coal and so on to investment or to transfers to help to make energy affordable, for instance. And the scenario 2 is on top of the subsidies, you have new land and energy policies as well as a carbon tax of $40 per ton CO2. And you'll get to a higher growth of 1.5%. If in addition you have a carbon tax of $200 by 2040, you have a higher impact on GDP. And the distributional impact, you have to look at, if you look at it, it's all about how do you look at the declining sectors, the expanding sectors, and how do you manage the transition. So besides the simulations, I wanted to come up with examples and innovations in Indonesia and in the region that shows you that if you can have an enabler, whether it's a policy change or normally it's a policy change, can you have impact and can you scale it up? Because this is really what it's all about. I think I'll just go through the Indonesian example. There are, maybe very briefly, because they are very interesting examples. In 2011, Indonesia had a moratorium on new licenses for forest and peatland. And in the 2015 forest fires, those of us in Indonesia will remember, because it really affected us. Before that, it had less impact domestically, but this time it had really big impact domestically. There was a moratorium on new licenses. There was really increased fire prevention and monitoring and so on and so forth. The result is that we have a slowdown in deforestation, 90% to be precise. And this is, has led, if you look at the previous graph, the reduction from greenhouse gas emissions from the forest and land use portion of Indonesia's energy transition. Other innovations in Indonesia, Ibu Sri Mulyani mentioned some of them yesterday: green bonds, sukuk bonds, SDG 1 fund, and something which is still trying to happen, which is our just energy transition platform. Let me just mention two more. In the Vietnam, when they introduced the feed-in tariff scheme, which is really allowing new solar power developers to have 9 cents per kilowatt hour, and they were given a year to meet the boost in their production. It led to, in 1 year, 4.45 gigawatts of solar PV capacity added just in 1 year. In the Philippines, when they went from having the Manila Electricity Company distribute electricity through their sister companies to an auction system, competitive bidding, it was a Supreme Court decision. It led to the price of electricity going from 161 megawatt hours to 69 megawatt hours, like 2/3 of the cost. So that's just to give you some examples. So let me now close with, how do we enable? This is your whole 2 days is about enabling opportunities and scaling up. Success on mitigation and adaptation that will achieve green, just, and inclusive growth will require a lot of things to come together. It is about policy reforms. It is about reallocating your public resources away from other development priorities. And this is always politically and also conceptually something very difficult for governments and policymakers who have short-term policy cycles, 5-year election term, and you are being asked to think 20 years. This has always been an issue. How do we scale up and mobilize the capital that's needed, whether it's private capital or whether it's from the international community, and also the government-owned public resources. And most importantly, remember, it's not just green growth, it's just and inclusive. What are the complementary measures that you have to have there to ensure inclusiveness and a just and affordable transition? Next, let me just talk a little bit about the policies and the institutions. It is about having the long-term low-carbon development strategy, which countries, Indonesia has one. We have it already embedded in our national planning documents, and we have greenhouse gas emission targets embedded in our national planning document, but of course they have to be translated into, I would say, ambitious sector transition policies. So in the energy sector, what does that mean? It means really having the policies, whether it's on subsidies, on the pricing and tariff calculations, institutional changes, including with our state-owned electricity company, and the kind of pricing and incentives, whether it's carbon tax and so on, just to give you an example. And you've got to be able to address the just and inclusiveness. If you're going to have declining fossil fuel sector as well as regions, how do you manage the cost there? How do you manage the cost of cleanup if there was going to be early exit? How do you have retraining and reskilling for green jobs, and so on and so forth? So that's part of the policy side. Let me now close with the financing story, which is the big story that we are talking about here, because at the end of the day, it's about investment opportunities. And there's all these numbers out there about the 2.4 trillion gap, and for Indonesia, it's about 280 billion that we need to achieve the ambition that we need to have green, just, and inclusive growth. And according to the estimates, about 1 to 1.5 trillion has to come from the private sector. So how do we have financing at scale, and how, importantly, now that I have this new hat called Special Envoy for Global Blended Finance Alliance, what is the role of blending, or what's the importance of blended finance? Which is really just all about, there are different sources of capital with different risk appetite and different objectives, right? How do you actually be able to put them together in a platform, normally a country platform, that can finance different parts of the need for having the transition? And I mean, I don't have time to go into a great deal of detail, but let me just highlight a few things that can make this important. One is having that ambitious sectoral platform underpinned by policy reforms, institutional reforms, regulatory reforms. That's one way of de-risking, because it's all about reducing risk and reducing costs. There are other specific risks. We were told that from the private sector, currency risk has actually overtaken political risk as a risk. Liquidity risk, and whether portfolio guarantees or other instruments can actually address that. And how do you have credible and cost-effective ways to build pipelines and address the social costs? So this is some of the items. Maybe I'll just, to make it easy to understand what we're trying to do here and how complicated it is, let me just give you an example of the Indonesia Energy Transition Platform, which Ibu Sri Mulyani actually talked about this last night. So I'll end on this note, that energy transition is key, as we said earlier, how that's going to be the big game changer for bringing down the greenhouse gas emissions for Indonesia. And we have climate commitments, and some of it includes coal phase out, as well as, of course, renewable energy. And we have decarbonization planning and clean energy transition for growth. So the energy sector vision and pathways is coming from the regulations on renewable energy mix, as well as the coal phase down, and the moratorium that we have introduced. But someone reminded us yesterday, moratorium and having a coal exit means that you have to have, because at the same time we're still having increase in coal, you have to have a net coal reduction to have kind of the credibility out there, just to put you out there. And the policies and the regulations and institutional strengthening that's needed within that. Coal and fuel subsidies, tariff setting for renewable energy, carbon pricing, I think that's really key, and PLN. Because if you're going to look at, say, early coal exit, one of the hopes is that you can actually monetize the earlier reduction of the coal emission into carbon credit and that's part of the financing that would come in, just to give you an example. So these are the investments that you need to make Indonesia Energy Transition country platform work and have green, just, and inclusive growth. You need to clean up the repurposing of the asset. You need to invest in grid and technologies. You need to finance early coal exit. And you need to have a just and affordable transition, and you need to deploy renewable energy. So there are different pieces which will be funded by different sources. Cleanup as well as compensation for the losing sectors, that's probably going to have to come from public funding. Investment in grid and technologies may be private, but needs some incentive. Coal exit is the crucial one. I know there will be sessions later on our intention to do this just energy platform. I see Rida in front of me and PTSMI somewhere. These are the two leads on it. How do you retire early? How do you refinance with a lower cost, et cetera, et cetera? And I think the just and affordable transition. So if you did coal exit, if you exited from this coal and fuel subsidies, they need to be repurposed to do transfers to the losing sectors and to the losing parts of the population, to the losing regions, and also to reskill, to be able to have the green jobs be available for either those who were lost their jobs or to those who are still looking for jobs. And then the renewable energy part is probably the one that is most open for private sector. But you still have to have all those other components. And Ibu Sri Mulyani, as well as I was in another session with Pak Mahendra, they reminded me that the taxonomy on financial sector is very important. And the fact that the ASEAN Sustainable Finance taxonomy that was agreed on, that actually recognizes that financing coal exit is an acceptable transition finance for the banking sector, for instance, are some of the key specific regulations that will be needed to make all this happen. So let me close with, again, reminding you, I'm your conscience, that guys, if we don't do this, look at the cost it has on our growth, but more importantly, on our people. And I think everybody in Jakarta is now very aware of that cost, and that there is the opportunity. But to make that opportunity happen, we need the enablers, and the enablers can't just come from government. We all need to come together to governments are important to provide the policy frameworks and the certainty and the predictability, because we are talking about long-term risks and returns and benefits. But the private sector needs to come together to be innovative and creative and call on governments, call on ASEAN, call on international organizations to also support this effort. So thank you so much, and looking forward to the more important detailed discussions that will be coming after this.
Thank you so much, Ibu Mari Alkapangestu, for your insightful speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with the following session, and this is the 6th session from our forum, Green Business Opportunities in Indonesia. Before we start, we would like to remind distinguished ladies and gentlemen that we have provided simultaneous interpretation. So if you wish to listen to Bahasa Indonesia, Mandarin Chinese, or English, please obtain your headsets at the back of the room, just next to the booth. May I now kindly invite the moderator for this session, Mr. Marco Lakovic, Managing Director and Partner at BCG Singapore. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm very excited to moderate this session, but I'm even more excited after hearing this fantastic keynote at the beginning, and I'm very hopeful. Bu Mari spoke about a lot of moving parts and a lot of enablers which need to be put together, but I think that the hope is here. And the sustainability is not only something what we need to do, we must do it, and there is a lot of business elements and business benefits to it, and we will talk about many of them today. My name is Marko Lackovic. I'm Managing Director and Partner with Boston Consulting Group in Singapore. I spend most of my days in Jakarta. I cover energy and climate and sustainability, and this topic is very close to my heart. I'm very happy to greet and to invite a very distinguished panel of our guests on the topic of green business opportunities in Indonesia. And I will start by inviting Bu Shinta Kamdani, who is a coordinating vice chairwoman of Kadin Indonesia for Maritime Investment and Foreign Affairs and CEO of Synthesa Group. Bu Shinta, please. I will continue with Dr. Rida Virakusuma, who is a CEO of Indonesia Investment Authority. Dr. Rida, please join us. I'm continuing with Anindya Bakri, who is the CEO of Bakri Group. Please, Anindya. We continue with Parino Donosaputro, who is ASEAN Vice Chairman of Standard Chartered Bank and Chairman of British Chamber of Commerce, Indonesia. Mr. Justin Wu, Managing Director, Head of Climate Change Asia Pacific with HSBC. And last but not the least, Padel Kairat, Technical and Operations Director of Reasuransi Indonesia Utama, Indonesian state-owned reinsurer. Thank you all for joining us. We have quite a big panel today, so without further ado, of course, there are significant opportunities to accelerate the growth of Indonesian green business. Of course, building on vast natural resources, geographical and demographic advantages. Indonesia has already embarked on developing a wide range of potential green business opportunities. Some of them are renewable power, mobility electrification, carbon removals, low carbon fuels, and so on and so forth. With the recent G20 and B20 ASEAN summits, Indonesia has built momentum to accelerate green business opportunities, also through the international partnerships. However, this is just the beginning. Potential of green business in Indonesia can only be unlocked with consistent efforts and setting right policies, financing mechanisms, securing incentives from the government, and of course, fostering overall cross-sectoral collaboration. We will discuss all of these opportunities, but also the challenges and the enablers which need to be put in place in order to unlock the potential of the green business. Each of our panelists today also have very close ties to the green business, either directly or through the organizations they present. For example, Bushinta Kadin has been proactive in driving sustainability agenda in Indonesian business and facilitating international partnerships for sustainable development. Dr. Rida, INA is Indonesia's sovereign wealth fund. We discussed in the preparation, but you are basically one of the engines which is behind the sustainable business in Indonesia, which actually contributes to sustainable economic development. Panditya, you recently led a successful IPO of Indonesia's first EV heavy mobility company, VKTR, driving Bakri Group towards sustainable and digital business. Parino, Standard Chartered doesn't need an introduction, but it's one of the international banks which is present across all 10 ASEAN markets. The bank is committed to mobilizing a lot of money, over $300 billion globally, to support clients for sustainable and climate transitions, and also the financing of the sustainable investments. Most notably, you are also co-funding Climate Impact X in Singapore, and you also drive the implementation of the Just Energy Transition partnerships here in the region, in Indonesia and in Vietnam. Mr. Justin and HBC is one of the first banks to set out a net zero ambition, so one of the pioneers. Has committed to provide more than 1 trillion. I'm now just wondering whether you're competing with Standard Chartered in the commitments to help the energy transition, with a very large presence across Asia Pacific as well. And of course, Padelil, who, as the chairman of ASEAN Reinsurance Working Committee and ASEAN Insurance Council, and then the ASEAN Green Energy Insurance Pool Initiator, and the chairman of Electric Vehicle Insurance Task Force, is very actively involved in many of the sustainable efforts. To start the discussion, I would like to ask Bushinta, as the coordinating vice chairwoman of Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Indonesia, you have been involved in some of the key milestones and partnerships in the green business development, such as development of Kadin Net Zero Hub, a platform that encourages the development and acceleration of green businesses. Based on your experience, two very broad questions. First, how do you see the future of green business in Indonesia? And second, what is the best way for Indonesia to prepare to unlock the full potential and even go faster ahead?
Yeah, thank you very much, Marco. It is truly an honor for me to sit here among all the gentlemen, very expert gentleman panel. And I think thank you for the audience also to be here in the second day. We were worried that people are already start to be losing people in the second day. But thank you very much, and I want to give a big round of applause for the audience today. Marco, perhaps I can share a little bit our story at the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kadin, and how we get involved also in organizing this event today. As you know, as the umbrella of organization in Indonesia, all businesses in Indonesia, it is very imperative that we always work hand in hand with the government to look at all the priorities issues that Indonesia is facing. And when we talk about the topic today about the green business opportunity, definitely my first answer to you is definitely we have plenty. And always the question is, I think from the past yesterday, you've seen that there are many business opportunity, but how do we actually realize these opportunities for Indonesia? So where we stand in terms of the green business opportunity, we've talked a lot about the services industry and also the green products. But I have to say that it always goes back to the demand, right? I've seen that now the progress on the service green industry are even more apparent. We've talked about renewable energies and how the government is trying to achieve the 23% by 2025. Many of the new technology that's coming in. We have a lot of big resources on geothermal, hydro, even solar, wind, and so forth. I think what is crucial is here in the model of the energy transition. We at Kadin are very important for us to ensure that the energy transition that the government is doing is something that can be implementable. And I think this is a topic that has been discussed many times, and how we can accelerate the renewable energy, but going in the just transition. And this is, I think, when we talk about retirement of coal and so forth, of course, there are still many challenges to go into that direction. But our IPP are standardly ready that they do want to transition and going into the renewable. Now, the second opportunity that I want to really touch about is also talking about the technology related to the more intensification of land use for agriculture and food sector reform. I think there's many talk about energy. We understand that energy is a big part of what Indonesia has, but I think the food and land reform is very, very important. There's a huge demand, primarily by introducing new technology, innovation, and management system to improve the agriculture yield. At the end of the day, Indonesia is still agriculture-based, and I think it is important that we realize that in this sector there are still many, many opportunities. The other things that have not maybe been touched much is I want to talk about, of course, the electric mobility, right? Later my colleagues can share a little bit more about electric vehicles and so forth. But I wanted to also touch about the aspect of what's related to, for example, ecotourism. I think there are many opportunities for ecotourism in Indonesia. This is a big, huge, especially post-pandemic. Hasn't been talked much, but I think this is something that we need to really pay attention to. Many, many, many opportunities in this area. And we also need to look at that in the industrial decarbonization. Many of the manufacturing companies are now going into focusing on the market demand that requires them to have a more sustainable products. So in terms of this, I think decarbonization, industrialization is something that we really, really need to pay attention. And this is why I think Kadin has also pushed on the establishment of net zero, because the net zero hub actually created not to just focusing on all the big businesses that has perhaps their resources to go into their net zero, but also for the small, medium enterprises. So this is where the international partnerships are also being created with Kadin to support the net zero efforts, and how even mid-sized companies can prepare their roadmap to achieve their net zero. So the industrial decarbonization, I think, is very, very key for Indonesia, and definitely many opportunity. We're talking about circular economy, we're talking about, all this aspect, I think, is something that, again, Indonesia has plenty to offer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pushinta, also for expanding the set of topics, because we typically think about decarbonization and mitigation. We typically think about the cost, which is associated with sustainability, but you're also mentioning some of the opportunities for Indonesia, like, for example, tourism. You mentioned one also important point, which is the partnerships, both with the government, but also international partnerships. So maybe just now transferring a little bit to the financing side and to the INA angle. And it's a question for actually Parida here as the president of the Indonesian Investment Authority. You have been championing some of the development of the green businesses in Indonesia by investing in these businesses. We are fully aware that you can't change the policies, you can't change the laws. We have discussed this very much over the breakfast. But you have some funds which can accelerate the sustainability projects. From your point of view, what is the role of the international partnerships in these investments? And what is actually INA's role in facilitating such partnerships? Both international but also local partnerships in attracting both foreign but also domestic investments for unlocking green businesses.
Thank you, Mark, and good morning, everyone. For those of you who's not too familiar with what we do, INA is Indonesia's first and only sovereign wealth fund. It was created about 625 days ago. As you notice, we are still a baby. We're supposed to be a sovereign wealth fund, and sovereign wealth fund is supposed to be creating wealth for future generations. But the way we do it is through investing and also co-investing with partners, whether internationally or domestically. INA chose to invest in 4 main industries: healthcare, infrastructure, digital, and energy, specifically green energy. So what we have been doing is to try to invite foreign and domestic together with us to invest in the green energies areas. So far, we have done a number of things. The first one is we brought one of the largest, if not the largest, geothermal company in Asia to go public. We brought in the largest renewable energy in the world to co-invest with us and also Pertamina, and that has been a successful launch of geothermal in the bourse, in the stock exchange. So that's the first one. The second one, we are now working with a number of institutional investors, both banks, also foundations, to invest in what Ibu Sinta earlier said about the energy transition, trying to move from coal and retire them early and into renewable energy. The third thing, and I think you will listen to other panel members, including Pa Anin, is on the EV, on the mobility. We have created a fund, initially $1 billion and maybe $2 billion soon, to invest in all the value chain of electric vehicle. And number 4, we also have signed an agreement with Pollination, which is a London-based company on the nature-based solution. So what we're trying to do is not to change policy. We're not a policy maker. We put money where our mouth is. We invest together. And we want to be able to then tell the government if some of the policies are not working or if it is working, because we really are the ones that are actually putting money to work, so we can actually see what are the challenges and what are the appeal as well. So we have done quite a bit, and we think we still need to do a lot more. And this is not something only we can do alone. This is something that everyone should get involved in, not just us here in this panel, not just the government, but also everyone, because this is really a very serious thing for all of us.
Thank you so much. You have mentioned a couple of very interesting topics. One is geothermal, which is indeed hot topic for the energy development of Indonesia as well, because of the advantages which Indonesia has in this area. You have also mentioned the electric vehicles as one of the topics, and the whole electric vehicle value chain, which can bring or unlock additional added value for Indonesia, both in manufacturing but also in decarbonization itself. We have one panelist who has a lot of experience in this area with the electric vehicles. So Babakri here has basically, his company, Bakri Brothers, has embarked on many green business projects, one of which is the electric vehicle industry, especially electric buses, which is a very interesting topic, but also renewable energy projects. Pak Bakri, from your point of view, what is the role of the green businesses in Indonesia for the development of Indonesian economy? But also how we can actually scale up and accelerate, because we are only at the beginning. And you're one of the shining examples, but how we can actually scale up these efforts to the other companies as well.
I think the short answer, thank you very much for having me here. Congratulations to everybody involved in this ISF. I see no reason why we cannot be the Davos of sustainability issue, right? This is just the beginning, the debut, look at this. So congratulations. But to Marco's question, first, it's very difficult. It's not easy to find a proof of concept, let alone to scale it. Right? So we do our own soul searching, being an 81-year-old group, trying to become 81-year-old startup, like we always say. So we think about where can we make the most impact. So I guess first we look at ourselves and we look at the world nowadays. And we see where we can contribute in this delta. So when we look at ourselves, 70% of our revenues is still coming from traditional energy, hydrocarbon. And in addition to that, our group has also pioneered from the beginning industrialization, focusing in steel and also infrastructure. And lately, in the last 2 decades or so, I've contributed a little bit more on the digitalization with telecom, media, and technology investments. So when you look at those DNA, where do we want to go? Then we look at the world. It's all about sustainability. That's one thing that we also want to do as a group. And we can contribute in many ways, but we thought maybe we start with the avoidance, because restoration is for a lot of experts in this field, and it needs a lot of technology and investments. Right? So in avoidance, we thought probably the best way is public transportation, because it is public. The most important thing, I think, to start is on the demand side, like what Bushinta mentioned. And you'll be surprised that these buses in Jakarta contribute greatly to the CO2 emission and the pollution that we see. Jakarta alone has currently 4,000 buses running around in the longest bus rapid transit in the world. So no surprise if we don't always have blue sky. So we thought, as we talked to also a lot of NGOs, a lot of government officers, maybe this is where we should start. We are quite surprised with the first batch of buses, only 52 buses, not too many, right? But these 52 buses already transported about 15 million people, 3 million kilometers going around Jakarta, and saving CO2 as much as 250,000 trees a year. And this is just the beginning. Imagine if this number is going to 1,000 and then ultimately to 4,000. So that's where we want to start. And yes, we listed the company to just test it, whether the market accepts this type of opportunity or instrument. Then the next thing that we think we should probably do after focusing on the auto sector, maybe we should focus on the power sector, or the supply side. But we cannot control what we cannot control. Working with PLN is something we really want to do, but we also want to think about creating our own demand. Because if you look at the history in the 19th century, first industrial revolution, second industrial revolution, is about centralizing between the energy consumption and production. But I think in this current so-called green industrial revolution, it's about synergizing this consumption and production. So we're looking into making this net zero industrial park in South Sulawesi, combining our gas energy, about 300 megawatt of it, with 1,000 megawatt of wind farm. With technology, now it can be done, and better yet, it is to process the critical materials below the ground to process battery materials. So that's basically the next thing that we would like to do. Again, all of this is step by step, inch per inch, and we need to collaborate with a lot of parties because we definitely need capital, we definitely need technology, we definitely need policymakers to do the right thing, but I think it helps to have few entrepreneurs that want to take a risk. And lastly, just a quick note, academia has a lot to do with it because the more you study about this decarbonization issue, trying to process stuff below the ground with energy above the ground, and just the biodiversity around us, can mean something. Because in the future, it is probably the potential for actually raising capital to fuel this so-called green industrial revolution. I think that's where I would like to stop, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's very inspirational. You mentioned that you did a lot of soul searching, and the steps are small, but actually with quite significant impacts. So amazing story with only 52 buses. What is actually the impact on Jakarta? Let's move on to Parina. We have been following your activities as the vice chairman of ASEAN for Standard Charter at the B20 G20 roundtable. And you have been reinforcing the need for the public-private partnerships at the roundtable to mobilize also the financing for the green businesses. Can you elaborate a little bit more about the importance of the financing in accelerating the green business development in Indonesia, particularly the green businesses, but also the phase out of the old businesses as well, like, for example, coal?
Thank you, Marco, and delighted to be here to be part of this. And congratulations to the organizer in Indonesia for a successful sustainability forum. Very interesting you picked up on the discussion that we had during the G20, B20, but I'll come back to the public-private partnerships. But first of all, I just wanted to say, when you asked me about financing, I don't think I can add anything more after Ibu Mari's highly comprehensive covering of the blended finance overall. So I'll just try to supplement what Ibu Mari has said, to pick up a few things. Let me frame the question first, actually, to put some context. Okay, first of all, we see that in terms of sustainability, climate agenda, emerging markets in the world needs about 10 trillions. I mean, whichever report actually that you read actually is in the tens of trillions. Just to keep on track with the climate goals by 2030. ASEAN specifically would require about 1.5 to 2 trillions by 2030. Indonesia will take the larger part of it as the largest country and largest economy in Southeast Asia. So you can see that there's a significant gap. I mean, you can look at it actually as opportunities, but we're way behind. There's nowhere near enough capital to be moved in actually to help with climate actions. That's the reality of the matter. The second part, just to put a context, when we say financing, I think actually we should really think of it actually as a very broad, perhaps actually the more apt term would be to mobilize capital, both public and private, into areas where it's needed the most. And in this particular case, perhaps that notion about the global north, global south, developed and emerging markets actually come to play, because indeed, this capital of the world that is much needed actually at the moment predominantly sits in the global north or the developed markets. We did a study at Standard Chartered called $50 trillion question. Essentially, very quickly, we did an in-depth discussion interviews with 300 asset managers with AUM of about $50 trillion. That's half of the world's GDP. And the outcome, actually a few quick things. One is that 2/3 or about 65% of their investments are in the OECD markets. And then only about less than 20% is in the ESG sustainability space. But when they were asked about the intent, emerging markets, Southeast Asia in particular, and areas of ESG sustainability, climate, that's a significant whopping 80%, 70 to 80%. So meaning intent is there, but reality of the matter, the AUM sits actually at the OECD. So what does it mean? I think everybody, you can ask any bankers who deals actually with this. The money is there, the needs is actually there. But somehow, what we need to find is the way to bridge that. And that's probably the crux of the matter from a financing side actually in helping to achieve climate goals. So if you talk about JETP specifically, why JETP is not I'm a big fan actually of JETP. I believe actually that that model is really a great model actually for, sort of taking the model of collaboration between public-private partnership. It's not just the public sector in terms of government and multilateral development banks and the private banks, but also with the philanthropic. I mean, we can see the likes of, a few others, GAP, actually that's backed by Rockefeller and Jeff Bezos' fund, is coming into play. Now, but this is not the panacea, right, of everything. But it is a great model to put together the thinking process actually behind that. And the first time, perhaps actually in a concerted effort, you got this public-private partnership model framework that focuses on certain countries. For those of you actually who may not be as familiar with JETP, it's very quickly Just Energy Transition Partnership, backed by the G7 and the multilateral development banks, actually on one hand, public sector, and the other one is the private banks under Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero with specific countries. There are 4 JETP countries in the world right now. 2 of them actually are in ASEAN with Indonesia and Vietnam. Indonesia has the largest with 20 billion. So out of the 20 billion, half of it, 10 billion will be provided by the public sector, and the other 10 billion minimum from the private sector, i.e. the GFANs. The key here is not about putting the money 1 to 1 equals to 2. But the idea is that because $20 billion is only a drop in the ocean, we need to be able to find the right structure so that the private capital can leverage on the public sector funding more than 1 to 1 ratio. That ratio is only 1 to 1. So whether it's the risking, actually whether it's sort of senior cap, first loss guarantees, the types of the models that, to be quite honest, as a banker myself, I think this puts a challenge to all of the bankers actually to come, or any structuring person actually to come with a more innovative structure and financing solutions. Now the other part other than the financing, you should see actually early decommissioning of coal-fired power plants. The issue is that many of the projects that are having a significant impact on achieving climate goals are actually not necessarily commercially viable unless you put the right structure into it. Early decommissioning, as Ibu Maria actually said, is super critical for countries like Indonesia. It's not just Indonesia, but many other emerging markets. How do you do that? I know Pak Rida actually is spearheading that actually with INA on that one, actually on the pioneering that. So you need to find a structure to be able to combine that public and private to refinance with a cheaper rate. That's essentially what it is. But that may not be enough, and we know it's not enough to move the dial. The other one, actually, I think Ibu Mari also covered that, actually, is the transition credits. So Standard Chartered, I think we are working with a number of coalition partners to work Indonesia to build the methodology and take the Indonesia transition credits to be accepted globally. And we formed a coalition of buyers for that, because we do need that. That would add significant revenue. That is all about mobilizing. It's not about financing, but it's about creating new instruments for the offset that would bring the capital in. I think what I wanted to say is just slightly that financing plays a very important part. There's a significant gap at the moment in the world. It puts everybody actually in the financing world to a challenge to find the right innovative solution to bridge that gap between the money or capital that is available with the needs actually to places where they need it the most, right? But I think actually, last but not least, is that nobody can do it alone. Everybody actually would have to work together. So hence, the likes of the JETP concept actually is great. It's not easy. It's quite intricate. By the way, actually, I would use this opportunity to clarify. There's been some news about JETP Indonesia that the words being used is delay of this CIPP, Comprehensive Investment and Policy Plan. Actually, it's not delay. It's just that the reviews actually would have to take a little bit longer. So, it's not that there is something wrong actually with it. It's just that it is not as easy as people think about it. There's a lot of intricacies within it, but if you want to do it right, actually we have to take a little bit more time, but it will actually progress forward. Well, the urgency is real, and the time to act is now. Back to you, Marco.
Thank you so much. I remembered one word which you mentioned at the beginning. This is the bridge between the financing and the demand. So there is enough financing, there is enough demand, there might not be always the bridges. JETP is one of the bridges, so Parahmat is smiling here, so thank you for all the efforts. And thank you also for the clarification that the investment plan is not delayed, it's just being reviewed in multiple iterations. So thank you for this. Let's now go a little bit deeper towards the risks, and we have a perfect speaker on that topic. So this is Pak Del Khairat. You as the Technical Operations Director of the Reassurance Indonesia, you have been involved in many of the projects to accelerate green business through the introduction of the insurance products to support green businesses to manage the risks. And this is a very important topic, often forgotten. In line with this, it would be great to hear about your perspectives on the market risks which are related to the green businesses and how we can actually mitigate those risks, because this will be a very important topic for all the companies that want to invest.
Thank you, Marco. Good morning, everyone. If someone say the word of insurance, perhaps the first image come to your mind, probably most of you, is the image of an insurance agent, annoying insurance agent, dashing around, running after you, chasing your signature for the plan they offer to you. I'm not here to ignore, to deny that image, that's one of the reality of our industry. What I'm trying to tell you is that insurance industry is much more colorful than that, all right? So that's the first takeaway. I'm working for a company called Indonesia Re, not to be mistaken for real estate. It's a reinsurance company. We are state-owned reinsurance company, maybe unknown for many of you, but what we are doing is that we are providing capacity to insurance company. So basically, we are insurer for insurance company. So because we don't work with you guys directly, so that's why probably we are not well known by the public. Marco, the way we see the all things about the green energy, green business, and all the sustainability topic is that, of course, we will stick to our core competency of basically the risk. The way we see it is that there are two types of risks basically impacting economy when it's come to the sustainability issue. The first one, what we call as physical risk, and the second one is what we call as transition risk. I'm glad to see that transition risk is highlighted by Bu Mary actually in one of her slides early today. Physical risk is basically the risk to the asset that you may already familiar with. So things to do with the fire, things to do with the damage caused by a natural disaster, for example. And that kind of risks are insurable. You can transfer those risks to insurance industry. However, when we have climate change, we can see the evidence that gradually climate change also changes the intensity of this risk and change the behavior of this risk, so that we see a lot of peculiarity, something unpredictable. We are insurance company, always try to forecast, predict anything in the future, but it's happened now that basically this kind of prediction work is becoming so difficult now, because we see a lot of anomaly. And one of them is that we have been paying, we've been feeling the pain actually of paying increasing bill coming from natural disaster, especially from the risk that we call as secondary perils. Bapak Ibu, in the past, we focus more to what we call as primary perils. It's basically something to do with the seismic effect of the, like something like earthquake or tsunami, or in the subtropic country, it's happened to be hurricane. But in recent years, what we see is that more risk coming from a flood, from the drought, the fire, the wildfire, and so on and so forth, which is basically weather-related risk, and we believe that this is related to climate change. Secondly, transition risk. This transition risk is basically to do with our effort through transitioning our economy from brown to green, actually, right? And a lot of risk also involved there, right? And the thing is that all this effort transitioning from brown to green energy involve a lot of investment. We have a lot of financier and also investor here. And of course, investor focus always about the risk. If they see the risk of certain investment is too high, the uncertainty is too high, definitely the cost for that investment will also high, and then that investment, that idea will be unaffordable for the economy. So here we have a role to play actually as insurance company. What we can do here is actually we can take over some of those risks so that make it your investment in the green businesses becoming more affordable for investor, for financier, and for entrepreneur as well, Pak Anin. So that's our role actually, right? And the challenge here is that from our perspective, it's not easy to take over risk on the green business for two reasons. First of all, there's a lack of statistics. We have a lot of actuaries in our industry that try to predict something in the future based on the past data. In this space, we don't have enough past data. Secondly, lack of understanding on the nature of risk itself, because the green business normally involves something like innovation, new technology, and prototype things of solution, which we don't understand yet enough. So this make, from our perspective as well, ensuring green business is more challenging than normal business. So what we can do now in that situation, I think the key, as Mary already pointed out in the morning, collaboration, right? To be honest, we are happy to support sustainability agenda, but first of all, we need to make sure we are sustainable ourselves. Otherwise, everything unsustainable, right? So that's an important message. So what we can do, we need to collaborate. We need to share the risk. I mean, to be honest, not all risk can be transferred to us. You guys, as the business owners, as the asset owners, also need to bear some of them. Okay? So, and then we have, and then to solve this problem also, that we are also, because of this uncertainty, our appetite rather low for the green business. What we do is that among ourselves, the insurance industry, we also collaborate. At ASEAN level, we have AIC, ASEAN Insurance Council, where at the moment Indonesia is the chairman. What we are trying to do is that we now initiating what we call as green energy insurance pool. What we're trying to do is that basically we pool our expertise, we pool our financial capability together to deal with these challenges. Last message probably to Pak Rida and all financiers. If you are running out of idea where you are going to put your money, Pak Rida, strengthen the capitalization of reinsurance company. I got your number already. We talk later. Thank you, Marco.
Thank you so much, Padel. I was sure that Parita is gonna go with the task list from this round table. Salesperson. Interesting message about sharing the risk with the reinsurance company. Thank you for this. It is a reality. It is a young industry as well. So I mean the renewables and the green tech. So thank you for direct message. I have one more question which is related to the financing institutions which also have the emission reduction targets. So HSBC Asia has actually set in 2023 targets for 8 sectors, if I'm not mistaken. And it would be great to hear from Mr. Justin Wu, who is actually head of climate change Asia Pacific for HSBC, how he sees the opportunities, but also the challenges for the investments in the sustainability, especially when we have commitments which are pretty hardline commitments, like not to invest into new exploration of oil, for example, or gas, in a region like Asia Pacific, which is still very growing region, and where the energy demands are still growing.
Yeah, thank you very much, Marco. And I really want to thank the organizers of Indonesia's Sustainability Forum for inviting HSBC and myself to be at the inaugural event. We really are honored actually to be here to contribute to the discussion. I think, Marco, you said at the beginning that we were one of the first banks, or amongst the first to sort of set out net zero commitments and ambitions back in October 2020. So if you just think about, that was about 3 years ago or so. At that point, only about, I think, 10% of the world's GDP was covered by a net zero goal of some sort. So this was still a very relatively new concept. But today, obviously, we're here in Indonesia. Indonesia has an ambition, 90%, along with 90% plus of the world's economies have also set this ambition. Certainly, this topic has become more mainstream over time, and we see that progress has been made. And we're obviously on this panel with, all of us here talking about how to get this done. So, after we set this ambition, I think we really have to reflect a little bit about what is how do we implement it, right? And this is, in hindsight, I think setting a target is probably the easy thing to do, but implementation and how do you actually get it done is very difficult. And thinking about this as essentially an economy-wide effort, right? And what is the role of a bank in enabling or bridging this effort? And of course, we quickly came to the conclusion that partnerships, as we all have discussed before, is very important. We're a very active participant, or if not even an advocate for blended finance partnerships and solutions. The JETPs, Reno, you explained it earlier, so you saved me from having to explain what that is again. We also have Pentagreen, which is a debt finance platform, joint venture with Temasek, to support green infrastructure across ASEAN. So keep an eye on that. There's sort of exciting things coming soon on that front. And of course, through these partnerships, we really want to bring tools, important tools, to our clients. But I think the topic of this panel is actually about green business opportunities in Indonesia, right? So let's think about what that really means. And I couldn't agree with what Ibu Mari said at the very beginning about the need to, without green, you will have lower growth. And actually, with green, you will have an opportunity for higher growth. So maybe let me give an example of what that could mean for Indonesia specifically. And I think that hopefully illustrates the way that we at HSBC view growth transition as synonymous and also as an opportunity. So Indonesia obviously needs to grow and needs to grow sustainably, and I think we all agree with that. But what that actually means is that it needs to position itself for success in a future net zero economy. To achieve that, really, it's two things, right? One, which are related. One is to decarbonize its economy, especially the energy sector, which we heard was a growing source of emissions for the country. And two, actually, is to attract investment from the outside and to develop its own climate technology industries. And the reason why I say these two are very much linked is that the example of electric vehicles, right, which we've mentioned before and talked about it, and the associated value chain is a really good example to illustrate this. So one thing that I think many of you might know is that Indonesia has 1/4 of the world's nickel reserves. And nickel is a very important transition metal in cathodes, which go into the batteries for electric vehicles, especially if you want lighter and higher energy density batteries in the future. This is a very important metal. So Indonesia obviously has a very important opportunity to not only mine this material, but actually attract investment to refine it and also, of course, to go further up the value chain, which is to manufacture the cells and the packs that are necessary to turn into batteries, and then, of course, to activate its very large domestic consumer market and turn that into electric vehicles, right? But if you think about the companies that will come and invest in batteries or battery metals, many of them come from other parts of the world which also have net zero commitments. They also have their own ESG goals. So if they're going to come here and build factories and other things, one thing they must think about and must consider is, is that going to be a net positive for my emissions, right? If most of the country, a particular country, is powered by fossil fuels, the carbon emissions intensity of my manufacturing is going to be increasing, and that may decrease my competitiveness. I think in Economics 101, maybe 20 years ago, we always think about competitiveness of manufacturing, which is always about labor costs or energy costs. But in the future, we must also think about the emissions footprint of my factory or of my business, et cetera. So I think this is very important. And this, I think, is an example which links what we say about the need to grow sustainably, the need to decarbonize, but doing so also gives you a competitive advantage in a new business opportunity. So I just want to highlight that. And I think this is something that, it's not just HSBC, but I think all of us need to understand. It's sort of an economy-wide understanding that we need to sort of have this conversation. And this is one thing that we sort of engage with our clients and our partners on this topic as well. So thank you. I know we're a little short on time, but I just wanted to bring something to hopefully illustrate the opportunities that we see here and what we need to do to get there.
Thank you so much, Justin. And it's very important to have the whole value chain in mind. So not only the installation or the implementation of the green tech, but also the manufacturing part, which actually brings this multiplicative effect for the Indonesian economy. So we are actually at the tail end. We unfortunately don't have the time for the questions from the audience, but let me very quickly summarize this fantastic panel. So after 1 hour, I'm even more motivated to push forward in the sustainability because there are so many opportunities and also so many business upside in the green itself. So Bushinta actually spoke quite a bit not only about decarbonization, but broader opportunities which are, for example, related to the tourism or to the ecotourism, which is very interesting angle. Then Parida has been talking about some of the very important aspects of the Indonesian actually energy landscape, like for example geothermal and the role of INA, and also the role of INA to catalyze the other investors, not only domestic but also international. Pabakri here talk about small steps, but very important steps, both in the electric vehicles, but also industrial parks. Parino actually talked about the gap in financing and how to bridge it. I think that this public-private topic is a very important one, especially how to mobilize the private funding on the back of the maybe kick-starting in the public financing as well. But I think we will remember your part that we need to share the risk, and that we need to attract further investments into insurance companies. Thank you for this messaging. And of course, Mr. Justin, I think that this message, which is related to the holistic approach to the whole value chain, especially in the countries like Indonesia, which have abundant resources, is very, very important. Thank you so much, and please a big round of applause for our panelists.
Thank you. We will make a photo opportunity first. We ask the press or the media or the documentation to take a picture of the group. Thank you, Mr. Marko Lakovic, and all our distinguished panelists. First pose, the formal pose. Thank you. Second pose, what do you want to do? Okay. The Chuan pose, not Sarangio. So you have to move your fingers again. Move your fingers to get more Chuan. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with the following program. We will rearrange the stage for a moment. There will be a letter of intent signing between Otorita Ibu Kota Nusantara or Nusantara National Capital Authority, NNCA. We would like to greet our warmest welcome to Dr. Tan See Leng, Minister for Manpower and Second Minister for Trade and Industry of the Republic of Singapore. Thank you for joining us. We would like to kindly invite everyone to be seated, please. We would also like to extend our warmest welcome to Mr. Bambang Susanto, Chief of Nusantara National Capital Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Welcome to Mr. Bambang Susantono. Can we invite everyone to be seated, please? Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with the letter of intent signing between Otorita Ibu Kota Nusantara or Nusantara National Capital Authority and NCA. Stanford Door School of Sustainability will work together to sign the LOI signing with Nusantara National Capital Authority, NNCA. Stanford Door School of Sustainability is one of the largest Stanford University efforts focusing on climate change and sustainability. This letter of intent signifies the interest of Stanford University to develop research collaboration with Indonesia's new capital city, Nusantara. This collaboration is proudly supported by two Indonesian entrepreneurs and Stanford alumni, Mr. Anindya Bakri and Mr. Pandu Syahrir. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly invite Mr. Anindya Bakri, CEO of Bakri and Brothers, to deliver his introduction on the collaboration of the letter of intent. We ask distinguished ladies and gentlemen to take your seats. Silakan duduk Bapak Ibu sekalian.
Pak Pandu. Pak Pandu. Tolong Pak Pandu.
Bapak Pandu Syahrir mohon untuk naik bergabung bersama-sama dengan Bapak Anindya Bakri. We invite Mr. Pandu Syahrir to come up on stage.
Dan kalau Pak Rahmat juga ada, sekalian Pak Rahmat.
Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin. Please kindly come up on stage, Deputy Coordinating Minister for Infrastructure and Transportation,
Pak Pandu.
Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, Pak Rahmat. Sini, you know. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take a moment of your time to introduce the LOI signing ceremony between Stanford Door School of Sustainability and Otorita Ibu Kota Nusantara, permission Din Arun Majumdar and also Pak Bambang Susantono. And I'm here with Pak Rahmat and Pak Pandu. This is a pleasure for us to give a short remarks because this is an analogy of three planets are aligned together. The first planet is IKN, which is trying to solve an issue in Jakarta by trying to make 21st century city, a green city, just city, and also inclusive city in East Kalimantan. So that in itself is a big ask. The second planet that is aligned is, of course, Stanford School of Sustainability. Here we have Din Arun. You know, trying to solve climate change is again trying to solve 21st century problem. And Stanford hasn't made any new school in the last 75 years. And this time, they are trying to tackle one thing that's very relevant for us and certainly the next generation. And sometimes the more I go deep dive on this issue, we think it is not for the next generation, it's for all of us. And lastly, to do it in the Indonesian Sustainability Forum, which I dubbed to be the Davos of Sustainability, under Pak Rahmat leadership, is a planet that I think complete the whole story. So I don't know whether Pak Pandu and Pak Rahmat want to say something, but maybe Pak Rahmat first. This is really something as alum, we feel very grateful, very honored. So thank you, Pak Bambang, thank you, Din Arun, and thank you, Pak Rahmat, for allowing us to do it here. And again, this is just the beginning. The signing of LOI is just the beginning. Stanford seems to have bigger ambition to collaborate with Indonesia to make Indonesia an accelerator for sustainable ASEAN and therefore the world. Thank you very much for the opportunity for giving remarks. Thank you.
So we go directly to the signing ceremony. We invite Bapak Bambang Susantono, Chief of Nusantara National Capital Authority, to join, and Dean Arun Majumdar, Dean of Stanford Door School of Sustainability. We also ask Ibu Shinta Kamdani, Kadin Deputy Chairman of Maritime Investment and Foreign Affairs, to witness the signing ceremony together with Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin. Before the signing, we invite Ibu Sinta. Oh, she's already there. Okay, thank you. Okay, gentlemen, please kindly sign the letter of intent. This signifies the interest of Stanford University to develop research collaboration with Indonesia's new capital city, Nusantara. Please show the documents. A round of applause. The LOI between IKN and Stanford Door School of Sustainability. You may put down the documents now, and perhaps Pak Bambang, you wish to say something, to give a few comments?
Thank you for the opportunity, Dean Arun, colleagues, Ibu Sinta, Pak Anin, Pak Pandu, Pak Rahmat. It is a great pleasure for me to have a signing today. This is just a beginning. Then I would like to also to see what is going to be real on the ground. But as you know, IKN in Indonesia is still stands for Ibu Kota Nusantara. But I also have another translations of IKN. I is investment, K is knowledge, and N is network. So this is a real transformation for us because the IKN investment knowledge and network has embedded in the signing of this letter of intent. So thank you so much for all parties that make this possible. And I would like to see before the end of this year something going on the ground, and I think this is going to be part of Pak Anin, Pak Pandu, and also Pak Rahmat. Thank you so much, and have a good day.
Thank you, Dr. Arun Majumdar, Dean of Stanford Door School of Sustainability. You wish to say something? Give a comment about the LOI that we have just witnessed together. Investment, knowledge, network.
You know, today is my second day in Indonesia, and I already feel at home. And that is because of the warm hospitality of the people out here. And I greatly appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. What Indonesia is doing in Nusantara is ambition at its greatest. I don't think there are too many places in the world. I think this is the only place where there's a new capital city being developed. But in this moment in history, we have to develop it with sustainability, with ESG in mind. And that will make this ambition a unique one. We have started something ambitious at Stanford, which is the School of Sustainability. It is the defining challenge and the opportunity of the 21st century. And we are super excited and honored to be working with you in this ambitious project that Indonesia is starting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we are going to ask distinguished gentlemen and Ibu Sinta to take a photo session together right in front of the table. In front of the table, or we can set aside the table. The first pose is just the formal pose. The second will be the ASEAN way. So we do the first one, the formal pose. Okay. Or we go directly to the ASEAN way. Okay. Okay. Try to find the hands of the partner next to you. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. Congratulations once again for this letter of intent signing between Otorita Ibu Kota Nusantara, Nusantara National Capital Authority, and Stanford Door School of Sustainability. Please kindly return to your seats. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. We will continue shortly with the next session, the 7th session, Technology and Human Capital Enablers to Pave the Path to Sustainable Growth. Okay, everybody, can we have everyone to be seated, please? We have another important panel, and it's a very, very powerful panel, I think, talking about technology and human capital enablers to pave the path to sustainable growth. And we would like to kindly invite the moderator to lead this session. But before that, I'd like to remind you that we will have simultaneous interpretation available for this session. Some will be delivering their presentation in Chinese Mandarin. So please obtain your headsets at the back of the room. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to listen to the translation, please kindly obtain your simultaneous headsets at the back of the room near the booth. Okay, now I'd like to call upon Ms. Shirley Santoso, Senior Partner and President Director of Kearney, Indonesia, to lead this session.
Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to our audience and distinguished panelists to join our today's session on technology and human capital to accelerate the path for sustainable growth. Before we start the session, I would like to provide a little bit of context. ESG, as we all know, stands for sustainable growth and is very critical to be addressed today. It will provide a lot of opportunities, whether it's investment opportunities, as you hear today, reduction in poverty, but also additional GDP growth. ESG will provide about 2 to 2.5 trillion of investment opportunity in Indonesia's green economy. 69% of Indonesia's population are in working age, and consumers are willing to pay more for sustainable products, growing net zero priorities among the business ecosystem, and also Indonesia's government support to become net zero by 2060. Technology and human capital will help to accelerate the adoption of ESG. Use of technology, whether it's in data analytics, to aid and better decision making, to ensure transparency and traceability, technology for cleaner energy, more inclusion, disaster management, better tracking as well for ESG, and also human capital transformation to drive ESG practices. These include mindset and behavioral shift on ESG, including training and certification, change management, employee well-being, engagement, ESG value to attract top talent, and upskilling, reskilling program to address displacement of job due to the use of technology and processes that are greener. And of course, the path to sustainable growth in ESG will require a multi-stakeholder approach, which includes government, educational institution, private sector, non-profit, which all have a role to play to shape this initiative and to empower the individual to contribute to more sustainable growth. With that, I would like to invite our panelists to the stage. So first, I would like to invite Ken Haig. And Ken is the Energy and Environmental Policy Head for Amazon Web Services across Asia Pacific. So very warm welcome, Ken. And I would also like to invite Arum Majumdar, who's the Dean of the Stanford Doerr School of Sustainability. And Dr. Arum is also J. Precourt Professor Chair Professor at Stanford University, faculty member of Department of Mechanical Engineering and Energy Science and Engineering, and Senior Fellow and former Director of Precourt Institute of Energy and Senior Fellow at the Hoover Institution. So very warm welcome. I would also like to invite Ibu Putri, who is the Director of Government Affairs and Public Policy at Google Indonesia, who's leading the Government Affairs and Public Policy at Google since 2018. Very warm welcome, Ibu Putri. And also would like to welcome our panelist, Guo Sui Yi, who is a CPC member, Doctor of Engineering and Professor, and Vice President of the Central South University. Very warm welcome to Ko Sui Ying. So would like to actually have the discussion and invite actually Ken for our first question. So Ken, in your role in AWS, obviously the use of data analytics and generative AI have been really powerful to drive sustainability growth. So what are some of the practical applications that you've seen company adopt, and what are also some of the barriers to adoption of the use of technology?
So thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation to be here. Thank you for the question. Thanks to my panelists. Looking forward to the conversation. On this point about sustainability and the opportunities to use data towards driving more sustainable outcomes, we think of this in three ways at Amazon Web Services. So Amazon Web Services, for those who don't know, is the cloud computing business for Amazon. And we have here in Indonesia made a $5 billion investment to build a new data center region here with an expected $11 billion GDP impact over the next 15 years. So we're very bullish about what we can do here in Indonesia. The first thing that we're focused on in terms of sustainability is making sure that our infrastructure itself is as sustainable as possible. And this is incredibly important when we start to think about AI, for example. Yeah. AI and machine learning inevitably involves more use of power to drive those workloads. And so we need to make sure that we're locating as many of those workloads as we can in the most efficient environment. And that's what the cloud is. So cloud computing data centers, AWS data centers in particular, have been found to be 5 times more efficient than the average enterprise organizations on-premises data centers here in Indonesia. That's a huge increase. So for the average enterprise or public sector organization to move their workloads into the cloud, they would expect to see a nearly 80% reduction in the energy use and associated emissions from running those workloads just by making that migration. So that's a big impact. Also, for the remainder of the energy use that we have, we've pledged to use 100% renewable energy. And last year here at the G20, we were announced that we have a deal with PLN to provide 210 megawatts of new renewable power projects to support our operations here in Indonesia by 2025. So first thing we can do, most sustainable infrastructure to run those workloads. Second thing we can do, once people make the move to the cloud, is to try and make sure that they're using no more than they need to and try to be efficient in terms of how we architect those workloads. And so we have a whole team of solution architects that will work with our customers to try and find the ways that they can set up their workloads to be as efficient as possible. And that's a win-win-win because it allows us to allocate more of the available capacity to other customers. Yeah. Last point to your question about how do we drive sustainability is our customers are doing amazing things in the cloud. With AI, for example. I'm sure we'll talk more about this in a second, but applications for transportation, for energy, for healthcare, infrastructure, everything that you might not think has AI implications does. There's a huge amount of opportunity for us to reduce carbon emissions using AI to drive scalable impacts across entire industries. And we're starting to see AWS customers driving this in really impressive ways. I'm happy to talk more about that.
Thank you very much. Very helpful, and I guess there's definitely a lot of applications that we see, but also even on the infrastructure side as well. So the next question is actually for Arum. So again, in your role as the Dean of Stanford School of Sustainability, this whole technology development and energy transition, of course, will likely displace significant number of existing labor force. So what sort of initiative can be done to support, especially on the upskilling and reskilling of people, but also communities that will be impacted by this?
Well, first of all, thank you for hosting this panel. I think it's important to step back a little bit and realize that this is the biggest transition humanity will ever do, because it has never happened in the past. 8 billion people going to 10 billion.
Yeah.
$100 trillion economy transitioning. Having said that, every country, every region is starting from a different initial condition and different boundaries, different neighbors. So this transition will be unique. Every country, Indonesia will have to chart its own course. And it'll have to be granular. It's not enough to have, say that we will do this. What is the actual plan to get there? And I would say in all of these transitions, even though the path for Indonesia is going to be different from Belgium, it's totally different. The diversity of people, the diversity of geography out here is different from any other country. But in this pathway, there are a few things that will be common. One will be innovation, knowledge and innovation. Very important, because we cannot follow the 20th century model of development. That's what got us into this problem.
Yeah.
Number two is people, as you pointed out.
Yeah.
And we have to now educate, reskill, upskill people in this new economy as opposed to the old economy. So there's a transition pathway, not only on the younger generation in the schools today, but people who are working. They need to transition, otherwise they could be out of a job.
Yeah.
And the political implications of that are very significant. Then you need finance. This will cost some money, and there's a return on investment that needs to happen. So all of these have to come together, and we are delighted to be working with Indonesia to help in whatever way we can on all of these fronts.
Yeah, so I guess the transitioning path needs to be crafted carefully, as you mentioned, because it involves multiple dimensions, whether it's on the workforce side, the financing side, and also the overall community impact as well. So the next question I would like to ask actually Ibu Putri. So, Indonesia, as you know, we have a growing digital economy. We have a lot of unicorns, 10 unicorns now, and it's seen as one of the biggest tech market in the region. What do you think, given where we are today, what are some of the key actions that Indonesia, but also other emerging economy, could actually now to jointly develop technology and human capital to support for this sustainable growth?
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for that question. I think first and foremost, we have to identify the challenges that is right for the local context, for the context of this region, as well as each country. And after that, we have to be able to identify solutions that is also adaptive to the local context, be it from the infrastructure side, be it from what is the most suitable and realistic, renewable energies that's available in the country, the accessibility, the availability, and so on. And when you talk about local context, then that also means local partnership. So collaboration is key. I think that's a recurring theme in this summit, and not just the Sustainability Forum, but also in the whole, throughout the ASEAN Summit, is collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. And that's why at Google, when we set our very ambitious target of being net zero by 2030, there's no way that one company can do it alone, no matter how ambitious that target is. And that's why we have to work with others. So our first pillar would be obviously start with ourselves. That's why we set a very ambitious goals. Actually, in 2007, we already reached our goal in being carbon neutral.
Carbon neutral, yep.
In 2017, we actually already offset all of our, carbon footprint. And in 2030, we set a quite a very ambitious goal of being carbon-free by 2030, right? And how do we do this is, after starting with ourselves, then we have to, as I said earlier, partner with others, and therefore we create solutions, tools such as Google Cloud as well to help others in this journey along together. And one of that partnership is, as I mentioned before, with local partnerships, is we collaborate with local NGOs. So we work with the World Food Program here in Indonesia to support them in their data-driven system to be able to inform how climate change might impact food sustainability. That system has been adopted by a few key government agencies here. We also work with an NGO, local NGO called Edu Farmers, to do research, data-driven research, and how to enable technology like AI in order to help farmers to have better yields in crops despite climate change. When you move on to we talk about upskilling, we also collaborate with local unicorns, as you mentioned. We work with Gojek and Traveloka to create this program called Bangkit, along with the Ministry of Education and Research Technology. It's a very intensive 900 hours program for senior year college students across Indonesia, so that they can learn TensorFlow and machine learning, and also Android programming. So they would be the next generation of innovators. They know, who knows better than the local challenges, but the young generations here, right? So we feel they're the better placed. If we equip them with the right skills, they know their local challenges better than anybody do, and therefore, they can, we can help them innovate.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the role of the startup, and especially driven by this young millennial Gen Z who's a lot more purposeful, is amazing, and that can really drive the acceleration of sustainable growth. Thank you, Putri. So the last question is actually for Mr. Guo. Sustainability definitely require collaboration, as we heard also from Ibu Putri, multi-stakeholder approach. So in your role, and I guess China is a very good example where there's a lot of public-private partnership across sectors. What are some of the examples of the successful PPP initiative that you have seen today that enable the acceleration of sustainable growth through technology and human capital transformation?
OK， 非常感谢主持人，我是来自中南大学的郭学义，很高兴呢，我和我们一行呢来到美丽的印度尼西亚，来参加印尼的可持续发展论坛。实际上我们中国跟印尼有很多的合作，在我来之前，我们的总理来到了这个印尼，然后昨天晚上我参加了可持续发展论坛的晚宴，我们的部长更新部的部长也做了昨天晚宴的讲话，我们跟印尼有很多的合作，然后我们还有一个标志性的成果，我们中国的高铁技术在印尼已经建了合作了，建了一条雅万高铁，马上要开通了，所以我们对跟印尼的合作，包括未来的可持续发展的合作，我们充满着期待。因为我们是来自中南大学，那么中南大学呢，在中国是一所教育部直接管理的国立的大学，然后我们中南大学呢，有超过6万学生的规模，是一个很大的一个高校。因为我们中南大学具有一个显著的特色，我们除开我们的综合性的大学学科门类都有之外，我们的有色金属、我们的轨道交通、我们的医疗卫生是我们中南大学的显著的一个特色。不光是我们中南大学，还有一个特色就是我们的很多的成果应用到工业的实践，特别是我们根据世界的发展的需要。我们开发绿色低碳循环的技术，我们跟很多的企业合作，把它成功的产业化了。所以今天就今天这个议题我觉得2个方面，第一个我们希望发挥中南大学的优势，我们把我们更多的新的技术能够应用到印度尼西亚，比如说资源的开发，我们的学科的优势，比如说我们的冶金工程、我们的材料、我们的环境。另外，我们中南大学的合作的企业包括格林美，还有这个青山，还有中伟，还有很多的企业在印尼进行资源的开发，进行新能源材料的制备。那么，整个这个资源的开发、材料制备过程中，我们一起合作，可以开发这个清洁的、短流程的、低碳的这样的技术和工艺，能够把整个的金属提取过程能够绿色低碳。环保， 这是一个方面。另外一个方面就是我们实际上跟印尼已经有合作了。我们从2019年开始，我们招收印尼的留学生。我们构建了一个新的模式，我们跟印尼的政府、中国的在印尼发展的企业，还有我们浙南大学，我们一起3方来合作，来为印尼的产业的发展培养这个冶金、材料及新能源方面的人才。我们19年第1期已经招了20多位的印尼的留学生，第1期的学生已经毕业了，已经回到了印尼，就是参加工作了。其中一部分进入了印尼的政府部门，另外一部分就进入了包括格林美这样的这个基业们这样的企业在工作。我们第2期的学生在2022年已经招生了，就是硕士生就 Master，我们招收了30多位研究生，在进行这个冶金、材料、环境，包括新能源的方面的这个学习。我们这次正在进行第3批的招生。我们未来的目标，我们希望为印尼培养超过1000位的这样的急需的冶金、材料、新能源方面的人才。然后因为昨天我们到了印尼大学，然后今天下午我还要到万能里去交流。我们希望就是在双方政府的支持下，我们跟印尼的大学合作，跟我们中国的企业合作，跟印尼的企业合作，我们一起为印尼的发展、为可持续发展、为世界的发展做出贡献。好，谢谢。
Thank you very much, and it's amazing to hear the effort, and we are very appreciative of the commitment and also contribution from the government of China and the university as well, all the joint research, R&D, and the joint study also with the University of Indonesia. That's very inspiring. So the next question is actually to Arun. From your perspective, especially as the academic leader in sustainability, what are some of the key areas, especially in human capital development and transformation, that are required to support the transition towards net zero pathway?
So first of all, I would say that the amount of interest there is amongst the younger generation in this topic is just phenomenal. We are developing new curricula, but it's early days for us. And we're seeing the uptake by the students taking these courses, undergraduate. It's just skyrocketing. So I think there's a huge demand, and if you're seeing it in Stanford, I suspect this is global.
Yeah.
And I suspect it's the same in China as well.
Yes.
The interest in this topic. So it's for us. I think the younger generation has figured out that this is going to be super important.
Yeah.
And we are developing curricula in a way that the students not only understand, get depth of knowledge in 1 or 2 fields, but understand the interplay. Why do I say that? Because what happens in energy affects water. What happens in water affects food. What happens in food affects biodiversity.
Yes.
That affects ecology. That affects public health. And climate change affects all of them. So to really understand holistically is very important for the younger generation. And we are developing curricula for that, because these students will become leaders of the future, where they'll be making decisions. And the decision making needs not only the depth of understanding, but also the implications of the decision and other things. So our curricula is being developed this way. This is not just for our undergraduate students or graduate students. We are going to make our curriculum available for anyone in the world for free. And that is because this, we think, is a basic knowledge that everyone needs to have in the new economy that is being developed. And so we're just embarking on that journey now. We're building on a foundation, and I think this is going to be very big for us. And this is a new way. We don't just call it education. We call it education and mobilization, because that is what is needed around the world for the next generation and the current generation, the reskilling and upskilling. And frankly, even for the corporate leaders. The corporate leaders are making decisions today
Yes.
about how they're going. That decision making needs the knowledge and the interplay understanding.
Yeah. And I really like the point that you mentioned about this whole interplay and interdisciplinary approach, because that is what it is, and because it's so multi-stakeholder and very multifaceted.
And if you just look at our academic environment, academia, they're neatly divided into engineering school, business school, law school, sciences, humanities, school of medicine. But the issue of sustainability is all of the above. So the approach we are taking at Stanford is an all-campus approach. Even though we have created a school, I work with all the other schools, and this is about mobilizing, in our case, Stanford, but frankly, a broader ecosystem in this direction.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So the next question is actually to Ken. So how do you see cloud technology? I mean, you mentioned about cloud technology just now, and but it's going to play an even more important role in accelerating the whole world decarbonization. What do you see as some of the key challenges to adopt cloud technology today?
So, for my last answer, I think I shared that we look at sustainability of the cloud, in the cloud, and through the cloud. That's sort of our three approaches. And of those, I'm most excited by the last one. So this idea of sustainability through the cloud. For most of our customers, we make up a very small part of their overall carbon footprint. And so as important of all of the efforts that we're putting into decarbonizing our operations and making our cloud as low carbon as possible, that matters for our customers. But what's even more important is the innovation that they can be driving using cloud-enabled tools, including AI, including machine learning. And when you ask about challenges, I think one of the first challenges is where to get started.
Yeah.
For a lot of businesses, they're just getting started on their journey of, we're setting a path to net zero carbon. How do we get there?
Yes.
What kind of tools can we use to get there? I'm really excited about the way that, particularly with AI and machine learning, we're making real steps to try and democratize access to those tools. And so speaking of training, we have a whole free online training for how to use AI, ML applications in the cloud. Also for those applications themselves, we've got everything from fully managed specific to specific use cases tools. So think about from text to speech, from facial recognition and pattern recognition programs. We offer fully managed programs for each of those applications, but we also, for machine learning training, creating models. For those who want to create those models from scratch, we have SageMaker, which is one platform you can use to build that. For those that don't have the data scientists to sort of build those training models in-house, we have fully managed training models that you can start to train specific applications yourselves. And so I think that's really the key, is to think about how can we make it easier for everyone to access those tools and to start using them. Skilling is a good part of this. I think we're already seeing some of the startups that were mentioned driving real innovation, building their business in the cloud. I also think that we need to think about how traditional industries can be taking advantage of those tools as well. And so I was sitting in a session yesterday with PLN where Pak Didi was talking about upskilling the PLN's workforce. And that's huge. I think that's incredibly important, particularly for the modern grids that we have, the grids that power this country. It's not just energy. There's a lot of data that's traversing those transmission and distribution lines. And thinking about how to use that to drive more clean energy outcomes is incredibly important.
Definitely, and I think what you mentioned about this whole upskilling, reskilling, and where to start, right? And also use the cleaner technology for bigger application is something that's very important. So, we don't have a lot of time left, but I would like to invite the audience if you have one or two questions before I ask the final question to the panelists. There's one question over there. Please also tell us who you would like to direct the questions to. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I am Pera from Null Carbon. We are a carbon credit company for forest and renewable energy projects. I guess it's just a general question for all the speakers today. What do you think like the most priority program that you would like to conduct in Indonesia? Because every institution must currently have initiative in Indonesia in terms of the sustainability. Thank you.
What is like the most important program that you think Indonesia needs to do?
Maybe I can start. For us, since we're an AI-first company, and AI has been powering all of our products since the very beginning, I would like to see more AI project on how the government can enable and leverage AI to solve some of the, again, local challenges here. So we have a project with the Dishub Jakarta, the Department of Transportation Jakarta. We launched last year. It's a pilot project. It's called Green Light, Project Green Light, and how in certain intersections, our AI will give recommendation on how long the green light should stay and how long the red light should stay. And the objective is to reduce emission, obviously, and also reduce traffic jams. And as you know, traffic jams is #1 challenge here for Jakartans. And we've seen quite very encouraging progress since April. The majority of those intersections have reduced the emission by 18% and traffic jams by 30%. And what we are also pleased is that this pilot project actually inspired the Department of Transportation to do more and actually develop their own AI capabilities, again, technology, skill transfers from our project, and to leverage it more and more intersections and even other provinces. So I think, again, collaboration, and then thinking the solution together for, everyday challenges.
And I think what you mentioned about the use cases are important because sometimes, as you mentioned also, Ken, it's very hard if you don't know where to start, right? Having that use cases really can open up your perspective on how actually they can be used for much sustainable growth. But yeah, please add, yeah.
Absolutely. I'll just add, I think, so we tend to think of the big ticket items first, right? We always think about energy. We think about, nature-based solutions here in Indonesia. Those are incredible resources in terms of how to drive transformation, the energy transition, and thinking about how we can generate real decarbonization from nature-based solutions. Beyond that, though, everything needs to be on the table. I think that's the really important thing. And so thinking about how can you drive greater sustainability across the sector that you're in? I was having some conversations this morning about electrifying transportation. This is a huge opportunity. It needs to be customer-driven, though, consumer-driven. And so one of the things that we've seen AWS customers like Charge Plus do is to create charging as a service. So try to help customers not only make the process of buying an electric vehicle easier, but thinking about where they can charge, how they can get discounts, how they can take advantage of the network as it expands. Really important to try and provide those services. Another company I spoke to recently, Recosystem, it's a startup that built their business on AWS. They have a waste management program. During COVID, we all got used to ordering in. It's a huge amount of waste that's generated from that. So how can we manage that waste and try and decarbonize the entire value chain of how we consume products like this? Incredible innovation that's being driven in the cloud by companies in all different kinds of sectors. And so I think, beyond the big ticket items, which absolutely need to be priorities, we also need to think about everything we can do across all industries.
Yeah, thank you. So any other question? So I guess, so we would like to actually ask each one of you if there's one sentence as a concluding remarks. Maybe start with Arum, if you have one sentence to conclude. It has been a very engaging session, would be great.
The one sentence I would say is, in addition to decarbonization, let's not forget adaptation. The global south will be affected more by heat waves that will affect agricultural productivity, the food security, water security, housing security. All of these adaptation measures and loss of greenery, loss of forestry. These are very important issues. So when we talk about sustainability, there is the mitigation part, decarbonization, but that also needs to be in parallel. It's not an either or, it's and with the adaptation measures. Because, and I always say this, that if climate change, addressing climate change, does not improve the quality of lives and create jobs for the people in the global south, we will never be able to address it.
Yeah, and I guess that's why it's so important to talk about the topic today, because it does affect also our future generations, the planet, and the adaptation is very, very key. So maybe just the last one, Ibu Putri, just your concluding remarks.
I think Dr. Arun already said it really well, and he also said it well earlier in his remarks that sustainability and climate change would probably be the biggest challenge that we've seen so far. And progress is not, progress is going to be non-linear, but we believe that with the advancement of cloud technology, AI, we have a chance to make a dent.
Absolutely. Maybe Mr. Kuo, if you have one sentence to conclude.
Okay. 我们生活在同一个地球，我们有共同的愿望，我们希望我们未来的生活更加美好，所以我们有共同的使命。我们中山大学希望跟大家一起来努力，为我们美好的生活而努力。谢谢。
Thank you very much. So thank you very much again for the great panelists and very engaging discussion. So really thank you and hope the discussion is helpful to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we wish everyone to kindly take your position at the center stage for a photo opportunity. We will take a photo session firsthand. One, two, three. Another pose. You want to have a different pose? Thumbs up, thumbs up. Okay, thumbs up. One, two, three. Thank you very much. Thank you. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we will now continue with the signing ceremony in the spirit of solidifying the step forward to accelerate Indonesia-Singapore renewable power trade and Indonesia renewable energy local value chain development signing ceremony. We will have the stage rearranged for a moment. Indonesia has an immense potential to harness renewable energy. And based on data from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, it is estimated that 3,686 gigawatt of power can be harnessed from renewable sources such as solar, wind, and geothermal. This positions Indonesia not only potentially as a self-sustaining nation, electrified with clean energy, but also as a clean power exporter to the surrounding region. We will wait for the arrival of Dr. Tan See Leng, Minister for Manpower and Second Minister of Trade and Industry of the Republic of Singapore. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated for a while to witness the signing ceremony. Welcome Dr. Tan See Leng, Minister for Manpower and Second Minister for Trade and Industry of the Republic of Singapore. Please be seated, sir. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen as well, we ask you to be seated, please. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we will now continue with the signing ceremony in the spirit of solidifying the step forward to accelerate Indonesia-Singapore renewable power trade and Indonesia renewable energy local value chain development. Signing ceremony. Again, Indonesia has an immense potential to harness renewable energy, and based on data from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, it was estimated that 3,686 gigawatt of power can be harnessed from renewable sources such as solar, wind, and geothermal. This positions Indonesia not only potentially as a self-sustaining nation, electrified with clean energy, but also as a clean power exporter to the surrounding region. Ladies and gentlemen, again, we ask you to be seated, please. Over the last few years, Indonesia has been making headway with Singapore to export clean energy for the very first time. The signing ceremony marks a significant milestone in accelerating renewable power trade between Indonesia and Singapore, simultaneously advancing Indonesia's local renewable energy value chain development. Before we begin with the signing ceremony, please join me in welcoming Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin, Deputy Coordinating Minister for Infrastructure and Transportation, Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Excellencies, Minister Tan, Pak Ngiam from EMA, and all the honors guests here. Today, we are going to witness another breakthrough, a solidification of a cooperation between Indonesian companies, developers, and OEMs in the goal to create a value chain for green electrons, not only for Indonesia, but also go to the region, including Singapore. This effort is a continuation of the MOU that has been signed by the government of Indonesia and the government of Singapore in the leaders' retreat in March 2023. So we are happy to report that a lot of progress has been going on, and hopefully moving forward, we are not only creating business, we are not only creating a lot of green electricity that can be shared between Indonesia and our neighboring countries, including Singapore, but it's also going to create solar PV industry in Indonesia, battery storage capacity in Indonesia, and will create a lot of jobs opportunity for people. Not only that, we are hoping that this cooperation will create opportunity for Indonesia to be a major player as a global hub for solar PV industry, and will provide more alternatives for the solar PV supply chain for the world. We are quite excited with this event, and without further ado, we'll continue. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin, for your insightful remarks. Please kindly return to your seat. Synonymous with our working collaboration with Singapore, I'd like to invite Dr. Tan See Leng, Second Minister for Trade and Industry of Singapore on the stage to share some words.
Deputy Coordinating Minister Pak Rahmat, distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak at the inaugural Indonesia Sustainability Forum. I would first like to begin by congratulating the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment and Deputy Coordinating Minister Pak Rahmat Kaimuddin for organizing a forum of this scale. This comes amidst Indonesia's various responsibilities as ASEAN chairman, G20 Troika, and having recently concluded a very successful ASEAN Leaders Summit. The Indonesia Sustainability Forum reflects Indonesia's leadership and commitment to galvanize regional cooperation on sustainability and climate change issues, as well as champion the region's progress towards a low-carbon future. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is undergoing a profound energy transition. We must get to net zero while preserving energy security and economic competitiveness. Through international collaborations, we can work together to jointly plan and implement our energy transitions and progress towards a shared energy future. Governments should collaborate closely to establish the regulatory frameworks, infrastructure, as well as the ecosystem. Today, we are taking significant steps towards substantive collaboration on energy between like-minded governments. His Excellency Bapa Arifin Tasrif and I will soon be signing an MOU on low-carbon energy and cross-border electricity interconnection between Singapore and Indonesia at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources headquarters. This MOU will provide a robust framework to facilitate commercial projects for the development of low-carbon energy and cross-border electricity trading and interconnections between both countries. It builds on the two energy MOUs that both countries have signed in the past 2 years. What is more important now, distinguished guests, is that we have concrete projects that demonstrate our commitments to these MOUs. I'm pleased to announce that the Energy Market Authority of Singapore, or EMA, has granted conditional approvals for the import of 2 gigawatts of low-carbon electricity from Indonesia to Singapore. And these are from projects developed by Pacific Medco Solar Energy. Adaro Solar International, EDP Renewables APAC, Vendor RE and Keppel Energy. Such projects involve sizable investments, and it will strengthen the trade linkages between Indonesia and Singapore. These 5 Indonesian and Singapore companies have submitted strong proposals that can meet the needs of both Indonesia and Singapore. Collectively, the companies have proposed to install approximately 11 gigawatt peak of solar photovoltaic capacity and 21 gigawatts of battery energy storage in Indonesia. These projects will be the largest solar and battery plants in Indonesia and will serve the energy needs of both Indonesia and Singapore. And they will also serve to anchor new solar photovoltaic and battery manufacturing investments in Indonesia, bringing tremendous socio-economic benefits. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a watershed moment for Indonesia's and Singapore's green energy ambitions. Singapore's target is to import 4 gigawatts of low-carbon electricity by 2035. The fact that 50% of this will come from Indonesia is testament to our comprehensive and our long-standing partnership and our joint ambition to find opportunities that will allow both our peoples to prosper together. I would like to express my appreciation to the Indonesian agencies, Pak Rahmat here, Pak Luhut, who's not here today, Pak Balil, and then Pak Arifin, whom I'm going to see later on this afternoon, and all of the Indonesian agencies that have supported our ambition and contributed to the success thus far. And I've mentioned the minister's name. I will mention the ministry itself, including the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, and the Ministry of Investment. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the path to net zero is a challenging one, but it offers significant opportunities for greater cooperation, for higher innovation, and stronger partnerships. The time for action is now. Both Singapore and Indonesia are committed to advancing cross-border energy trade and the vision of an ASEAN power grid. This can only be achieved by working in partnership. Partnerships between like-minded countries and partnerships with commercial stakeholders. Hence, I'm truly heartened by the progress thus far and the display of investment commitment by the Inspira, or Indonesian Solar Panel Industry and Renewable Alliance Consortium today. These are significant milestones. The electricity export projects will bring to Indonesia one of its largest renewable energy production investments to date. I am optimistic and I look forward to even more milestones, for I'm confident that today is the first step. It's merely the start of a longer-term win-win-win collaboration between Singapore and the people in both our countries, Indonesia, and all of you, our stakeholders. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Dr. Tan, for your inspiring remarks. Please kindly return to your seat. The collaboration between the government of Indonesia and Singapore on cross-border power trade is supported by the Sustainable Energy Association of Singapore, or SEAS, and Inspira. The SEAS Pathfinder and Inspira consortia are honored to receive the conditional approval from EMA, thanks to the support and collaboration with both Indonesia and Singapore governments. The SEAS Pathfinder Consortia has been working closely with many solar and battery manufacturers, including R&D institutes, who are committed to develop the green ecosystem in Indonesia. One of which is Haitai Solar, which has committed to invest $200 million manufacturing plant in the Green Tunas Prima Industrial Estate, TPIE, in Batam, Indonesia. I think we need a round of applause for that. The groundbreaking ceremony is expected to take place soon. Inspira is also moving forward with the next step in their partnerships with Potentia Solar PV and BESS OEMs, supported by the next LOI signing. For this signing, I am now inviting to the stage representatives from OEMs, Mr. Polaris Lee, Chairman of Serapim, Mr. Zhao Bin, Vice President of Longi Solar Technology, Mr. Riyadi Lukman, Country Head Indonesia of ITN Solar Technology, Mr. Jin Song, CEO of Huawei Tech Investment, Mr. Kevin Guo, Head of Emerging Markets of Sungrow Power Supply. I am also inviting to the stage representatives from Inspira, Mr. Eka Satria, CEO of Kemenko Power Indonesia, Mr. Dharma Joyonegoro, Director Representative of Adaro Clean Energy Indonesia, Mr. Dimas Adiwibowo, President Director of Toba Bara Energy. I would also like to kindly invite to the stage Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin and Mr. Nyam Si Chun, Chief Executive of the Energy Market Authority of Singapore, to come to the stage to witness the following letter of intent signing. OEM representatives, you may now sign the letter of intent. The document is in front of you. Please. Thank you very much. OEM representatives, we invite you to please take one step backward from the signing table. Now we invite Mr. Eka, Mr. Dharma, and Mr. Dimas to sign the LOI consecutively, starting with Mr. Eka, followed by Mr. Dharma and Mr. Dimas Adi Wibowo. You may begin from the document on your left side. Please sign all the documents. The LOI document is officially signed. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Rahmat and Mr. Nyam, we invite you to congratulate the signatories. Please congratulate the signatories. Mr. Rahmat and Mr. Nyam, please move to the center. We will proceed with the photo session. The photographers will now take a picture. Hold on to the document tightly. You are kindly requested to smile. Look to the camera. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Rahmat, Mr. Nyam, Mr. Eka, Mr. Dharma, and Mr. Dimas, please stay on stage for our next agenda. Thank you very much, Mr. Polaris Lee, Mr. Xiao Bin, Mr. Riyadi, Mr. Chin Song, Mr. Kevin Go. Please kindly return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin with the photo session. For this, I'm inviting the following individuals to join us on stage for this photo session. Dr. Tan See Ling, Minister for Trade and Industry of Singapore, Mr. Edwin Kyo, Chairman of the Sustainable Energy Association of Singapore, Mr. Asad Razuk, CEO of Gurin Energy representing Fanda RE, Ms. Janice Bong, Managing Director, Infrastructure Division of Keppel, Mr. Robin Po, Country Director, EDP Renewables APEC, and we would also like to invite Mr. Yu Tat Ming, CEO of Pacific Light, and Mr. Franz Gunara, CEO of Gallant Ventures. Move forward a bit. One, 2, 3. Can we have another pose? ASEAN way. Can we do the ASEAN way? A bit difficult, but you can manage. I'm sure you can. 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause, please, for this very historic signing of the letter of intent. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen on stage. You may now return to your seats. This is indeed a remarkable commitment between Indonesia and Singapore. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite everyone for lunch. Again, lunch is being served at the hotel area, at the pre-function hall. And then we would like to inform you, for those who wish to conduct the Friday prayer, there is a mosque near MNC Tower next to the hotel's ballroom. Thank you very much once again to Dr. Tan See Leng, Second Minister for Trade and Industry of Singapore, for gracing us with his attendance. And of course, to Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin, Deputy Coordinating Minister for Infrastructure and Transportation, Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment. We will break, and please return to this room 12:45. We will follow the next session immediately after lunch. Thank you, and enjoy your lunch.
Vector, Indonesian-born global contribution.
Energi.
Selalu ada dimanapun itu.
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Transformasi BUMN menjadi keharusan agar BUMN-BUMN kita ini menjadi BUMN yang kelas dunia.
Dengan transformasi menjadikan PLN lebih kuat dan menjadi jantung perekonomian Indonesia.
Hari ini PLN jauh lebih sehat.
Transformasi ini membawa perubahan besar.
Please enjoy your lunch
Kualitas
at the
layanan
pre-function
meningkat,
hall of
ekosistem
People
industri
Room of
dalam
Park
negeri
Hyatt
menggeliat
Jakarta
dan
Hotel.
daya saing di kancah global menguat. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
Our plan encompasses three folds of strategy. For a thriving environment, to empower people, and to become a trusted partner. We'll do it because we want to coexist with our planet and the people that live on it. We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society. We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society.
Vector, Indonesian-born.
Perekonomian Indonesia.
Hari ini PLN jauh lebih sehat.
Transformasi ini membawa perubahan besar. Kualitas layanan meningkat, ekosistem industri dalam negeri menggeliat, dan daya saing di kancah global menguat. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
Our plan encompasses three folds of strategy. For thriving environment, to empower people, and to become a trusted partner. We'll do it because we want to coexist with our planet and the people that live on it. We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society. We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society.
Vector, Indonesian-born global contribution.
Energi.
Selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Transformasi BUMN menjadi keharusan agar BUMN-BUMN kita ini menjadi BUMN yang kelas dunia.
Dengan transformasi menjadikan PLN lebih kuat dan menjadi jantung perekonomian Indonesia.
Hari ini PLN jauh lebih sehat.
Transformasi ini membawa perubahan besar. Kualitas layanan meningkat, ekosistem industri dalam negeri menggeliat, dan daya saing di kancah global menguat. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
Our plan encompasses three folds of strategy. For thriving environment, to empower people, and to become a trusted partner. We'll do it because we want to coexist with our planet and the people that live on it. We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society. We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society.
Indonesian-born global contribution.
Energi.
Selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Transformasi BUMN menjadi keharusan agar BUMN-BUMN kita ini menjadi BUMN yang kelas dunia.
Dengan transformasi menjadikan PLN lebih kuat dan menjadi jantung perekonomian Indonesia.
Hari ini PLN jauh lebih sehat.
Transformasi ini membawa perubahan besar. Kualitas layanan meningkat, ekosistem industri dalam negeri menggeliat, dan daya saing di kancah global menguat. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
Our plan encompasses three folds of strategy. For thriving environment, to empower people, and to become a trusted partner. We'll do it because we want to coexist with our planet and the people that live on it. We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society. We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society.
Vector, Indonesian-born global contribution.
Energi.
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Transformasi BUMN menjadi keharusan agar BUMN-BUMN kita ini menjadi BUMN yang kelas dunia.
Dengan transformasi menjadikan PLN lebih kuat dan menjadi jantung perekonomian Indonesia.
Hari ini PLN jauh lebih sehat.
Transformasi ini membawa perubahan besar. Kualitas layanan meningkat, ekosistem industri dalam negeri menggeliat, dan daya saing di kancah global menguat. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
Our plan encompasses three folds of strategy. For thriving environment, to empower people, and to become a trusted partner. We'll do it because we want to coexist with our planet and the people that live on it. We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society. We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society.
Vector, Indonesian-born global contribution.
Energi
Selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Transformasi BUMN menjadi keharusan agar BUMN-BUMN kita ini menjadi BUMN yang kelas dunia.
Dengan transformasi menjadikan PLN lebih kuat dan menjadi jantung perekonomian Indonesia.
Hari ini PLN jauh lebih sehat.
Transformasi ini membawa perubahan besar. Kualitas layanan meningkat, ekosistem industri dalam negeri menggeliat, dan daya saing di kancah global menguat. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
Our plan encompasses three folds of strategy. For thriving environment, to empower people, and to become a trusted partner. We'll do it because we want to coexist with our planet and the people that live on it. We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society. We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society.
Vector, Indonesian-born global contribution.
Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Transformasi BUMN menjadi keharusan agar BUMN-BUMN kita ini menjadi BUMN yang kelas dunia.
Dengan transformasi menjadikan PLN lebih kuat dan menjadi jantung perekonomian Indonesia.
Hari ini PLN jauh lebih sehat.
Transformasi ini membawa perubahan besar. Kualitas layanan meningkat, ekosistem industri dalam negeri menggeliat, dan daya saing di kancah global menguat. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society.
Vector, Indonesian-born global contribution.
Energi
Selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Transformasi BUMN menjadi keharusan agar BUMN-BUMN kita ini menjadi BUMN yang kelas dunia.
Dengan transformasi menjadikan PLN lebih kuat dan menjadi jantung perekonomian Indonesia.
Hari ini PLN jauh lebih sehat.
Transformasi ini membawa perubahan besar. Kualitas layanan meningkat, ekosistem industri dalam negeri menggeliat, dan daya saing di kancah global menguat. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society.
Vector, Indonesian-born global contribution.
Energi.
Selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu,
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Transformasi BUMN menjadi keharusan agar BUMN-BUMN kita ini menjadi BUMN yang kelas dunia.
Dengan transformasi menjadikan PLN lebih kuat dan menjadi jantung perekonomian Indonesia.
Hari ini PLN jauh lebih sehat.
Transformasi ini membawa perubahan besar. Kualitas layanan meningkat, ekosistem industri dalam negeri menggeliat, dan daya saing di kancah global menguat. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society.
Vector, Indonesian-born global contribution.
Energi.
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu,
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Transformasi BUMN menjadi keharusan agar BUMN-BUMN kita ini menjadi BUMN yang kelas dunia.
Dengan transformasi menjadikan PLN lebih kuat dan menjadi jantung perekonomian Indonesia.
Hari ini PLN jauh lebih sehat.
Transformasi ini membawa perubahan besar. Kualitas layanan meningkat, ekosistem industri dalam negeri menggeliat, dan daya saing di kancah global menguat. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society.
Vector, Indonesian-born global contribution.
Energi.
Selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Transformasi BUMN menjadi keharusan agar BUMN-BUMN kita ini menjadi BUMN yang kelas dunia.
Dengan transformasi menjadikan PLN lebih kuat dan menjadi jantung perekonomian Indonesia.
Hari ini PLN jauh lebih sehat.
Transformasi ini membawa perubahan besar. Kualitas layanan meningkat, ekosistem industri dalam negeri menggeliat, dan daya saing di kancah global menguat. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society.
Vector, Indonesian-born global contribution.
Energi.
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Transformasi BUMN menjadi keharusan agar BUMN-BUMN kita ini menjadi BUMN yang kelas dunia.
Dengan transformasi menjadikan PLN lebih kuat dan menjadi jantung perekonomian Indonesia.
Hari ini PLN jauh lebih sehat.
Transformasi ini membawa perubahan besar. Kualitas layanan meningkat, ekosistem industri dalam negeri menggeliat, dan daya saing di kancah global menguat. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society.
Indonesian-born global contribution.
Energi.
Selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Transformasi BUMN menjadi keharusan agar BUMN-BUMN kita ini menjadi BUMN yang kelas dunia.
Dengan transformasi menjadikan PLN lebih kuat dan menjadi jantung perekonomian Indonesia.
Hari ini PLN jauh lebih sehat.
Transformasi ini membawa perubahan besar. Kualitas layanan meningkat, ekosistem industri dalam negeri menggeliat, dan daya saing di kancah global menguat. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society.
Vector, Indonesian-born global contribution.
Energi.
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Transformasi BUMN menjadi keharusan agar BUMN-BUMN kita ini menjadi BUMN yang kelas dunia.
Dengan transformasi menjadikan PLN lebih kuat dan menjadi jantung perekonomian Indonesia.
Hari ini PLN jauh lebih sehat.
Transformasi ini membawa perubahan besar. Kualitas layanan meningkat, ekosistem industri dalam negeri menggeliat, dan daya saing di kancah global menguat. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society.
Vector, Indonesian-born global contribution.
Energi,
Selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Transformasi BUMN menjadi keharusan agar BUMN-BUMN kita ini menjadi BUMN yang kelas dunia.
Dengan transformasi menjadikan PLN lebih kuat dan menjadi jantung perekonomian Indonesia.
Hari ini PLN jauh lebih sehat.
Transformasi ini membawa perubahan besar. Kualitas layanan meningkat, ekosistem industri dalam negeri menggeliat, dan daya saing di kancah global menguat. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society.
Vector, Indonesian-born global contribution.
Energi,
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Transformasi BUMN menjadi keharusan agar BUMN-BUMN kita ini menjadi BUMN yang kelas dunia.
Dengan transformasi menjadikan PLN lebih kuat dan menjadi jantung perekonomian Indonesia.
Hari ini PLN jauh lebih sehat.
Transformasi ini membawa perubahan besar. Kualitas layanan meningkat, ekosistem industri dalam negeri menggeliat, dan daya saing di kancah global menguat. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society.
Vector, Indonesian-born global contribution.
Energi,
Selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Transformasi BUMN menjadi keharusan agar BUMN-BUMN kita ini menjadi BUMN yang kelas dunia.
Dengan transformasi menjadikan PLN lebih kuat dan menjadi jantung perekonomian Indonesia.
Hari ini PLN jauh lebih sehat.
Transformasi ini membawa perubahan besar. Kualitas layanan meningkat, ekosistem industri dalam negeri menggeliat, dan daya saing di kancah global menguat. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society.
Vector, Indonesian-born global contribution.
Energi,
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Transformasi BUMN menjadi keharusan agar BUMN-BUMN kita ini menjadi BUMN yang kelas dunia.
Dengan transformasi menjadikan PLN lebih kuat dan menjadi jantung perekonomian Indonesia.
Hari ini PLN jauh lebih sehat.
Transformasi ini membawa perubahan besar. Kualitas layanan meningkat, ekosistem industri dalam negeri menggeliat, dan daya saing di kancah global menguat. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society.
Vector, Indonesian-born global contribution.
Energi.
Selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu,
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Transformasi BUMN menjadi keharusan agar BUMN-BUMN kita ini menjadi BUMN yang kelas dunia.
Dengan transformasi menjadikan PLN lebih kuat dan menjadi jantung perekonomian Indonesia.
Hari ini PLN jauh lebih sehat.
Transformasi ini membawa perubahan besar. Kualitas layanan meningkat, ekosistem industri dalam negeri menggeliat, dan daya saing di kancah global menguat. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society.
Vector, Indonesian-born global contribution.
Energi.
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu,
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Transformasi BUMN menjadi keharusan agar BUMN-BUMN kita ini menjadi BUMN yang kelas dunia.
Dengan transformasi menjadikan PLN lebih kuat dan menjadi jantung perekonomian Indonesia.
Hari ini PLN jauh lebih sehat.
Transformasi ini membawa perubahan besar. Kualitas layanan meningkat, ekosistem industri dalam negeri menggeliat, dan daya saing di kancah global menguat. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society.
Vector, Indonesian-born global contribution.
Energi.
Selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu,
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Transformasi BUMN menjadi keharusan agar BUMN-BUMN kita ini menjadi BUMN yang kelas dunia.
Dengan transformasi menjadikan PLN lebih kuat dan menjadi jantung perekonomian Indonesia.
Hari ini PLN jauh lebih sehat.
Transformasi ini membawa perubahan besar. Kualitas layanan meningkat, ekosistem industri dalam negeri menggeliat, dan daya saing di kancah global menguat. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society.
Vector, Indonesian-born global contribution.
Energi.
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu,
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Transformasi BUMN menjadi keharusan agar BUMN-BUMN kita ini menjadi BUMN yang kelas dunia.
Dengan transformasi menjadikan PLN lebih kuat dan menjadi jantung perekonomian Indonesia.
Hari ini PLN jauh lebih sehat.
Transformasi ini membawa perubahan besar. Kualitas layanan meningkat, ekosistem industri dalam negeri menggeliat, dan daya saing di kancah global menguat. The new PLN 4.0, Unleashing Energy and Beyond.
We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society.
Vector, Indonesian-born global contribution.
Energi,
Selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will continue with our next program. And we would like to kindly invite to deliver a keynote speech on nature and biodiversity protection for today and future generations. May I kindly invite Acting Advisor to Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries for Economic, Socio-Cultural Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly welcome Mr. Hendra Yusran Siri.
Okay. Right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang. Very good afternoon. I hope you have a good lunch. I understand it is a very tough session. After lunch, I hope you can enjoy it. Thank you for inviting us, and I would like to convey apologies from our minister, Pak Sakti Trenggono, because we have the management meeting. That's why he asked me to represent on behalf of him. Right. I think we'd like to start that by having that Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries has already launched the Blue Economic Program. First, we understand that there are 5 priority programs that in the Blue Economy Program, starting from we would like to enlarge our conservation areas. The second one, we would like to apply a quota-based fisheries management. And the third one is how to ensure the sustainable aquaculture productions. And the fourth one is how to conduct the surveillance and also management coastal and sea island. Do we have a presentation for that one? If not, I want to start that. I think for all of us understand that the ocean can provide protection from natural disaster, regulated climate, and weather, and also provide food and provide financial support for million coastal societies. I think we can see that the ocean and coastal can be seen at the two sides. That can be like the opportunity for us to how to ensure that the rapid growth of the economy can be sustained in the ocean and coastal area. The last one we get the attention for the global communities because of our seas is continue to decline due to the massive economic activities, such as like overfishing, pollution, rising sea level, lost biodiversity, and habitat degradations. And of course, for that one, we understand that ocean can protect us from the climate change and by absorbing a large amount of the carbon dioxide. Right now, Indonesia has a top priority agenda for the protecting ocean and biodiversity is because of our national protein sources demand for fish, both freshwater and marine fisheries, is very high. It's about 13.11 million tons by 2022. And we need to secure and also maintain the fisheries GDP as much of 2.54 based on the last statistic from the Central Statistics Bureau. And the maritime sector GDP, as we have already launched our Indonesia long-term development by 26.86%. And also we need to maintain the coral reef-based tourism, the value like 3.1 billion, for example. So based from like tourism activity and other extra activities. And of course, Indonesia, such as right now, as I mentioned before, we have the blue economic area. We need to protect the 30% of our waters. So we can say this 30 by 30 in 2045. So that will be like 97.5 million hectares of our waters can be conserved as marine protected area. And this is a key, of course, for the marine ecosystem, and we ensure that how the sustainability will be there, and marine conservation area can be the spillover areas for fisheries activities. And So far, I would like to also mention, yesterday, the President has already launched the Blue Economic and also discuss about the maritimes and how we ensure that we can train the IUU fishing activities. So we need to make sure that we have to reduce the direct pressure from fisheries by reducing IUU fishing practice and maintaining fisheries stock in sustainable level, where the benefit can be term of social and economic can be optimized there. And of course, as I mentioned before, that we need to ensure that sustainable aquaculture will be there because the trend quite high, and then we need to substitute fish supply from capture by increasing aquaculture productivity using high quality seeds and also maintaining health, marine and aquaculture ecosystem environment. And I think we would like to conclude my remark by saying that the Blue Economy Program is very important for Indonesia for the three reasons. First, Indonesia can be the leader in protecting marine and coastal, and as a food provider and also economic benefit, especially in the sustainable manner. And the second one is about what we call this in international level is a coastal wetland ecosystem that can be promising as a world carbon sequestration epicenter, and that contributing into the sustainability of human life and the preventions of global climate change. The last reason is because there can be, since we concern in the 5 species for the aquaculture, we would like to become fishery product champions in the world. We would like to enlarge our share market, the world share market, and we would like to be more highly competitive and also production in a sustainable manner. So by saying that, I would like to conclude my presentation. So thank you very much. I look forward to having more if there is any clarification. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Mr. Hendra Yusran Siri for addressing all the participants of ISF 2023. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with Session 8, Circular Economy Opportunities for a Livable Planet. I would like to kindly invite the moderator for this session, Ms. Anissa Natawijaya, Senior Director, New Operations Strategy at Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. Let's give a warm welcome to Ibu Anissa Natawijaya.
Hello everyone, good afternoon, and thank you very much for the warm welcome. My name is Anissa, and as mentioned, I am the Senior Director for New Operations Strategy at the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. At TBI, we work with policymakers and political leaders across the world in strategy, policy, and delivery, with technology as an enabler across all three. And we are very strong proponents of public sector, private sector collaboration and conversation, and honored to be here to be moderating a very important panel about the circular economy and how we can scale that up for economic growth in Indonesia. I am very excited to introduce our panel today, which I think presents a great mix of public sector and private sector experts. So I will call my fellow panelists to the stage, and then we can get started with the conversation. Would like to be joined by, I think we're still maybe waiting for one speaker, but in the meantime, maybe we can call everyone else first. So we'll be pleased, can I invite Ibu Dia Roro Esti to the stage, together with Jacob Duer, Samir Shadid, Lamin Chandubi. Thank you. Okay, as mentioned, I think we can kick off first, and we will be joined by Ibu Rosa Vivian Ratnawati in a moment. But just to kick off on introductions, to my left, I have Ibu Dia Roro Esti, who is a member of Indonesian Parliament Commission 7 and has been a strong advocate for environmental and pollution management for several years. She represents the district of Gresik and Lamongan of East Java, and she is a member of Commission 7, as I mentioned, overseeing energy, industry, research, and innovation. She is also the co-founder of the Indonesian Energy and Environmental Institute. Following Ibu Dia is Lamin Jandubi, who is an engineer by training with over 15 years of experience working in engineering companies in Siemens as well as in Germany. In his current role as CEO, he is also the business head of Smart Infrastructure and Siemens Energy. And following that, we have Mr. Samir Shadid, who is the president director of Nestlé Indonesia. Samir is an accomplished business executive, with a huge fan base. That's a great support. With extensive experience in the F&B sector, serving markets across Asia, the Middle East, and West Africa. And he has served in multiple roles within Nestlé, from sales, marketing, and business management. And last but not least, we have Jacob, who is the president and CEO of the Alliance to End Plastic Waste, with over 20 years of experience in negotiation, program management on sustainability, environmental, and waste management initiatives. And he currently leads the Alliance and brings industry, government, civil society, and investors to end plastic waste. Prior to this, he worked at the UN Environmental Program. And here we have Ibu Rosa Vivian Ratnawati. Thank you for joining us, Ibu. We'll just let her take her seat. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you. So, Ibu Vivian has extensive experience in a variety of multilateral environmental agreements and was the president of the COP4 of the Minamata Convention in 2022. Her public service contributions, of which there are several, include establishing the Ministerial Regulation 75/2019 with the roadmap on waste reduction by producers. So Ibu, thank you for joining us. We'll kick off the discussion today, which, as mentioned, focuses on scaling up the circular economy for a livable planet. For centuries, traditional economic growth and the traditional economic model has been very much linear, with resources extracted and used to manufacture products and then ultimately disposed. According to the World Resources Institute, more than 100 billion tons of resources, natural resources including minerals, plants, animals, enter the economy every year, yet only 8.6% are recycled and used again. It's anticipated that the use of natural resources will double by 2050 if business continues as usual. So with this in mind, what is the alternative? And that's what we're here to discuss today with regards to the circular economy. And the circular economy is an economic model that's designed to minimize waste and make the most of resources, reducing the need to extract additional resources from the planet. The aim is ultimately to reduce the negative environmental impact of production and consumption, which is pivotal in a world that is very much focused on increasing economic growth. Effective implementation, however, of the circular economy and scaling up of the circular economy requires cooperation from all stakeholders, from policymakers, manufacturers, consumers, and the general public. Effective cooperation is critical in Indonesia, a country rich in biodiversity, as we've just heard from our previous speaker, and it can really result in a win on multiple fronts. It can fuel growth in alternative sectors and help countries contribute to both GDP growth as well as their nationally determined contributions to fight and combat climate change. In Indonesia specifically, it's estimated that the application of a true green and circular economy can also potentially generate 4.4 million additional jobs, with which 3/4, it is estimated, can also help empower women with greater opportunities and greater job opportunities by 2030. So on that point, I think of empowered and powerful women. I would like to start our panel by turning the question to our two female government representatives. And Ibu Vivian and Bu Rosa, you are both coming from different, I think, parts of government, from the ministry and from the parliament. I think we would really like to level set the conversation by understanding, in your experience, how Indonesia has implemented the circular economy in terms of regulation policy, and how you see the progress has been made during your time in your respective roles. And we can maybe start with Ibu Vivian, and then we can turn over to Dia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And sorry, I do apologize for my late, because I have a meeting before. And if we talk about circular economy is one of the approach for waste management that using by Indonesia government right now. We have actually three kind of approaches for waste management. The first is we have approach less waste management. So we reduce to produce waste from our individual. And then the second, we have approach on circular economy that we talk right now. And then the third is the technology approach. And if we talk about circular economy, in Indonesia, 2022 waste generation in Indonesia reached 69.2 million tons. So it's very huge, the amount of the waste in Indonesia. We are doing our best to manage our waste. So before we have a paradigm, actually before the Act number 18, 2008, that we have waste management from cradle to grave, but now it's cradle to cradle. So now it's circular economy. And we have approached also the waste management from upstream to downstream. And circular economy is a part of from upstream to middle stream. So in the upstreams, the first of a key points of circular economy is waste separation from the source at home. And then the second is how to collect the waste after we separate, and then the collection center. And we understand now that the capacity of the local government to have transportation with the separation of waste is not really maximized. So we call it bank sampah or waste bank. And also we have the recycle center for that, like we call it pusat daur ulang or recycle center that Ministry of Environment and Forestry also built in some areas in Indonesia. And we believe that with this we can, push the circular economy more. So we would like to use the waste as the resources, not going to the landfill again. But how we can use that waste? So we have to separate for the first, and then after that we have to create the ecosystem of the circular economy with recycle center, waste bank, and then also the last, we have to also work with the off-taker, because after we collect, but we don't get the off-taker who will buy the waste, so it will be useless. Now, we have already 15%, 15% for the circular economy already work, and then help to reduce the waste in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you. Budia, would you like to add on in your experience?
Thank you very much. Very grateful to be among such distinguished panel. Thank you to the Indonesian Sustainability Forum for the invitation. So going back into the point of circular economy, this, as mentioned earlier, this is basically an addition to the existing economic model in which is very linear, so focusing thoroughly on the production, utilization of goods and services, and then lastly disposal. And so this additional aspect of the circular economy encompasses how certain aspects of the product being produced can be fed back into the economic model, right? And so this is giving an alternative aside from it being disposed completely. And there are several examples in which this is being implemented. I used to study in London, so I studied in Imperial College, and at the time, I remember, this is just a personal example, I would go shopping to H&M, and like many of us would, and in H&M they have this disposable bank, I would say, in which we can put our used clothes into that basket for us to then receive a voucher. And so this, in simple terms, is a direct example of how the circular economy can be incorporated within companies, particularly those pertaining to the textile industry. And recently, I went to Uniqlo in Jakarta, and in Uniqlo, they also have this system in which they utilize used jeans to then produce new products. So new jeans for customers to then buy, right? So this is also another example in which circular economy is being integrated within existing textile companies, whether it be in Indonesia or globally. And when we look at the potential in which the implementation of circular economy has on the development generally, there is a report by Bappenas, the state planning agency of Indonesia, conducted in 2022, highlighting that there are several opportunities here, one of which includes the creation of 14,270 jobs by 2030. And secondly, there is also the potential of decreasing CO2 emissions by more than 1.4 million tons. Thirdly, we are able to then conserve energy by 4.8 million megawatts, and also decrease water consumption by 252,000 cubic meters, and also, most importantly in this case, reduce waste by more than 827,000 tons. So when we focus on the opportunity, it gives us more of an insight to act fast, right? And aside from that, when we speak of the implementation of circular economy in Indonesia alone and generally, there are several, I would say, priority sectors in which should be implementing this, if I can say. So there is the food and beverages sector, so that's the first sector. Secondly, the textile industry, the one that I was explaining to you about earlier. Very simple example, but is very effective in the implementation of circular economy. Also the construction sector and electronic equipment. Recently, I was very honored to be invited into becoming one of the judges for an event. It was called EBTX Convex, basically, which occurred just a few weeks ago, and we were able to see different business models being conducted by the youth. And so we're starting to see so much innovation, and one of the things that, Bappenas in this sense is trying to improve, and this is something us parliamentarians are very much not only aware of, but will strongly push for this to continuously happen, is the fact that there are a lot of innovation by SMEs, or we call it UMKM, yeah, in Indonesia, in which optimizes on the opportunities there is within the sustainability stream. So for example, there was this one company that produced, I'm not sure what it's called, but it's something that you put underneath your glass. A coaster, there we go, thank you. So they would make a coaster, and this is made out of cigarette butts. Thousands of cigarette butts being collected for that to then result in the coaster. And it's very variative in terms of the color as well, and very, very nice, you know. It was a really nice product. And so this is one example in which we were able to see during that innovation center. And also, aside from that, there was also one on recycling systems. This ties back into what Ibu mentioned earlier with regards to how there are innovations being made, because we do see that there is a loophole in which we need to fill, right? There are not only opportunities, but changes in which we need to implement for us to better our waste management system in the country. Right, and so there is this, for example, company called Waste for Change. I remember very strongly at that event, where they're able to collect waste and to then, you know, put it in their recycling systems. And this is an innovation that I believe can be maximized with the government of Indonesia for us to then better manage our waste. Right, so there's a lot of sectors that come into play with our working partner in Commission 7, because Commission 7 actually oversees the energy industry, research, innovation sectors, particularly the Ministry of Industry. They have what's called the Green Industrial Standard, or in Indonesian called Standar Industri Hijau, SIH, and between the years of 2010 to 2019, the Ministry of Industry reported to us in Commission 7 that they were able to give around 895 companies this certificate, and this then increases the competitiveness between industries. And nowadays, sustainability, we're beginning to see that sustainability is something that every country needs to have, whether it be in their practice, whether it be in the implementation of the way that they do business, or can also be the very core in which the business is being run, right? And so this standardization is a means to improve and also give some sort of an incentive for industries that are paying a lot of attention to the sustainability field. And lastly, in KLHK, or the Ministry of Environment, they also have eco-labeling for certain companies or industries in which, again, implement the very essence of sustainability. So we are very grateful for the kinds of innovation that is currently happening in the country, and we do hope that this can then be backed up by policy. Earlier, we heard about how policy gives a direct impact to how businesses are being run, and the Parliament also plays a very crucial role in not only overseeing the implementation of certain policies, but to also keep innovating in terms of what other policy streams is necessary to be implemented for us to, in a maximal way, implement circular economy.
Thank you. That was an amazing overview, and I love the specificity as well of the stories that you mentioned. I think there are several themes that have come out already that we'll deep dive into during the panel. One point on standards, which I think is something that's critical for this general point about how to make sure that initiatives are scalable. But maybe first we can double click a little bit on the trends that we've mentioned. We have heard some great examples from kind of on the ground bin collectors, and how the government has really tried to implement this in practical implementation. And we've heard some great examples about how different private sector companies are also trying to encourage consumers to play a key role in returning used goods and contribute to the waste management cycle. So I'll turn to Jacob now and ask, building on what's been mentioned already, are there any other key initiatives or trends that you see that are helping economies generally? You have a global role in terms of helping transition and really achieve the highest degrees of circularity.
So first of all, it starts with political leadership, and let me congratulate Ivo Rosa and the full government on the leadership role that you have taken on waste management, on circularity, and with the very ambitious targets that you have set for yourself as well. You mentioned about a 30% reduction in waste by 2025, and moving towards 2040, we want to move to as much as, or as low as we can in terms of waste generation, and around plastic pollution, get to zero. So leadership is absolutely fundamental in driving a circular economy as well. You mentioned also some interesting numbers for Indonesia in terms of the waste generation. And going a little bit deeper, only 15% of the waste that's generated on a daily basis in Indonesia is being recycled. So if we really truly want to move to a circular economy, we need to get that number a lot higher. We need to get the waste out of landfills. We need to get the waste that has value out of incineration. And most of all, we need to ensure that the waste that ends up in the environment today does not end up there. Today, it's estimated that around 90,000 tons of waste ends up in the environment at open dump sites or is burned on open burning on a daily basis here. This number contains a lot of value, and it's that value we want to retain through a circular economy. So the Alliance to End Plastic Waste is a global organization, and we call ourselves a do tank in terms of how can we support governments in the implementation of their national policies in relation to waste management, and more specifically on plastic pollution. So here in Indonesia, the Alliance is rather active. We announced last year at the O20 a commitment of $36 million for investment into waste management infrastructure in Indonesia. And we have recently launched our largest program here in the Malang Regency, where we will be putting waste management infrastructure in place for 2.6 million, ultimately resulting in 330,000 tons of waste not ending up in the environment, within which 60,000 tons of that will be plastic waste. And the objective is, as described by Ivo Rosa here as well, is how do we put infrastructure in place by ensuring that the education is provided to the households, that we get the household segregation, that the waste is collected from the households and brought to centralized sorting centers. So everything that has value is taken out and brought back into the circular economy, working with traders and recyclers. I think what's really interesting here is not only can we ensure that we have a clean environment, but we can also retain the value of the plastic and any other material that has waste within, or that has value within the waste stream, within the economy. Just at a global level, if we are looking at plastic waste only, it's estimated that the value of plastic that ends up in the environment, that goes into landfills or open dump sites or into incineration, on an annual basis is somewhere between $80 and $120 billion. Give you a sense of the magnitude and the value that sits in waste, and that's the value that we want to capture. By putting in place a circular economy, we're also creating jobs. So in the Malang Regency, when our systems are up and running, we will have created more than 3,000 new jobs in different parts of that waste management system. So in our mind, circularity is at the core of addressing, on one hand, an environmental issue, a development issue, but also creating new opportunities from an economic perspective and new business opportunities.
Thank you, Jacob. That's, I think that brings up an interesting point where sometimes we position the argument as a trade-off, and we think, economic growth or circular economy, but what we're hearing here is really how the two are hand in hand, and how a truly circular economy is not only bringing about great economic and not only great environmental benefit, but really truly a backbone for economic growth and generation. I think another interesting point, just to go back to some of the comments that Ibu Dia made, were with regards to your priority sectors. And I think it's great that we have actually two representatives from two of the sectors that you mentioned. So that was very well, very well organized. So we'll turn to Samir to maybe share a little bit more about Nestle as a representative from the food and beverage industry, and tell us a little bit more about how you engage your consumers, your suppliers, and your partners in the journey that you've made so far towards a circular economy.
Well, first, thank you very much for having us here on this panel. We're Nestle, the Good Food, Good Life company, and for more than 150 years we've been serving high quality, safe products to millions of households across the world. But today, with this climate change, the good food part is being challenged, and it's at stake. And that's where we have set our ambition that by 2050 we need to be net zero. And with that, we have different milestones where by 2025 we need to reduce our emissions by 20%, and by 2030 to reduce that by half. Now, coming to our sustainability commitments on packaging, and we have also a clear ambition where we want to achieve 95% of our packaging to be recycled, with an ambition to reach 100%. At the same time, we want to reduce our virgin plastic consumption by 1/3, which is very important in this journey. And for that, our approach has three phases, or three areas. One is redesigning our packaging, and then support waste management, and lastly, promote waste wisely behavior among consumers and in the society. And to support this, Nestle has, in 2019, has launched Nestle Institute for Packaging, where this is in Switzerland, where this allows us to use latest technologies and innovation in packaging, and we deploy that across the world, and we work with our packaging partners across the world to have the latest technologies and latest packaging that has circularity in mind. And our packaging development journey here in Indonesia has seen different advances. One, we're the first company that has moved 100% of all our portfolio. We removed the plastic straw, and now we have a paper straw. We launched a major project where it's called Fit for Purpose, where we optimize the size and weight of every single product that we have, and this would reduce virgin plastic usage. We also working on moving multi-layer to mono-layer, where it is more recyclable. And we have conducted several studies on refillable and reusable packaging, and all these have been done here in Indonesia. We also support the development of waste management system across the country, and this is mainly to avoid having the waste ending in landfill, as my colleagues have mentioned before, and this creates this ecosystem and the circular economy that we're talking about. Our ambition in Indonesia is really to collect 100% of what we produce in terms of plastic. And for the last 3 years, we have been able to do that. And hopefully, inshallah, this year we will also be able to collect as much as we have produced. And we've developed 13 material recovery facilities already in Indonesia. We have partnerships with 36 SMEs, and these are, recyclers and collectors. And we're we're a founding member of IPRO, where also we work on policies, how we as an industry can work together, because at the end of the day, it's a collaborative approach. Individuals, we will not be able to achieve much. Last point on promoting waste behavior, wise waste behavior. You know, it all starts with every single individual. We've had in our office, we ask employees to bring the waste from their homes, the unorganic waste, and we manage the recycling of it. We have bins everywhere. It's just a simple example, but that also, you know, with the scale that we have, it also spreads the awareness across the societies. So we have all the will, we have the ambition, but most important, we have the commitment to deliver on our ambition to reach net zero by 2050.
Thank you. That's a great initiative, particularly the bringing that from home. That's amazing. Yeah, some really great examples of just very, I think, tangible, you know, how we can collect waste in day-to-day life, which are coming out. I'll turn now to Lamin for Siemens. Again, a very different industry with complex products with different parts. Tell us a little bit more about, for the technology industry, you know, how you can embed circular economy principles into a global business supply chain, and what do you see as being the key enablers for your success so far?
Thanks a lot for the question, and also thank you very much for the invitation. It's also for me a big honor to be part of this distinguished panel. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, Selamat siang. So for Siemens, as Nestle, for example, is a very long-term thinking company. We are 175 years now producing products. The first time we set foot on Indonesian ground was 168 years ago. So for Siemens, it's an integral part of having sustainability as a key aspect of making business. And therefore, we also have a degree framework. And this is maybe the first introduction to answering your question. I think companies nowadays need to have a framework on how they want to progress on the topic of sustainability. And a lot of that is in our head, is connected now to environment, but it has more aspects to it. Of course, a part of this is decarbonization, a part of this is ethnic, so how can we balance growth and environmental protection? Governments, resource efficiency, but also the equity that we are using, and also the employability of the people in the country. So there is a strong social aspect on the whole topic of sustainability. As long as people need to choose between eating today and protecting in the environment of tomorrow, it will be a very hard choice for the people to make. And I think this is where the cooperation of government and industry can play a crucial role. Both we can deliver tools, and one of the tools and how we can educate ourselves, but also then educate our partner, is trying to drink our own champagne. So we are trying to use the tools of making our company sustainable first in Siemens themselves, and then see what is working and what is not working. So for example, setting our goals, by 2030, we want to massively increase the percentage of reusable metals and plastics, which is not so easy. Jacob knows. It all depends on how clean you can return the material. So when everyone is talking about recycling, in reality, a lot of that is downcycling. So we start, for example, aluminium in a car body, which is very, very clean. The moment you recycle, you will use it not in a car body, but you will use it in another product that is technically, let's say, less clean. And it will end up in basically in a can or something like this. So as a first step, our strategy includes the design of the product. And I think this is something that we learned over the past years, that the key of sustainability and the key of recycling is in the design guidelines that we apply. And this is also in our policy, company policy, is how can we reduce plastics and exchanges into materials that are easier to recycle, but also how can we make sure that the products we are doing, and for example, we do have a factory in Indonesia, how can we disassemble our product, and how can we cleanly separate copper or other materials in a way that they are really reusable in the same sections. Because if we cannot reuse it in the same sections, it will mean we need to refeed always with original material. So these design principles are key, and they are sustained and they are fed by digital tools. Having a design phase means we will need more digital tools, and that digital tools also need to give us an idea of how we will recycle later, and then cooperate basically with all our partners on the recycling side. So I hope that answered the question a little bit, how Siemens is taking this approach.
Yes, thank you. I think one of the points coming out from that is really about how the timing and the sequencing of thinking about circular economy can also very much shape its success, right? And in terms of, you brought out a few points there about one, it has to be in the immediate starting point at the origination of product design. Another really interesting point you mentioned was about the kind of thinking in terms of sometimes circular economy might be seen as a tomorrow issue, as opposed to an immediate issue, like you said, when it's maybe the immediate is how do I put food on the table, or how do I make sure that my livelihoods are secured, or et cetera, et cetera. So I think coming to that latter point, I'd love to now turn back to Ibu Dia. When it comes to this thought about how do you balance economic growth and economic livelihood with this concept of circular economy? Do you have any thoughts about this balance, particularly as Indonesia, as we know, has very ambitious growth and investment and economic targets? And maybe also to pick up on another theme that's come out a lot, especially given the prevalence of SMEs in our economy. How do you see kind of how, with that context, circular economy can feed into longer term economic growth?
Yeah, so there's always this dilemma, right, of either, as you mentioned as well, I think a majority of the Indonesian population are very much still concerned about how they can survive up until tomorrow. And so, but on the other side, which is a much brighter side, is the fact that Indonesia has the potential of becoming one of the largest economies of the world by 2045, 2050, being the fourth largest economy, maximizing on its demographic dividend, right, in which a majority of its population, around 68% right now, are of the productive age between the ages of 16 and 65. And so there's a lot of opportunity, as I mentioned earlier, in which the circular economy sector has on different industries and different lines of business, I would say. And so we do recommend, right, for entrepreneurs to explore this stream of business, given the examples that I mentioned earlier, whether you want to be a solution for the recycling mechanism currently taking place in Indonesia, in which turns out you mentioned around 17% are being recycled effectively. So you can be a solution to this problem, right? Working alongside with the government, because the government in itself cannot do everything as well, right? So there's this, we need the very essence of gotong royong, which is an Indonesian term, meaning collectively working side by side in achieving a target. So when we work together, we can create not only innovation, but then create lines of business that can then contribute to the development of Indonesia as a country. And so this is a line of business in which, you know, presents itself as an opportunity. And aside from that, we do recognize that at the moment, when we talk about the energy sector, for example, right, we are, in Commission 7, we're trying to push this bill on new and renewable energy with the hopes that we can achieve energy transition, we can decarbonize our economy, we can decrease greenhouse gas emissions by 32% in 2030, which is the goal that we have during the COP discussions. And given that the energy sector contributes around 30%, more than 30% of our total emissions. And so, again, going into the point of this being more expensive, we could say, right? For example, we would go to, I represent the district of Gresik and Lamongan, and I would go talk to the communities there. And for them, the most important thing is that the light is turning on. So they don't really care where it's coming from. They don't care about the resource or where the source of energy is coming from, whether it be coming from the sun or from fossil fuels. All they care about is I can afford it, I have access to it, I can make the most of it so I can be productive, right? This is the mindset that a lot of Indonesians have. And with the case of, for example, waste management, it's the same, you know, for them. And sometimes there are certain societies who still need capacity building programs for them to then understand what it means to recycle, right? But this also needs to be backed up with a waste management system that is well equipped to then allow citizens to compile their waste accordingly. Right? And so this is where politics comes into play. I think you can never escape politics because politics is the very essence in which anything happening, whether in Indonesia or countries around the world, there is always a foundation in which things happen, and the very foundation is going back into the point of policy. And so parliamentarians in this regard have a very crucial role in maximizing the types of budget. So they need to allocate more budget, particularly those in Commission 4, which oversees, you know, the Ministry of Environment, where this needs to be allocated for the recycling systems. So waste collection, maybe trucks or carts, right? And how can the government can also then ally with entrepreneurs in this sense. We have existing businesses in this field, and they can also be a solution. Right? And so when we have more and more people being a part of the recycling system, they then contribute to this line of business, which then increases the level of profit, right? And their overall contribution towards the national economy. So it all boils down to demand, given that the supply is ready, right, to be utilized, for that to then be fed back into the economic system. Interestingly, the last point I'd like to speak on is the fact that when we look at the waste composition in Indonesia, I think this maybe explains our character as Indonesians. I don't know, we probably love food. Either we love food or we don't love it enough, because a majority of our waste, around 40.6%, is coming from food. And so, followed by plastic, 17.8%, and then there's wood, plant matter, 13.2%, paper, 11.3%. So maybe you can correct me on some of the data here. But this lastly ties in with the innovation currently taking place in the energy sector. Again, this has a direct contribution to economic growth. Why? Because with the positive trend of economic growth, we are expected to see an increase of energy demand. And energy demand is being fulfilled by several sources of energy, and one of them actually can come from waste. So again, this is an opportunity for business. And there are several waste-to-energy facility sites in Indonesia, one of which includes, for example, one that I have written here is the one in Cilegon in Banten, 2 megawatts. It's still very small, but recently there's been a statistic saying that there's more than 12 currently taking into place. Taking into account that the data from the Ministry of Energy mentioned in 2021, there is around 32.6 gigawatt bioenergy potential in Indonesia, and only 5.7% or 1.9 gigawatt has been realized. So again, there is an opportunity here that can then, going back to the point of how that can contribute to overall economic growth.
Thank you. We were chatting about a similar point in the holding room about keeping the lights on. So I saw my fellow panelists nodding. Jacob, yeah, it all ties back together. Jacob, I wanted to just invite you to, if there's anything that you wanted to comment on, and Samir and Lamin as well, in terms of opportunity. And then we'll have one more point from the panel before we move to Q&A. Thank you.
Just maybe to build on the importance of innovation and entrepreneurship, I think we are seeing in the particular area around waste, plastic waste management, recycling, that there are ideas popping up everywhere, right? From the Alliance perspective, we have seen and worked with a number of startups in Indonesia. They're coming out with new ideas on how to collect, how to recycle the waste after the collection, right? And I think we need to nurture that environment. How can we incubate more startups? Because that's also around economic growth, it's around employment, et cetera, et cetera. In addition to that, we know that the capital is out there, right? We need to talk scale as well. We see private equity increasingly going into this space, impact financing more broadly. The Alliance, we have launched a fund on plastic circularity, where we have attracted more than $100 million at this point in time. And these are the type of investments that they will make into growth opportunities in developing countries around the world, including in emerging economies like Indonesia. So I would say you can't have economic growth without circularity.
Thank you.
And then thank you very much for your comment on the keeping the lights on. And this is not an Indonesian topic, honestly. It's a emerging
global,
country topic, and it's also for the so-called developed countries. Everyone wants to have the light on, and this is where our concern is. Yeah, some people want to keep it on, and some people, especially as you know in Europe with the status that we have at the moment, and other countries just want to have the light on. And I think it's we are obliged to bring solutions to this topic, like hydrogen, like other technical solutions, and then basically to implement. And I also want to comment back on, I don't know who said it, there's a dark and a bright side on the whole thing. And me personally, I was responsible for improving the energy efficiency in factories with the team. And it seemed like an absolutely unsolvable problem. And it was like the first small step. So one of the workers at that time, they were coming to me and he said, why can't we use different sort of lamps? You know, like something small. And I think this is one thing I also invite all the room with, but also the whole panel. I think we need to do the first small steps. And we don't need to have the full solution. So I'm very grateful for the policy in Indonesia and for everyone who's participating. I think we believe in the concept. We do the first small steps, and then the future is not as dark. Sometimes I have the feeling everyone sees everything dark, so there's no reason to do anything. Yeah? So better to start somewhere, and then we see where we end up. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Samir, any inputs from yourself?
Just maybe one point, and looking at the time, I think a lot of focus goes to the closed loop and upcycling, example from bottle to bottle. I think that there is certain attention that needs to be given to the open loop, which is downcycling. And I'll give just an example of using any plastic waste and converting it into. The example I'm using is pellets that we use in our warehouse, where you create a new life for the plastic, and at the same time you reduce your usage of food. I think this is an area where and at the same time it creates a lot of job opportunities across the country. So this is an area where it's not talked on a lot, but I feel it's quite important to focus on it.
Thank you. We've had several interesting examples from coasters to clothes to pallets and lamps. Before we go to Q&A, I'd like to go back to Ibu Vivian.
Can I respond?
To Ibu Vivian, yeah, I would like to ask you about your priorities as well.
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, if we talk about circular economy, the key points from the community and then from the company is from the upstream. Upstream means ourselves. In Indonesia, we have to segregate the waste from our house, from household, and then the second from the producers. The producer means like Nestle, Siemens, and then actually they have mandate, you know, two kind of mandate for them under the Minister of Environment and Forestry Decree number 75 2019 is about the roadmap to reduce the plastic waste from them. The first, they have to redesign the packaging, and then Nestle already been done for this. Thank you very much. And then the second, they have to take back again the packaging that they already use and we use, and then become the waste, and then they have to take it back. We call it extended producer responsibility. But because, now the system not yet established for, you know, the transportation that separate, something like that. So we ask them to help like the waste bank, the collection center, to take back the waste, the packaging, but they, they cannot take back and then only Nestle products, only A products, B products. But they work with the waste bank and then they collect through the waste bank or the collection center, pusat daur ulang, and then we will recognize this, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, that like Nestle, like others producers already work with this, and then they already done with this mandatory from the regulation. And I optimist that we will, Indonesia has the target for this 2025, 100% waste management will be achieved. 30% we have to reduce and 70% we have to handle. So I hope with the help from the DPR, so we can work in this, because like for Ibu Dia, she works with Department of Industry and we, Ministry of Industry, and we really need together work with the Ministry of Industries, because the recycling company, because the companies are under Ibu Dia commission, and then for the waste is under the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, which is in Commission 4. That's all from me.
Thank you. Collaboration is definitely key, as we've heard from this panel. I think we have time maybe for one or two questions, and one question maybe up here, the gentleman at the front, fastest with his hand up. We can get him a microphone. That would be ideal. Thank you. Up, over there, thank you.
Well, terima kasih. Well, my name is Burkhard Hinz. I'm the country director of KfW, the German promotional and development bank being based here in Indonesia. First of all, I also like to congratulate the Indonesian government for taking and addressing the challenges related to solid waste management, moving in the direction of circular economy, but also by addressing the challenges of marine debris. I would say Indonesia is simply too beautiful to be spoiled by waste. But what we also have is, and I like to also address one more issue which has been mentioned about biogas, and give you the example of Germany. In Germany, about 50% of our energy comes from renewables, and 8% is from biogas. Although in Germany the percentage of organic waste is much lower compared to Indonesia. So there's lots of potential, of course. And another issue is that could be a quick win is to close the old dump sites. All these dump sites are evaporating methane gas. And as we know, 1 ton of methane gas equals to 25 tons of CO2. So there's also lots of potential to address climate-related issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have any question you wanted to ask? Or all right, thank you for sharing. Anybody else want to have a question? I see one woman with her hand up there. If you can, or here maybe we have closer and then we can go there. Thank you, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Alif and I have a question for all the panelists here today. So there's already a driving force to push for circular economy in some sectors, and that has been discussed today. But are there any other trade-offs or potential unintended consequences associated to the circular economy changes that we should be mindful of? For example, regarding to the justness or socioeconomic implications of transition, specifically in Indonesia, from linear to circular economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody like to take the first stab at answering that question? You can you?
Thank you very much for the first question or a statement about biogas. Yes, I agree that Indonesia has a very potential for this, and Ibu Dia already mentioned that around 41%, we have food waste. Yeah, that's the problem, that we do not finish our food when we have a meal. Yeah. Now we are in Indonesia. For example, the case of landfill in Sarimukti in Jawa Barat, Bandung, if you have heard that. Yeah, and then we have burning the landfill in Bandung. And then actually that landfill is the regional landfill, TPA, for four districts, Kabupaten Bandung, Bandung Barat, Kota Bandung, and Kota Cimahi. And what is one of the solution? They have to finish their waste in their cities, which is they have to utilize the organic waste, biogas, composting, maggot, etc. Because if they can work with around 40% their organic waste, so the residues only goes to the landfill. That's the first. The second, I would like to also inform you that for the reduction of emission reduction, so we have the policy that in 2030, we will not build again the landfill. So we will not build the landfill or TPA, tempat pemrosesan akhir, because we believe that from TPA, from the landfill, also produce the emission from that. So we have the policy there, and then the medicine is circular economy. So we have to finish our waste from the source, so we don't use again the landfill. Only the residues perhaps will go to the landfill. And then how about the waste that become the mountain in the landfill? So we can use the technology of landfill mining for that. So we will use landfill mining, so we will reduce the waste in the landfill, and then we will not use landfill again in 2030. Thank you.
Thank you. And to answer the second question?
Yeah, so for the second question pertaining to the consequences associated to the implementation of circular economy, firstly, I think when we speak of consequence, right, this basically translates to the need to then change the business model that is currently being run. But I try to not focus on the consequence because this just reminds us that there is more work to be done. But how can we then shift that narrative into thinking about the opportunities that lies ahead when we do focus on the implementation of circular economy? And again, that also is very much correlated to how we can improve waste management systems being conducted, whether in companies, in office buildings, and how that can then translate into good waste management system holistically on a national level. This includes, the garbage trucks be accommodating for this process to be done well, and taking into account what Ibu mentioned earlier with the fact that we're trying to decrease the amount of waste being sent to our landfill. So in the United Kingdom, they have what's called the Waste Directive. This is basically very much in line with the waste management system, and they have a waste hierarchy, right? And within this waste hierarchy, it stipulates that waste being translated and transported into landfills as being the last option. So before going into the landfill, the first thing we have to think about is how can we implement the 3 R's, reduce, reuse, recycle, right? Because their waste management system is, I could say, more in place. And happy to hear also about Germany earlier, right, of how this also translates into the energy sector. But anyway, so it goes into the 3 R's, and there are several other steps, including waste-to-energy facility, of that to then be able to process the amount of waste, until the very, very, very last option is there are several qualities of a product in which we can't do anything about it. And so, like it or not, this has to go to landfill, right? So this is the kind of thinking, management, top-down approach. We need the policy, we need the implementation of policy, we need not only regulation, but also budgeting. Budgeting that is very much emphasized on, waste management. And I will be very happy. This is maybe, Ibu, the consequence of the Ministry of Environment no longer being a working partner of Commission 7. Because before, it was a working partner of Commission 7, so we can tie that in very effectively with waste management, with the industry, with the energy sector. But we are not going to give up, because we have the Green Economy Caucus, Ibu, in DPR, in Parliament, so we can closely ally with you for us to then push the right budgeting for the waste management stream to take place. And lastly, the 3 P's of development, people, planet, profit, is essential. We can thrive into becoming the 4th largest economy, but we can't do that if we don't nurture and take care of our environment. Without a safe and sound environment, people will be affected in terms of their health. They're not able to contribute to the development of the country. And so this is not only our problem here, but it's all of us collectively, and all of us have a role to play in creating and implementing circular economy.
Thank you. Thank you. I think our time is up, but I would just like to say thank you so much to everybody for their very thoughtful comments, real experiences, real examples. And I think it's very clear that in terms of circular economy, I think the panel has showed so much optimism that it's not about consequence or cost, but really about opportunity. So thank you, and I think I'll hand it back to our MC now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Anissa Natalegawa. The name clicks into my mind. What is the relationship with Mr. Martina Talagawa?
There might be some. Thank you.
Well, a fruit does not fall far from the tree, and you remind me of Ibu Sranya. Okay, let's give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And we would like to kindly take a photo together, the moderator as well as all the panelists. Again, we give 2 opportunities. One is the formal pose, and the second, we leave it up to the panelists and moderator to decide which type of pose they wish to do. Okay? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Second pose. What do you want to do? Okay. Sarangyo. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. Ibu Anissa Natalegawa. One more? What is that? Okay, okay. Thank you as well to our panelists, Ibu Rosa Vivin Ratnawati, Dr. Laminde Jendobi, Mr. Samer Shadid, Mr. Jacob Dewar, Ibu Diah Roro Esti Widya Putri. We will continue now with the next program. We will have a keynote speech about the important role of developing countries in the upcoming COP28 conference. We'll wait for a while for the stage to be rearranged. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we invite everyone to be seated once again. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite everyone to be seated. And now I'd like to draw your attention to the screen as we have a recorded video of Director General of COP28 Climate Conference, Managing Director, Dubai Media City, Mr. Majid Al-Suwaidi.
Excellencies, colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this discussion. Allow me to extend my sincere appreciation to the Government of Indonesia, Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment, and Indonesia Chamber of Commerce for hosting this forum. The Indonesia Sustainability Forum is a crucial platform that brings a diverse group of stakeholders together to foster collaboration and partnerships for the green economy transition. These dialogues and exchanges are crucial to the road to COP28. Excellencies, we have less than 90 days until COP28 and the conclusion of the global stocktake. We know this review will tell us we are nowhere near our targets of limiting temperature rise, meeting financial climate needs, or supporting those most vulnerable. This is an urgent need to course correct and close the gaps. That is a responsibility that the COP28 presidency has prioritized since day one. We intend to meet the gaps in implementation with a robust, pragmatic plan of action that drives accelerated, transformative action across the work streams of the Paris Agreement. On the one hand, we will deliver on mandated outcomes, pushing to deliver a fund and funding arrangements for loss and damage, and concluding a global framework for the global goal on adaptation, amongst other elements. And on the other hand, we have announced a set of priorities under our COP28 action agenda. This agenda is premised on the UAE vision for bold, transformative action and is intended to close the gaps through practical, real-world results for the economy. Allow me to elaborate. First, priority one is to addressing rising emissions by fast-tracking a just and orderly transition. In building out the energy system of tomorrow, the world can ensure energy security and economic growth, while simultaneously adopting low-carbon energy alternatives that support climate action. At the heart of this is a call to triple renewables, double energy efficiency, invest in decarbonization, and build out the market for clean hydrogen. And core to this will be working together with public and private partners to ensure that critical finance and technology is available for developing countries, including Indonesia, to implement that transition. No one can be left behind. Second, we intend to fix climate finance by delivering on old promises and setting the framework for a new deal on finance. Finance is the critical enabler of climate action, but to unleash its power, climate finance must be affordable, available, and accessible to everyone who needs it, particularly developing countries, if we are to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement. Emerging and developing countries need more than $2.4 trillion of annual investment by 2030. Climate finance arrangements need to transform to deliver at this scale, to work better as a system and support finance mobilization directed to developing countries at unprecedented levels. A new financial architecture will require stronger international institutions that work better as a system, and we need MDBs to release more capital for climate action in developing countries. We also need to develop innovative solutions that move private capital at scale for developing countries. To accelerate progress, we need to reform and harmonize regulatory systems, including...
Ladies and gentlemen, we will stop this video because this is a very important message, and we wish you to kindly listen to what is being mentioned by Mr. Majid Al-Suwaidi. We ask distinguished ladies and gentlemen to be seated, please. May we request everyone to be seated, please. We are also graced by the attendance of His Excellency, the Ambassador of Kuwait to Indonesia. Thank you so much, sir, for attending this auspicious occasion. Can we ask the organizers to help so that everyone can please take their seats? Again, this is a very important message. So we would like everyone to be seated. Please take your seats, or if you wish to communicate, you can do this outside of the venue. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite you to listen to a keynote speech, the important role of developing countries in the upcoming COP28 conference. Here is a recorded video by Director General of COP28 Climate Conference, Managing Director, Dubai Media City, His Excellency Mr. Majid Al-Suwaidi.
Transition finance and disclosure of climate-related data and unlock voluntary carbon markets. The COP28 presidency is pushing for an inclusive climate summit, and more on this in a moment, with the intention of bringing together policymakers and private sector partners. These are partnerships that need to exponentially expand, and if we are to unlock the trillions of dollars required for real results. Third, we're putting nature, people, lives, and livelihoods at the heart of climate action. Parties and observers have been unequivocal about the urgency of investing in our people and in nature to respond to the impacts of climate change. The COP28 outcomes on adaptation and loss and damage will aim to advance real actions towards building resilience and contributing to sustainable development, including by driving enhanced adaptation finance. Equally important this year will be the operationalization of the new fund and funding arrangements for loss and damage established in Sharm el-Sheikh. Beyond the negotiations, the COP28 action agenda will put a human face on policy choices and focus on delivering holistic outcomes on nature, food and agriculture, health, water, and relief and recovery. We must reconcile the increasingly evident health impacts brought on by climate change. We must make our food and water systems more resilient to climate impacts for the well-being of our entire global population. We must boost support for sustainable Build Back Better relief and recovery, including implementing early warning systems. And we must leverage the power and potential of nature-based solutions. On this point, I must recognize the efforts of Indonesia. To protect its vital ecosystem, Indonesia is home to an estimated 20% of the world's mangroves, and huge swathes of the rainforest offering immense carbon sequestration opportunities and rich ecosystems for biodiversity. COP28 wants to elevate nature-based solutions, and we look forward to learning from the experience of countries such as yours. Fourth and finally, we are committed to mobilizing for the most inclusive COP ever. Since the very outset, we've been clear that a planetary dilemma requires a planetary response. And we have neither the luxury of time nor the abundance of resources to leave anyone or any sector on the sidelines. Everyone who can support must be empowered to do so. As such, inclusion will be the foundation of our presidency. The tool that will enable us to collectively achieve ambitious outcomes at COP28. And we are not only extending the invitation far and wide to all sectors and stakeholders, but we are making sure that the actual setup of the conference facilitates dialogue across and between groups. This includes hosting philanthropic and business leaders simultaneously and in parallel to the World Leaders Summit. It includes asking delegations to bring young people in their delegations, as well as rolling out the Youth Delegates Program to empower youth engagement from LDCs, SIDS, and underrepresented groups. And it includes bridging the divide both literally and figuratively between the blue and the green zone to encourage better cooperation and dialogue between civil society, business, and policymakers. Excellencies, colleagues, the results of all of this, we hope, will be a platform that reignites optimism and hope while facilitating collective and transformative action. We have no time left for division, no time left to withhold valuable resources or technologies. We have just 7 years to close the emission gaps, and even less time to protect those most vulnerable, who are facing ever stronger, ever more frequent climate impacts. This is the time to pivot implementation and to really address the challenge with the full weight of our global community, leveraging every resource, every expertise, and every partnership possible. We hope you will join us in making COP28 a success. I thank you again for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today.
Let's give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Majid Al-Suwaidi with his recorded video. And next, we will have a person who will talk about Kadin Net Zero Hub. This is a platform about Kadin's commitment, the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, in actioning towards net zero. So Kadin Net Zero Hub, Indonesian business stakeholders' commitment in actioning net zero. May I invite Mr. Anthony Utomo, Vice Chair, Permanent Committee on Policy, Regulation, Energy, Natural Resources Division of Kadin, Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Please give a round of applause.
Good afternoon, Excellencies. His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Salem Obaid Al-Daheri, Ambassador of the United Arab Emirates to the Republic of Indonesia and ASEAN. Thank you for your presence, Your Excellency. All the distinguished guests, ladies, gentlemen, and speaker. It is a pleasure to be with everyone today at Indonesia Sustainability Forum, Indonesia's preeminent annual sustainability event of the year. Firstly, I would like to congratulate Indonesia for hosting for the first time this momentous gathering. Over the course of the past 2 days, the Indonesia Sustainability Forum has brought together leading investors, donors, project developers, and thought leaders across systems to accelerate the region's green growth. It is with the same philosophy that I would like to introduce the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce, or Kadin Net Zero Hub. As we all have realized, Indonesia has announced ambitious commitments on global climate change initiative. This commitment to environmental sustainability is exemplified by ambitious target, achieving net zero emissions by 2060, slashing greenhouse gas emission by 29 to 41% by 2030, removing 540 million tons of CO2 from the atmosphere by 2050, and actively working towards creating a net carbon sink for forest and land use by 2030. We have also pledged to tackle the significant funding gap that poses a big challenge to climate actions worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, the Khadi Net Zero Hub was first initiated from the realization that sustainability is no longer optional. Sustainability is no longer a game of shame. The business community realization that acting on climate will not just be an economic cost, but rather be an opportunity to unlock new and better forms of growth. As I always share to my colleagues, this is a new era for new economy. For Indonesia alone, there is around 200 to 250 billion in potential value creation in Indonesia with health, social and environmental benefits. This is happening all around the world. The number of global companies with net zero commitments has almost doubled every year since 2015, tallying up to 790 plus companies in 2021. Last February, I went to Davos and I met with Luis, the chair of SBTI, and he was overwhelmed with so many companies are pledging to decarbonize themselves, ranging from main driver industries such as oil and gas, chemicals, steel and automotive sectors, up to consumer goods and financial services. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot afford to be late in translating our realization into action. This is why the Khadi Net Zero Hub was established. We want to place the business community here in Indonesia to be at the forefront of climate action for a net zero future. As a hub, we believe that for Indonesia to realize its full green growth potential, we don't have time to reinvent the wheel. Hence, the Net Zero Hub aims to do 5 things. Number 1, build awareness to raise ambition of businesses in their net zero journey. Number 2, encourage commitments to translate realization into action. Number 3, connect businesses to learn from each other what works and what can be replicated. Number 4, connect business with the right partners to action their plan. And lastly, to celebrate each other's successes in our sustainability effort. It is a pleasure to be with everyone today. Today, Khadi Net Zero Hub is a home to 70 company members across Indonesia. In collaboration with WRI, IBCST and CDP Indonesia, our members have participated in the Net Zero Hub's corporate assistance programs, which aims to encourage companies to commit to their net zero pledge based on science-based target initiative. And number 2, provide technical assistance for corporates to account for their scope 1, 2, 3 emissions. In addition to this, we are also actively sharing knowledge on opportunities for net zero solutions across sectors. Together with Systemic, the Khadi Net Zero Hub is developing the Breakthrough Effect ASEAN report, which aim to identify positive tipping point for low carbon solutions in the region, collectively answering where are the opportunities for breakthrough in net zero solutions in ASEAN. What are the conditions that countries, companies, investors should target to trigger tipping points for this net zero solution? These tipping points cover opportunities in high emitting sectors from solar and storage outcompeting natural gas and coal to electric vehicles, being the main technology in road-based urban public transportation, to ships running on green ammonia produced with green hydrogen. Reaching for tipping points can help on many fronts. It can create the investment conditions to help mobilize more capital for sustainable development. We should be investing 2.4 trillion per year in net zero solutions in emerging economies, and developing countries exclude China. But not now, we are only reaching 20% out of that target. If we can get more net zero solutions to outcompete high carbon solutions, we can scale investment flow, create new green jobs, and build economy resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can tell from our work, our focus in Khadi Net Zero Hub is to catalyze collective action across businesses, government and civil society to accelerate Indonesia's effort to be net zero by 2060 or earlier. We want the business community to embrace and initiate their net zero journey because this is a non-negotiable journey that everyone will need to take for their prosperity. We hope models of private sector action like the Kadin Net Zero Hub can be replicated across the ASEAN countries, placing the business community at the forefront of the region's net zero journey, spearheading climate action in ASEAN. With the collective effort of all of you in this room, we can accelerate the transition into a net zero economy. Merdeka, thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Anthony Utomo. Congratulations to Kadin Net Zero Hub. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start with Session 9, Advancing Carbon Capture to Reverse Carbon Emissions. We would like to greet His Excellency, Mr. Abdullah Salim Obaid Al-Daheri, Ambassador of the United Arab Emirates to the Republic of Indonesia and ASEAN. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing us with your attendance. And I would like to invite our moderator for Session 9, Mr. Marco Lakovic, Managing Director and Partner of BCG Singapore. This is his second job as a moderator.
Good afternoon to everyone, and at the risk of being repetitive, considering that I had the opportunity to moderate the panel in the morning as well, my name is Marko Lackovic. I'm a managing director and partner for BCG in Singapore, spending a lot of time in Jakarta, Indonesia, and very happy and privileged to be the moderator of this very, very important session titled Advancing Carbon Capture to Reverse Carbon Emissions. And of course, this session wouldn't be possible without the fantastic organizer. So thank you so much for the invitation, but also the fantastic panel of speakers. And let me introduce one by one. So we start from Professor Tetsuya Watanabe, who is the president of Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. Please, Professor. We continue with Ms. Carol J. Goh, president of ExxonMobil, Indonesia. I would love to invite Mr. Som Shantanu, President of Engineering of GE Vernova, who is experienced with more than 30 years of experience, including the CCUS. And Mr. Shinji Kobayashi, President Director, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. Thank you for joining us. As we know, Indonesia has very ambitious decarbonization target. Also, the starting point is actually not very promising, considering that we have a lot of mitigations actually to do. CCUS is definitely one of the technologies which is emphasized as a potential solution. However, we always need to be mindful when is the right time for CCUS, and whether CCUS is only a placeholder solution because we don't have any other solutions, or CCUS is actually a viable solution in the context of Southeast Asia and in the context of Indonesia, because everything at the end of the day also depends on what is the cost of abatement as well. Indonesia is blessed with a phenomenal geological potential which can actually be leveraged to capture and store carbon emissions permanently. And this potential is actually very, very large. So in Southeast Asia, it's about 400 gigatons of CO2 of a storage potential. In Indonesia is a fraction of that, but of course, a very important element in the decarbonization. However, this is not a guarantee of the implementation of CCUS in Indonesia and broader in Southeast Asia. It needs to be unlocked with a combination of multiple elements, multiple accelerators. We have mentioned in the previous sessions many of them. for example, financing, policies, government incentives, and of course, cross-sectorial collaboration. We will aim at this session to discuss some of these unlocks and also to discuss how Indonesia can be positioned as a leader in the CCUS, both technology-wise but also implementation-wise. Each of our distinguished panelists have experience in CCUS, I would say deep connections, either directly or through the organizations they represent. So Professor Tetsuya Watanabe, AREA is one of the leading economic think tanks that actually supports the regional economic integration process among ASEAN member countries. And you have been studying and publishing multiple reports, actually on CCUS technology and opportunities. Ms. Carroll and ExxonMobil. ExxonMobil, we all know, signed head of agreement with Pertamina for development of CCS technology, which was a fantastic news, congratulations, at the sideline of the G20 summit. And currently you're working with Pertamina to develop a CCS hub in Indonesia to support Indonesia to achieve net zero ambitions. We would love to hear about how this effort is progressing. Mr. Som, GE Vernona is a leading power solution provider, not only in renewables and conventional technologies, grid, but also in the CCUS. We would love to hear from you on the technology side. What is the cutting edge information that you will bring to the table? And Mr. Shinji Kobayashi, Mitsubishi Heavy Industry has actually embarked on multiple CCS projects around the world, including the entire CO2 actually value chain, including the capture, including the transportation, including the storage. And you are also one of the global leaders in so-called post-combustion capture. That would be very interesting to address as well, especially how to remove the CO2 from different types of exhaust sources, which is very important for Indonesian context as well. However, in order to start the discussion, I would actually point the first question to Professor Tetsuya as the president of Economic Research Institute of ASEAN and East Asia. Your report on the carbon neutral solutions in ASEAN actually highlights the importance of having a tailored technology solutions in line with the specific circumstances of each and every of the countries for achieving carbon neutrality. So we obviously need to have tailored solutions. And in this context, it would be interesting to find out two things. The first one, what are the opportunities of CCUS, both in Indonesia and Southeast Asia? And the second one, in order to unlock the potential, what do we actually need to do or to develop in Indonesia to accelerate our efforts?
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and Mr. Markovits. First, I'd like to point out this region, Southeast Asia and Indonesia in particular, quite different from other parts of the world. This is a growth region and the center of the growth, so we need to continue to grow, increase the energy consumption significantly in order to sustain our growth. ASEAN's GDP growth is 5% annually, so need more consumption energy. That's the reality. So it's quite different from other parts of the world. So in this growth trajectory, you can maybe manage this triangular by deploying the renewable energy. In fact, solar and other renewable energy is costing down quite significantly, and so economically very viable in this region too. But in ASEAN and Indonesia, current energy system heavily depend on the thermal power plants, so on fossil fuel infrastructure. Almost 80% in this region is the fossil fuel infrastructure. And in particular, vintage of the power plant is quite young in this region. So the challenge here is how we can decarbonize this portion of base load coming from thermal power plant and fossil fuel infrastructure. That's the challenge. So then we need, CCS, CCUS, obviously. We have to reduce the carbon emission from today, not 10 years from now. That's a challenge. So, but Indonesia, as you mentioned, the fundamentals for successful deployment of carbon capture and carbon utilization and carbon storage due to the storage capacity, oil and gas field, and human resources, learning experience from so far in the upstream industries, and the regulatory framework and institutional capacity. So there is a huge potential in Indonesia and other parts of ASEAN for decarbonizing using CCUS and CCS. And for example, Indonesia has successfully implemented a bigger EOR, enhanced oil recovery in Duri, and acid gas reinjection CHEPU. So that was, these are quite successful. So important thing from now is how we can expand that kind of activities and make it more efficient and more viable and more scalable. That's a challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Tetsuya. This angle of importance to decarbonize a growing economy is actually critical, because we can't revolutionize energy sector by replacing everything with the renewables. So we obviously need to have some kind of a base load, at least in power. And here, partnerships are extremely important. So I would like to point the question to Ms. Carol. I'm looking at you vis-a-vis the partnerships which you started to foster in Indonesia. So Pertamina pops to mind, but there are many others. So both the partnerships in Indonesia, in ASEAN, but also global partnerships. What is the secret sauce of this success? And how do you actually see this as something what accelerates the CCUS itself?
Yeah, let me start by congratulating Indonesia for such an amazing event. Not just today, but yesterday. This has been such an inspiring forum. And we've talked a little bit about CCUS. I wanna draw the distinction between CCS and CCUS. And I'm sure most of you here in the audience are fluent with the terminology. We, ExxonMobil, are firm believers that CCS is an essential technology. And CCS, if you're not too familiar with this, it's about capturing emissions from areas where we have a lot of emissions, for instance, industrial areas, for instance, manufacturing, plants, refining, power generation. So take the emissions from these sectors, transport the emissions to a hub, and inject those emissions deep under the ground. So that's CCS. And that's what we're looking into globally, we ExxonMobil, including Indonesia. By contrast, CCUS is about taking emissions and injecting them into oil and gas reservoirs to improve the oil and gas production. We, ExxonMobil, are not looking at CCUS in Indonesia. So what we're looking into, we ExxonMobil in Indonesia, is a CCS hub where we would take emissions from any sector that has a problem with its emissions, transport the emissions, and putting them deep under the ground. And that may sound a little bit daunting for some of you who are not too familiar with technology, but I can tell you that in the oil and gas industry, this type of concept is proven. In fact, if you look worldwide, there are more than 30 existing CCS projects which are active. The first very well-known CCS project, or the one that's mentioned all the time, is Sleipner in Norway in the mid-90s. And so all of that to say that that technology is proven. We're very confident that we can make it work. So to come back to the importance of collaboration, it's actually essential. If you think about it, we take emissions from industrial regions and we inject in that under the ground. Not all countries around the world can have CCS. It takes special geology. It takes special rocks under the ground to take the CO2, the emissions. Indonesia is blessed to have the right rocks, the right geology, but not all of the countries around the world have the right rocks and the right geology. Now, unfortunately, all countries around the world have emissions. And so if we want to be able to reduce emissions worldwide, and we've got to bear in mind that emissions don't have borders, if we want to reduce emissions worldwide, we're going to have to connect emissions from any country with the CCS hubs in the countries that can have CCS. And for that to happen, we need collaboration between countries, and we need collaboration between all of the stakeholders. And, you know, just to quote Pak Luhut yesterday, I think he was on this stage, and he had a slide that resonated with me. He said, a failure of a single nation is a failure of the whole world. And I think when it comes to emission, it's a little bit of that. Everybody has a problem with emissions, and we all need to work together to find a solution.
Thank you so much. Indeed, the partnerships are essential within the country and among the countries, especially between the countries which don't have the right rocks and the export of the CO2, which is becoming now an interesting topic to the countries which have the right rocks as well. Let's shift a little bit to the technology. So we have Mr. Som here who knows everything about it. So maybe one simple and one a little bit more complicated question. So simpler one is the role of the technology in the acceleration of the deployment of the CCS. And one which is maybe a little bit more complex one, considering that your portfolio also includes the renewables and the hydro and the gas. How the development of CCS technology actually affects the other technologies, especially when it comes to the commitments in deployment of the renewables. Because sometimes CCS comes as an interesting placeholder for the abatement without actually knowing exactly how to do that, instead of maybe starting tomorrow with the renewables. Please.
No, Marco, thank you for your question. Good afternoon, everybody, and I'll echo Colin. I think I need to thank ISF for this amazing platform. When you guys have created a platform where you're pulling not only Indonesia, but quite a bit of ASEAN as well into this. So thank you for that. Going back to your question, Marco, whether carbon capture is competing renewables or is it complementing renewables? I think a straight answer would be it is complementing renewables, and here is why. If you look at the global numbers, right, the emission that we have today is about 34.2-ish gigaton every year. 36% comes from power. You take that, go into Asia. Asia is about 55% of the global emission. We do 19 gigaton a year. 47% of that comes from power. So clearly, power is on the top of the chart where we need to do something. Now, in the power side of the world, we do use an index, which we call carbon intensity index. And it's basically a ratio of how much CO2 you emit versus how much kilowatt hour you produce. And when you look at the index and try to weigh in technologies, for sure, renewable has a huge edge to that. It's a no-brainer, right? But when you try to compare what renewables can do and what conventional needs to do as this transition happens, there's a story to it. And I think we need to learn from some of the countries who have embraced renewables way ahead too much. I think that's the cluster that we need to learn from before we say how much renewable. And here's why I think so. If you look back 6 years from now, 7 years from now, on the global events that are happening, blackouts, power failures, grid failures, calamities, about 60 plus of them, if you look, 56% comes from power failures. I'm too old enough. When I was grown, yes, there were countries where power was not enough, but power failures, unknown power failures, were not very common. It has started becoming common. And when you dissect that into data points, what we see is renewables, they don't get directly connected to the transmission system of the grid. There is a lot of statics or solid state devices which sit between the generating unit and the grid. Grid needs shock absorber like any car. As you run the grid, should there be any emergency, you need a solid mass on the grid which will absorb the shock. Conventional power, gas especially, because we know what the story about coal is, gas has that ability, the rotating mass, which will act as a spring. Should the grid go up and down, it can adjust. When you have too much renewables, 80% renewables, 20% gas, questionable. Now we went back to, and it's an interesting dialogue, we had a discussion with TNB from Malaysia. We were trying to understand, hey, you are going ahead and putting 60% renewable as install base. Do you think you're going to put 60% on grid deployable? They're like, well, we have done a power system study. It tells me that the moment I go beyond 24%, I'm at the tipping point. I'm just waiting for a trigger to happen, and my grid will collapse. So I cannot add more than 24%. I have to keep it below. So what happens to the other asset? The other assets then can probably be used in producing greener fuel that can be used into gas. And so going back to where we started, I think it's a complementary technology because conventional, especially gas, will stay. We would need not only a fuel management, which is carbon neutral, but also a way to capture the CO2 that we are emitting, be it back end, be it at the fuel producing end.
Thank you so much for the answer. While you were speaking, I was thinking whether CCUS actually provides the inertia in the grid. So it's a good combination. People say that gas is a transition state, but in many countries in Southeast Asia, it will also be a target state as well, especially for the next 50 years. So fully agree. CCS is a technology which primarily requires scaling in order to actually be an important element in the decarbonization. So Ms. Carroll mentioned 30 projects. We need many, many, many more. So asking Mr. Shinji here, from his experience in Mitsubishi Heavy Industry, we know that you have many successful projects, even some of the projects in Indonesia. Can you share a little bit more what is your view on scaling and what is necessary to scale CCS technology and implementations primarily here in Indonesia, but also broader?
Thank you very much for Warko to give me a very good opportunity to present, to talk about carbon capture in front of the distinguished guests and speakers. Okay, come back to your question. I think scaling up technologies can help first to lower costs, which will incentivize adoption of CCS solutions. In case of MHI, we have various solutions across the value chain of CO2 to meet customer needs. One example is the carbon capture. MHI is a global leader in post-combustion capture with a 70% market share in the world. Our chemical process removes CO2 from different sources with a wide range of volumes. And we have supplied to Petronova carbon capture project in the United States. It is the world's largest post-combustion CO2 capture project with 5,000 tons per day capacity from coal-fired power plant. Also, we launched first compact CO2 capture system in Japan last year. It is a modular type system, and that helps to lower the costs and also shorten the lead time for implementation and also increase access to carbon capture solutions across various industries. Another example is, sorry, it's okay? Okay, another example is CO2 transportation. We have developed liquefied CO2 ships, and it facilitates cross-border carbon trading to promote efficiency in transportation of CO2. Now we are working to use this ship for transportation of ammonia as well as liquefied CO2. So we can use this ship to transport, for example, blue ammonia from some country to another country for power generation. And in return, the ship can transport CO2 from the country to the original country for storage. I think this kind of attempt will further enhance efficiency in transportation of CO2. And besides technical solutions, we also need regional and international networks for CCUS and also strong policy support to scale up carbon capture applications to generate impact. Talking about CCS networks, when local industry players from shared CCUS network, the costs and investment risks goes down, and potential to reduce carbon emission among industry's players will go up. So the regional and international CCS hub will maximize CO2 storage potential in this region. And also policy support will provide direction to encourage investments which lead to early adoption. Providing financial incentives will encourage CCUS adoption. So in this sense, the establishment of the Indonesian carbon trade market will be a good start. Okay, I think it welcomes trading carbon credits certified under international standards and give some source of finance for CCS projects. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So it seems that the technology across the whole value chain is actually critical because only with the storage part we will not be able to resolve a lot. So we need to focus also on the transportation. We have talked a lot about unlocks in the technology, in the unlocks in the partnerships. However, we have not talked about the challenges. And Professor Tetsuya has actually published a report which actually talks quite a bit about the challenges of the CCS, not only in Indonesia, but in Southeast Asia as well. Being very mindful that we need to do the average, Indonesia from Southeast Asia. Professor Tetsuya, if you can share any insights, what do you see as the challenges, but maybe even more as the solutions?
Thank you very much. Our institute area recently published a report on the CCUS and what are the opportunities and what are the challenges and what will be the maybe solutions. And number one is, of course, we need to have appropriate regulatory framework, monitoring risks and providing safety And that kind of basic fundamental regulatory framework will be needed. That's number one. Number two, make it economically scalable and feasible and viable. So in order to do that, you need the appropriate market framework to make the cost of CCS and CCUS viable. For example, in the US and in Europe, they have they introduce incentive mechanism, policy support, financial support, like or tax credit, like in the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States, for example. And so, and another thing is maybe another thing for market framework is a carbon trading system and carbon pricing. So that by introducing carbon markets and carbon pricing, you can trade emission of carbons. So without that kind of market framework, you cannot make it economically viable. That's a very important thing. And regarding Indonesia, Indonesia just recently introduced the basic regulatory framework for CCUS. So that's a very good step forward. So I would, if other countries in the region can follow suit, that would be very good first steps for expanding CCS and CCUS in the region. And at the beginning of our discussion, we discussed collaboration and partnerships. And just sort of, I mean, PR exercise of our institute. I'm sorry to say that, but area, a couple, back in 2019, we launched Asia CCUS network. The objective network is, of course, providing a knowledge platform for different stakeholders in this region. We engaged with over 200 partners from government, policymakers, investors, and academia and businesses from this region. So we very much would like to work together and outreach different stakeholders in this region and other parts of the world. Thank you very much.
So Professor Tsui actually mentioned something which is quite interesting, and these are the carbon markets and maybe even the role of the carbon tax, which generally has a role in acceleration of any decarbonization, and which is a big, I would say, sobering mechanism for anybody who looks at the decarbonization as a cost, because in that case you get direct benefit of avoidance of the carbon tax. So looking from the perspective of the markets and the attractiveness of the markets, one question to Mr. Shinji. So Mitsubishi Heavy Industry has a lot of experience across very different markets, not only in Asia, but also in the Western world. So how attractive is the CCS market in Indonesia itself? And how would you generally compare the CCS markets in this part of the world and their development to some trajectory which you see maybe in the States or in the Western world in Europe?
Okay. So first of all, Indonesia has a huge potential for CO2 storage. That means Indonesia has substantial business and investment opportunities for CCUS. And also the good thing is, Indonesia government acknowledged that the importance of CCUS. So it is in the critical part of the net zero target, and also the part of the Indonesia's energy transition policy. In fact, Indonesia is the first APEC nation that issued CCUS regulations. And also I understand Indonesian government is now elaborating to update the regulations to support more business activities regarding to CCUS. So I think these efforts will help to provide clarity and direction. So, sorry, my Siri was responding to me. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, so these efforts will, help to provide clarity and direction for CCS implementation in Indonesia, and provides guidance to establishment of cross-border CCS hub in Indonesia. However, I see there are global directions to drive CCS momentum for both developed and developing countries. However, in developing countries, it is, I see insufficient financial incentives that have deterred companies in CCS adoption. So CCS solutions are not deployed at the required pace and scale. That is true. So to overcome this, there must be economic viability of implementation through technology development, also cost-sharing collaborations, and also funding support from public and private sectors. So, as I said, while the Indonesian carbon trading market has very positive effect, however, additional incentives such as cap and trade or carbon tax or tax incentives are essential to ensure smooth energy transition while maintaining economic growth of Indonesia. But I believe CCS solutions has a huge potential to help energy transition in Indonesia. Currently, Indonesia heavily depends on the coal. Roughly 60% of its electricity comes from coal. While it is important to introduce, shut down very old coal-fired plant and introduce renewable energy and also try to decarbonization efforts, but we need to understand that energy transition takes time and also requires huge investments. So the important thing is to utilize existing assets, such as installing carbon capture solutions at the existing coal-fired plant to achieve smooth energy transition toward carbon neutrality. So this implementation needs economic feasibility. So more financial support is required to accelerate this kind of CCS adoption that has allowed this country to continue utilizing existing infrastructure to meet its energy and economic growth needs while reducing emissions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shinji. So in a way, if we make it economically viable, investors will come, start investing in CCS. Looks quite simple. It's a question to Ms. Carroll. Of course, the role of the regulation and the policies is critical. But if you had a chance to change, or maybe to suggest changes in Indonesian regulation and policies, what would be the main directions, or maybe the learnings from the Western countries that we could bring here?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. And the first thing I would say is I fully agree with you that regulations and policies are critical when it comes to CCS. I mean, if you think about it, it takes regulations and policies to be able to inject CO2 under the ground. And those regulations and policies don't exist everywhere in all circumstances. Take Indonesia, for instance. Indonesia, by the way, is doing a fantastic job putting in place the right regulations. And a good sort of indication of that is the regulations we had earlier this year that allow us to do CCS in oil and gas producing areas. Fantastic regulations. Now, what we need to go one step further is to be able to inject CO2 in non-oil and gas areas. And those regulations, as of today, don't exist. We're hoping that they're imminent in Indonesia, but they're critical in the context of a CCS hub. Because if you look at the storage capacity in Indonesia, most of the storage capacity where you can put the emissions under the ground is not in oil and gas producing areas. It's outside of oil and gas areas. And for that reason, those regulations and policies are critical. So that's one. You know, those policies can really be the trigger for CCS to take off in a country. And again, Indonesia is doing a good job. We're just waiting perhaps on the next set of regulations, which will be even more impactful and transformational for the country. But beyond those regulations that allow you to inject CO2 under the ground, what you need also is sort of safety regulation, a regulatory framework to make sure that the injection is done properly. All of that needs to be worked still. And then you may need some financial incentive or fiscal incentive, because what sort of tax do we pay when we inject CO2 under the ground? None of that is defined as of today. And so we still have a journey to go from a regulatory and policy perspective. We've talked a little bit about carbon tax. That needs to be in place to try to get people to be incentivized to deal with their emissions. Hopefully nobody will pay carbon tax because people will have a solution for their emissions. But the carbon tax is essentially the stick that gets people to do the right thing and try to find a solution for their emissions. And again, that's the type of policies that we're going to have to put in place. I will say, again, Indonesia is definitely on the right track, we think. It's a competitive sphere. In other words, you know, the investors will want to go in areas where the policies are the most competitive. And so it's really important for governments around the world, including Indonesia, to think about that and think about how it can position itself to be competitive in the region. Slow movers may not get the chance to implement CCS, and so I know it's a mountain to climb. It's a lot of policies that need to come up quickly. These are legacy policies. They're things that may not exist today, and so it's a little bit of a big ask, but Indonesia's on the right track and we're encouraged.
Thank you so much for these encouraging words, and fully agree on the policies themselves. If the framework is not here, then the investors will not be as motivated maybe investing in CCS versus some other technologies which are competing with CCS from the funding point of view and the returns as well, from the pure investor point of view. So if we put again technology hat and the innovation hat, and if we take a look into the future, sometimes we speak about CCS as something which is not immediate future, so something which will come 10, 15, even 20 years time. And that's why I use the word placeholder, abatement placeholder. So when you don't know how to decarbonize the last miles, then you have typically green hydrogen and CCS as the jokers which you can put out as the wild cards. Maybe question for Mr. Som, technology innovation will be critical here also in managing the cost of CCS. How do you see that development? And maybe also the role of the localization of the R&D and the manufacturing actually in the parts of the world, even like Indonesia, in order to accelerate this kind of development?
So, no, thank you for that. I think what I'll do is I'll unpack it into two baskets, one being the capture itself, and the other being transportation storage. And transportation storage is slightly beyond me. I'm not so deep into it. But when you look at the capture, it's essentially those 4C, right? You cool it, you capture it, you extract or collect it, compress it. Now you got a liquid carbon dioxide ready to be transported. There are a couple of headwinds and tailwinds on the capture process itself. Today we are still using the age-old liquid solvent amine technology. When you get into that, definitely real estate is a headwind. Efficiency hit is a headwind. When you're talking of combined cycle, you need steam, you need auxiliary power to go ahead and do that entire capture process. A typical math that we have is about 1.4 gigawatt combined cycle plant. We would easily eat up 6% to 7% of the efficiency, combined cycle efficiency. That's big. Number two is the density of CO2 that comes out of your flue gas. When you talk of a coal power plant versus an industrial natural gas refinery versus a combined cycle power plant, the densities are way too different. It's a lot economical and makes sense to put it on a coal plant way upstream into a natural gas refinery than a combined cycle plant today where the carbon dioxide intensity is 3 to 5% on the stack. Now you got to think about how do I make this more intense, because I run it through the amine process and I'm not extracting enough, I'm losing on my efficiency. So now, when you lay all this up, you got to think about, is there a way I can recirculate the air or a flue gas? We call it an EGR technology, where you're actually you're making the flue gas more dense in CO2, essentially optimizing the amine process. That could be one. Number two, what we are trying to explore is solid sorbent technology. Not yet there, it's far away. The footprint gets reduced, the efficiency gets better, has a good tailwind on the capex, we hope, right? The other piece, I think, definitely is big on the table, which I think, Carol, you had I think you also talked about it. It's about carrot and the stick, right? It's the grant versus tax. It's like, I got a good old Cadillac, a diesel car, it's running fine, why would I go for hybrid? I need to have either a grant or a taxation system which forces me to do something, right? I think we need that. A typical math says, you take a combined cycle power plant, if the baseline LCOE you take, the levelized cost of electricity, you top it up with a CCUS plant, you go 1.8 to 2 times the cost. If you have grants, like the IRA grant in US, right, the 45Q, it's giving a huge credit to the operators. They're now like, this makes sense, right? It could be the other way, wherein you're imposing taxes in a significant range, $35 to $40 per metric ton, right, or even more, which then helps the operators to say, okay, I can tax abate this by going ahead and doing investment while they're looking at OEM saying, how do you optimize your process? So I think there is a loop. It's not just technology piece, but also there is a linkage where the regulators come in and say, this is how I'm going to help you. And I think Indonesia is taking those first good steps. Singapore has taken some good steps too on the taxation piece. So I think there are forward steps. Are they good enough? Those are big questions, I think.
Thank you so much. And I have one more question for the panel. So I was carefully listening the answers, and the question was not in the preparation. So feel free, whoever is the bravest, to take the question. So we are often talking about CCS in the country level perspective. But we have this enormous wealth of ASEAN as a region. What can we do on the ASEAN level in order to promote CCS more as a technology which is helping to decarbonize ASEAN, especially on the cross-border collaboration, especially in synchronization of some of the policies, maybe even exchange of the technologies or building the hubs which can be shared among different markets.
Okay, I think this is a question for me then. It's really clear that regulations and policies play a key role in that. And obviously, if we have regulations which do not allow cross-border flow of CO2, then that may become an issue. Or maybe not an issue, but a blocker for a potential investor. And so that's obviously very, very critical. I mean, beyond policies and regulations, I think harmonization of how we do things, having similar terminology, try to have consistent policies help, as opposed to us investors facing different regulations as we go from one country to the next. And then sharing of expertise. You know, even within ASEAN, we have countries which have CCS potential, several countries. And I think this, it's always a good thing when we share notes on how to do things effectively with the purpose of reducing emissions as a whole.
I'll dovetail to Carol. Definitely regulation is a big piece. And I think there's another piece which is the ecosystem. Technology is always with demand. You have the best technology, but then we need an ecosystem. Today we don't have pipelines across countries. Connecting cross-border is slightly beyond, not even within countries, wherein you could have CCS plants dumping liquefied CO2. You go back to US, they at least have pipelines. How much they're utilizing it is in process. But today here, I think those are ecosystems that we need saying, hey, this is step one. Step two is, I'm creating a hub in Indonesia. This is how the cross-border looks like. Those are the benefits you get if you leverage that. And I think this is not just Indonesia, it's slightly beyond Indonesia, because you need that connection between governments to say, this is what we're doing collectively. Again, I'll leave it at that, but it's, I guess, a little more into that as well. So,
if I may, I think you are talking about ASEAN-wide regional cooperation, and ASEAN has been a long way of a community building journey over the 60 years, politically, economically, social, culturally, and on the economic front, trade and investment cooperation and integration and the supply chain cooperation has been quite successful. And for the next step is obviously regional energy cooperation. As you can see in Europe, what happens 70 years ago, the community building started from the energy cooperation, steel and coal. That will happen same in this region from now. So cooperation CCUS is a very good starting point, but if you could collaborate on the regional mechanism of carbon credit trading, or even we are talking about the ASEAN power grid system, connecting renewable resources everywhere in this region. That will be an excellent future for Indonesia and for ASEAN as a whole.
So talking about the international collaboration. So actually, personally, I have been thinking about how we can facilitate decarbonization in developing countries. So actually, so last year I participated in the B20 ESG task forces, and we have discussed about that kind of things. And the difficulty is how developed countries can support decarbonization of in different countries. And I think CCS hub, to connect, for example, developing countries, developed countries, might be a good way, good solution to support effort of decarbonization or CO2 reduction of, while it is a good way to support from, to get support from different countries. And I think, it is very difficult. There are no one solution, but I think that can be a hint to think about how to facilitate those efforts.
Thank you so much for very inspirational answers to very old problem. And this is how to facilitate more collaboration, especially in energy, among us and countries, which is fantastic, but how to bring it to the new level. We have 5 minutes more, so I would open the floor for one question from the audience. Please raise your hand. I think it's a gentleman on the left.
Hello. Hi. Good afternoon. Thank you so much, distinguished panelists, for your insights today. My name is Cynthia. I'm from Jaga Planet. We are project developer focusing on nature-based solutions here in Indonesia, but we're looking to expand to technology-based solutions as well, like CCS. Before I ask, I want to personally say I do believe in the CCS technology, and I hope that it can be a productive decarbonization technology. So my question is to Ms. Carol. As we hear a lot of reports for the lack of effectiveness in CCS technology, what is the reason you think that is that the most CCS facilities underperform? So I just want to know why there's such reports that states that there's overpromise and underperformance. And I also want to ask about the emission produced by CCS, the use of CCS itself, and would it cause so far for CCS to be counterproductive? Yeah, I think that's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, so thanks for the question. I haven't seen a report stating that CCS is ineffective. In fact, we had a really, really good discussion, a panel discussion yesterday on CCS, and sharing a lot of expertise. The experts from ITB, from University of Texas were there. And I think the consensus in the panel was that CCS is a proven technology. And just to speak about our own experience, ExxonMobil, today, ExxonMobil worldwide has captured 120 million cubic meters of CO2 just today, year to date, not year to date, to date. And it just shows that it can be done safely. And nobody talks about it because we can do it safely and well. And so I haven't read or seen a report saying that CCS is not effective. I think the global experience shows that it can be done safely, it can be done well. Many CCS projects have decades of runtime. They've been running for decades, and there hasn't been any issue with them. And that's a little bit of the challenge with CCS, because they've been running so well, and people are asking, well, what are the risks? But then you look at things we've done for decades, and we haven't seen any issues. So how do you try to quantify something that you haven't seen yet, or you haven't seen? And so we're firm believers that CCS is part of the solution. and we're not concerned about effectiveness. I think what we need to really unlock CCS is increased collaboration between all of the players and the right regulatory and policy framework. Did I answer your question?
Thank you so much. This actually brings us to the end of the panel. It's been 60 minutes, but it went in a second, at least for me. Thank you so much to the panelists. I personally learned a lot. I'm a firm believer in CCS. I might not look like that, but I'm a firm believer. I think that CCS, and especially the baseload, power baseload without CCS, will actually be difficult to keep in the networks. And security of supply is one of the issues that people speak more and more about. And I feel that security of supply is becoming a big issue, especially when we have a higher penetration of renewables. So technology also needs to collaborate together. There are many moving parts about CCS. It's not only technology, as people would think. So it's not only about the cost, it's also about the policies, so the whole environment. It's about the collaboration within the country, but also across the countries as well. But it's also about the use of the CCS itself. So basically, it's about the emission sources themselves and how to basically find the proper fit of different emission sources and the CCS technologies, and how to recognize the role of CCS, especially in the countries which don't have the cost of CCS, which would be exorbitant. Like, for example, Indonesia. There are multiple other countries in Southeast Asia. So thank you so much, dear panelists. I was enjoying. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the moderator and also to the panelists. And we will have a photo session first. Again, we have 2 photo sessions. The first one is the formal one. And the second, panelist and moderator can decide the pose. Can we look into the camera? One, 2, 3. Second pose. How do you like it? Okay. Thumbs up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. An incredible session that we heard on CCS and ways to advance carbon capture to reverse carbon emissions. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go into the closing ceremony, we still have one more session. The last session is scaling up the carbon market to advance low carbon growth. We will be joined by Mr. Thomas Heller, founder of Climate Policy Initiative, Mr. Paripan Uwawitya, Managing Director Asia of GEAPP, Mr. Inarno Jayadi, Chief Executive of Capital Markets, Financial Derivatives and Carbon Exchange Supervision, concurrently member of the Board of Commissioners of the Financial Services Authority. And then we will be joined as well by Ms. Alice Carr, Executive Director at GFANZ, or GFANZ. While we rearrange the stage for a while, we would like to kindly invite on stage the moderator for this session, Ms. Asila Azil, partner at McKinsey & Company, Singapore. The floor is yours.
Thank you for your kind introduction. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our panel of speakers for this afternoon. I'll start first with Mr. Thomas Heller. Thomas founded the Climate Policy Initiative in 2009, and he's currently the chairman of the board of the initiative. He also advises global leaders on strategy and analysis. He's a director of Stanford University's Sustainability Finance Institute, part of the Doha School of Sustainability, and he is a senior risk executive at WTW. Next, we have Parifan Uwaswisia, who is the managing director and of country delivery of GIAP, the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet in Asia. GIAP is funded by the Bezos Earth Fund, the IKEA Foundation, and the Rockefeller Foundation. Parifan currently at GIAP oversees country programs in Asia, concentrating on energy access, transition, and mobilizing climate finance. Before GIAP, Parifan was also the director of the Rockefeller Foundation's Power and Climate Initiative. Next up, we have Pak Lufaldi Ernanda, who is the Director of Derivatives and Carbon Exchange of OJK. Before this role, he was the Director of OJK Institute and Digital Assets. He also managed sustainability at Nike, at ERM, and Solesta Industry. He has over 20 years of experience in various industries, ranging from renewable energy, oil and gas, and forestry. Last but not least, we have Ms. Alice Carr, who is the Executive Director of Public Policy at GFANS. GFANS is the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, which is a global coalition of 8 independent net zero financial alliances who collectively have USD 100 trillion of assets. GFANS is working at pace to ensure that the global financial system can deliver on commitments to meet Paris-aligned goals. Prior to this, she had a 2-decade career in banking, most recently leading the Bank of England's International Strategy and Policy Division during the UK's G7 presidency. If I may request our speakers and panelists to come up on stage to join me. If I may begin by laying some context for our discussion this afternoon. Putting a price on carbon has been a critical lever for countries to find a viable path towards reducing emissions and achieving stated net zero targets. For a region as dynamic as Southeast Asia, carbon markets offer not just an economic incentive, but a clear path towards sustainable growth. By placing value or a price towards carbon, countries send a clear message that the environment is not just an externality, but an integral part and foundation of growth. Today, only 20% of global emissions are currently covered by carbon pricing, but we expect that number to go more than half, more than 50% by 2030. Carbon pricing is also gaining momentum in Asia, and there is additional initiatives to ensure that it finance novel emission initiatives such as early retirement of fossil fuel assets. However, credible methodologies and guidelines are required in addition to regulated exchanges and clear accounting standards. Nestled within that landscape, Indonesia stands at a very pivotal juncture with over 55% of assets issued in ASEAN. There's significant potential in this country. So over the next half an hour or so, we dive deeper into this topic and hear the perspectives of our experts. Perhaps I'll begin with you, Tom. CPI is focused on driving economic growth while addressing climate change. A lever we are discussing today is on carbon pricing. Could you share a little bit more about the different approaches to carbon pricing and how do they differ and contribute to a low carbon future?
Thanks very much. It's a pleasure to be here, my colleagues, and I will, since I'm going first, just set the stage a little bit for discussions. I think the two things that most people in the audience may be hearing about all the time or in the newspaper, of course, are carbon markets, which are growing very rapidly here in Asia. And secondly, obviously, there's interest in the just energy transition programs that are being negotiated. And we could talk about either of those, but I think our principal subject today is on carbon markets. So I'd like to do two things. I'd like to first point out that carbon markets have been around since actually before the Kyoto Protocol. That was 1997, so if we date the beginnings of carbon activity from the Rio Earth Summit in 1992, carbon markets have been part of this, sometimes for better, sometimes for worse, over that history. And then I would like to say that we could engage in a relatively interesting, perhaps difficult technical discussion about exactly what you need to do to make carbon markets work. You need very good science to measure the carbon that exists, because when you have a market and you're buying and selling something, you must have an idea of what it is that you're trading. If you're going to trade wheat, you better know, if you buy a wheat future, what kind of wheat you're getting. And so measurement is extremely important, but then it's a financial market. And financial markets have all kinds of questions associated with being successful. One of the most important is matching assets to liabilities. But a second is having credit-worthy parties in the financial transaction chain, so that if in some way there is a failure of the contract, then you have something you can do about it. And so there are technical features, but the one that I want to focus us on today is the question of what is the relationship between carbon markets and the commitments that have been made by nearly all the important countries in the world to be at net zero by 2050, and along that pathway in 2030 and 2040 also be consistent with movement toward net zero. So the consistency between net zero and carbon markets is an issue that I would like to focus some attention on in this discussion. And I would tell you three stories. And on each one, what I would hope that the story would illustrate would be an attention to the problem of carbon budgets. And what we mean by that is simply how much carbon can you safely put into the atmosphere? And there are different ones, 1.5, 2.0, but my argument is you must have a carbon budget. And then you have to have a notion of a transition pathway by which a country or a company or a bank moves from where they are right now to a situation where they have reached some particular goal that is consistent with the carbon budget. And finally, you have to have a finance mechanism across that transition pathway about how you're going to pay for it, because the transition pathway always has the possibility of creating either financial instability or cost to economic growth if you don't manage that process properly. So the last point is that carbon credits, as part of transition finance, have to support these pathways that get you stably from where you're starting, in Indonesia, a fossil-dependent economy, to where you want to end up, which is a low-carbon economy in 2060, according to Indonesia's pathway. And I think those three things have to happen, and I know we're worried about time, so what I would do if I had a bit more time would be to tell you about three different stories. One would be the period that began when we had a system that we thought was going to be an international treaty where countries made certain commitments, where there were certain ways of expecting financial support, especially for the developing countries, and where we started the notion of carbon markets. But that story, for a variety of reasons, never satisfied the three things that I say are necessary for carbon action: budget, pathway, finance. So we shifted to a much more privatized structure in which companies and banks began to have net zero structures. Countries came along a bit later, although they now overwhelmingly have these structures. And again, we had the problem of budgets, of finance, and of transition pathways, most of which are now being represented, and Alice is here and can talk about this, through conditions set down by GFANs or others, and with particular types of transition finance mechanisms imposed on the banks or on the insurance companies who actually provide the assets to see this transition go on. And the last thing I would say, and perhaps we'll come to talk about that, is we are at a very interesting position right now, because what seems to be the problem that is afflicting us more and more is that it's not clear that all of these private activities and the financial mechanisms, including carbon credits that are contributing to those pathways, it's not clear that they are going to add up to something that looks like a global carbon budget that is consistent with what the scientific community is telling us is a safe level. And then we have a bunch of interesting problems, but the key thing that I would predict in the next period is that we will see much more action on managing transitions by national governments. We can talk about this in Indonesia, but in that management, what is a good transition pathway and what is an acceptable carbon market will be defined in a much more regulated fashion to make these three things, transition pathways, transition finance, including carbon markets, and carbon budgets, come together in a way that they are not coming together, obviously, at the present time.
Thank you so much, Tom. What I'm hearing is that budget, the carbon budget, finance and pathways are critical. Alice, do you have any thoughts on how the growing economies in Southeast Asia could address and fulfill these success factors?
Thanks very much. And just to build on what Tom was saying, I think we are at an interesting point where we do see countries in the region and of course globally setting net zero commitments and trying to work out how to deliver on those. And of course, as mentioned, that requires them to set targets to work out what their carbon budget is, how are they going to get on the right pathway, and how are they going to finance it, and therefore thinking about how to use carbon markets in that context, and I'll come back to that in a second. And then we also see many corporates and financial institutions globally also setting targets, thinking about their pathways and how to get on those. And in a way, this is perhaps contributing some of the complexity we currently face in carbon markets. Because what we currently see is countries like Indonesia showing leadership in setting up compliance markets, such as the recent announcements we've seen this year around the Indonesian plans. And of course, those markets are perhaps trying to solve for a particular challenge or set of challenges, which is around creating incentives for high-emitting sectors in the country to bear down on their emissions. And also, of course, they may generate revenue, which can be used by the government for particular purposes to support transition. And then at the same time, we see global corporates who are also trying to bear down on their emissions, looking for ways to do that, but also with a strong interest in buying carbon credits from countries like Indonesia that can generate them through either nature-based solutions or technology or energy transition. And it is there's definitely a bit of complexity here about how do these compliance and voluntary markets come together. And speaking completely frankly, I'm not sure we've totally worked that out collectively at the global level. So that does create a bit of a challenge when you're trying to plan your own pathway, as Indonesia is. What I was just going to briefly say is, from our perspective, we're thinking about how financial institutions transition to net zero. financial institutions have barely any scope 1 and 2 emissions. It's all scope 3. So they have to think about the corporates that they're financing and how those corporates are going to get on a transition pathway that's appropriate. How do they support them to do that? And how do they deal with the situation meanwhile they still, some of these hard to abate sectors may still be running with quite high emissions. And so, naturally interest in carbon markets has risen. And of course the financial system, has another role, which is that it probably will, act as intermediaries in this market as well. And some firms will be attracted by the sort of, revenue that they would get from that. But how do we make it all come together? I think where we are sort of currently is that there ought to be a way ahead for countries to build a compliance market that serves their needs in terms of creating incentives domestically for firms to reduce emissions. But there also ought to be a way to have a complementary voluntary market that allows Indonesia to monetize and raise finance for climate solutions that it's particularly rich in. So you all know, I know the trees in this room are probably not the ones we're most worried about, but the ones out there across Indonesia are a really rich carbon sink. And so it's really important for Indonesia that there are ways to be able to generate carbon credits that protect forests, restore forests and mangroves and so on and so forth. At the same time, Indonesia may be through time a generator of a whole broader set of carbon credits, technology solutions, maybe carbon capture and storage, who knows, and possibly around energy transition. And so the pain buyers of those credits are likely to be corporates in the West. And I think what we've seen, I'll pass back in a moment to the moderator, but I think what we've seen in the last couple of years is that starting with COP26, a number of processes were put in place to try and build integrity in voluntary carbon markets. And we saw an important process on the supply side, which is the ICVCM initiative, where they have basically this year, after 2 years of careful work and lots of broad stakeholder engagement, come up with supply side standards, a kind of a baseline standard that carbon credit producers can apply to and get recognition, that they meet that standard to try and build confidence that the credits meet some of the criteria that Tom mentioned. But then additionally, we're seeing progress on the demand side, which I think is equally important. And VCMI have been working to think about what is the appropriate use by corporates who are on a transition pathway when it comes to them buying credits and holding them. And so before I hand back, the challenge now is, that work needs finishing, and we also need to build confidence, because actually the corporate sector has been both creating carbon credits and buying carbon credits and getting quite a lot of criticism for doing so. And so we do need to decide if we want to support confidence there and try and make sure that companies do it within a clear framework that people understand, such that it becomes a less, reputationally damaging challenge. We still got a bit of work to do, though, because all of the efforts in the corporate and the financial sector are voluntary. Maybe that's fine, but we're still voluntary everywhere. So target setting is voluntary, transition planning is voluntary, everything down the chain is voluntary. So I do think, lots of work has gone on to building frameworks for target setting, for building frameworks for transition planning. And we're starting to get into questions around disclosure requirements around all of that. For these markets that have a really firm basis, I think we would want to keep making progress on all of those aspects. And we may need to see greater consistency globally in terms of information disclosed by corporates on what their transition plans are and how they're doing against them. And then we could have a higher degree of confidence that, these markets are helping rather than hindering our collective efforts. Thanks.
Thank you, Alice. So Tom, you touched upon countries. Alice, you talked about corporates. But what's important is the confidence that you create, the credibility, but also what is the role of ensuring that it's not just a voluntary commitment? Maybe I turn my next question to you, Pak Aldi. So we've spoken about different types of stakeholders, including the public sector and private sector, and of course the philanthropic sector has an important role to play here too. Recently, OJK had collaborated with the Ministry of Environment and Forestry to talk about carbon exchange across several dimensions like talent, policy, and data. Why is this important, and what could we expect out of this collaboration?
Thank you so much for so thank you, Tom, for bringing up the budget pathway and finance, and also the mandatory versus voluntary. It's been like a very much discussion, never stop discussion with that. But before I pretty much explain about the expectation of the global, so I really want to bring you into a little bit more managing the expectations, because the important question that just bring up that it's actually related to stakeholders. And when it comes to the stakeholders, there's international stakeholders and as well as the national stakeholders. And then, to be honest, when we developed the POJK number 14, yeah, it's pretty much we want to be very focusing on the national domestics first. But we are not forgetting our future collaboration with international and also our support to the global, that's one of the, we think that one of the opportunity that Indonesia have right now, because, name it, like Congo, Brazil, and also Indonesia will be part of the biggest contribution to global. So that's pretty much the expectation. But when it comes to the carbon exchange, it's also a bit tricky in this case. Because what? Because it's kind of the early adoption for us. We have to learn more, with the UK, with the EU, with the Korean, with any other country that has stipulated already with this carbon exchange. Of course, pros and cons is always there. Yeah, and I already talked with Tom, Alice, and also Tim before the session that question related to the methodology, mutual recognition, also the budget, as well the sector, and you also mentioned about the collaboration with the Ministry of Forestry. In fact, that it's not with the only Ministry of Forestry. We did a lot of work with all the technical ministries, like the coordination of investor, so also with the energy sector. So we did everything that we can do for making this the future support to global by using our what we call the carbon exchange. So we want to be one of the top player, in terms of the carbon unit trading. And then again, big question is when it comes like international stakeholder, which are best practices. We all know that there has been a lot of transactions on the unit carbon internationally. And then when it comes like the priority that we have right now, as I mentioned to you before, we really want to focus with the domestics. But of course, next year, the next 2 years, we definitely want to go there. We'll be also covering the, managing the support to the global, so then we can also accommodate the international trading. So that's pretty much the expectation to hopefully can answer the question.
Thank you, Pak Aldi. And it sounds that there are multiple initiatives and discussions ongoing to spur the carbon markets in Indonesia. Perhaps the next question to you, Parifan. What role do carbon markets play in Indonesia's energy transition, particularly on the supply side, which Alice had also touched upon?
I think let me just start by just saying, I think, one very good news. Not Indonesia specific, but on the other side of the world, early this week, a group of carbon credits buyers have come together, right, to make a commitment of $650 million to purchase carbon credits from the Africa Carbon Market Initiative. mostly for the voluntary carbon market. That was, I believe, was one of the biggest initiatives that has been done this year in that particular region where carbon credit is not well tapped. And the initiative only came together last year, right around COP27, where it's backed by the Rockefeller Foundation and Bezos. So I think it was the intention around promoting that voluntary carbon market where the market is missing out on this opportunity. It's something that's worth noting, particularly that there is aim to focus on high integrity methodology and robust methods. And so I think as Pak LDE talked about stakeholders involvement, national, international players coming to create carbon markets, it's very complex, right? When you're trying to align the interests and efforts and coordination that needs to be done. And so not often we see philanthropies being involved in carbon markets work. And so when we talked about why we're even be involving in this work in the first place, it's really, I think, to look at the role of philanthropies in shaping markets. And the way that we're seeing it, that we could play a role here in Indonesia as a philanthropic organizations around sort of 4 areas. And I would welcome suggestions or input from other panelists or even from the audience later on what more we can do to help accelerate this space. The first one that we think that philanthropies could do, and one that we've started to do here in Indonesia, obviously very related to energy transition because that's what we were set up to do. But it looks at bringing government and experts to come together to create a common roadmap. And so that is a very sort of unifying piece of work that needs to be done that kind of helps centralize the attention and avoid duplication. And we work closely with the Ministry of Finance, the coordinating Ministry of Maritime and Investment Affairs, to come up with this roadmap for transition credits in Indonesia right around early this year. And that helps set the tone of how we move forward on the planning of the work. A second is scale up the supply. Alice talked about supplies. I think it's important to really help generate not only supply, but high quality supply of projects. And how do you go about in identifying those and aggregate them in the right way? But also scale demand by building coalitions or creating coalitions of buyers together. And that is something that we're actively working with the Monetary Authority of Singapore, also the Standard Chartered Bank, to look at some of those opportunities of bringing the buyers together for some of these transition credits for Indonesia. The third one is around providing capacity building. And we're not looking at it as a way of, there is no capacity here. There's a lot of capacity here in Indonesia, in Asia. In fact, Asia is a leader, could provide capacity building for other regions. We're looking to fill gaps or bandwidth problems or access to best practices and best methodologies, or even modify existing methodologies to fit with the local context. And lastly, an area that we're working on, it's around looking at supporting the government or actors here in Indonesia to develop new methodologies for a type of carbon credits that could be unlocked and bring in more financing, right, for the decarbonization of the energy sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Parifan. And I wanted to pick up on what you mentioned, right? You talked about capacity building, you talked about scaling up the supply, new methodologies, new innovations. Tom, have you seen this play out, previously? What can we learn from previous experiences about this so that we can make carbon markets work, going forward, and especially in this region, which is a nascent topic? It's our first experiment on this.
Good question. I think there are two places we could look. We could look in the world of climate itself. And I confess, when I was much younger and smarter and was involved in the negotiations leading up to the Kyoto Protocol, created a mechanism called the CDM, the Development Mechanism. I can't even think of what it was. I'm so ashamed at this point.
Clean development.
Thank you. And it was underregulated. And because it was underregulated, it was gamed. It was gamed in a variety of ways that had mostly to do with avoided emissions. Countries claiming that they were going to do some chemical process in making antifreeze for automobiles. And they said that we would have emitted 100 carbon units at the time, and if they got paid, they would only emit 50. But in fact, there was no reason why they were emitting 100 in the first place. In other words, if you don't have adequate regulation, the system is going to be gamed. And that's one thing that we've learned in the carbon world. The other place we could look, of course, is in the financial markets. We trade wheat futures, we trade derivatives, we trade all kinds of commodities, we trade financial indices that are very complicated instruments, a lot more like a carbon credit is. But the question is always the same. That is to say, do we know what we're trading, and do people know what they're buying and selling? And somewhere in that transaction, there has to be some financially creditable entity that says if the contract is not fulfilled, that financially creditable agency, it can be a bank, it can be an insurance company, it can be a government, has to be there to fill the liability that was not done in the contract. And so I think there's a lot we can learn about other financial markets useful for credit. But if I could just take a minute, I want to, if I can play the devil's advocate or be the skeptical person, since I already messed up one carbon market a long time ago. What I often see, and I ask my colleagues about what it means to have a high quality credit, which everybody now is seeking to do. But when I actually look at a company which is filing a transition plan, what do most of these transition plans look like? And while I'm sure there are exceptions, most of them have the same structure. They say, in the present, it's very difficult for me to really change my business model. So I have to do that. In the future, 2030, 2040, 2050, a whole new technology is going to come in. Sustainable aviation fuels, carbon capture and sequestration, green hydrogen. And when those technologies become commercial, I'm going to apply them and be in a new business. So what am I going to do in the short run? I'm going to buy carbon credits. Why is that a problem? In my view, two answers to that question. The first is that what it does is it creates a very substantial demand for carbon credits, and then the other side, the supply industry, is going to turn out carbon credits that may not have the same asset quality that everyone here on the panel thinks is essential, because they're cheap and because you have a huge demand because no one is changing their business in the short run. You get a demand for low quality credits, which are at the present time at least dominating the market. And then I see even more problems on the side of countries. And I'll just say very quickly, if we look at what practically all countries are saying about their net zero obligations, they are planning to issue or to emit carbon, largely through fossil fuel combustion, larger than anyone really thinks is their share of the global budget. So what is critical to them? That they be able to increase their carbon stock, their trees, their direct capture of carbon, so that it offsets the overshoot on carbon combustion. The problem is, if that's true, then countries need all of the carbon stock that they can possibly build up through removals in order to meet their obligations that they are taking on in net zero. And that means they have nothing to sell. So somewhere between what's going on with countries and what's going on with companies, there seem to be contradiction taking place, and that's really what we have to solve. Excuse me for talking so much.
Thank you. So there seems to be an equation that's not working out quite clearly. And you had mentioned some lessons from financial markets, and perhaps the next question to Pak Aldi, being your area of expertise. So in the region, we've seen significant carbon markets development. Singapore has launched CIX, Malaysia BCX, and very soon OJK will launch its own carbon exchange. What are your thoughts on this in light of Tom's comments about the need for accountability, the need for integrity, and matching this with a country's commitments?
Yeah, just echoing what Tom said, we all agree, I think, with that point. We have to be very careful, in creating the unit carbon that's very legit, it is very actual, and then, but the challenge that we have right now, it's business as usual in Indonesia still growing. So we haven't found the peak of emission of Indonesia. Maybe, I don't know, maybe in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, we don't know. So we haven't seen that. So we don't know, but the projection is still going up, of course, right? That's number one. Number two, when it comes like the credibility itself, and then the race in the region is also coming, and then beside the Singapore, Malaysia, we just heard that from Taiwan a couple of days ago, they just also established the carbon exchange a couple of days ago. We just heard from the news. So it's pretty much the racing. I mean, each of the country really want to contribute more to the regional and also international. So they want to be able to capture all the potential selling and buying this, credible unit carbon. And then I think the carbon exchange is no question, because I think the technology that we have right now and the existing countries that has already established the carbon exchange, it's kind of it's not new, right? But I think to answer the question related to the credibility, it's also a very big question for all of us. And I'm not sure that everyone in this room also have the same perspective, the same understanding. Also, just echoing what you also already mentioned with the capacity building, right? So, well, all I'm saying is not trying to compare what the multinational companies have done, when it comes, they are pursuing the net zero. But think about the companies is still growing in Indonesia. They also need support, right? We cannot just simply saying what the European countries have done with the European, also the American, and also the other region has done. Then pretty much have to be the same way here in Indonesia. We cannot. Otherwise, the national economy stability will also be questioning. So that's pretty much tricky in Indonesia. And I think just echoing what Tom already said, also Alice, related to the supply demand, and also the capacity building, that's all what we need. I think we have to be able to gather, I think, all the stakeholder, national, international, to talk and to sit down all together, and also to, very much agree. And I believe it's not easy for all of us. Yeah. So that's pretty much the issue. I am not sure that I can answer the question because it's still going, and never stop discussion with, related to the carbon quality. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Pak Aldi. It's clearly an evolving area, and what's emerging is the real importance of credibility and integrity. And my next question to you, Parifan, the Rockefeller Foundation and GIAB had recently launched Triple CI. Could you share more about the Coal to Clean Credit initiative, and how have Triple CI thought about integrity and transparency?
Thank you. Launch is probably a little overstated. We made an announcement that we're working on this. We're at the beginning of that journey. We have a lot of work to do. Many people who are working on this project are in this room. And I think that's an exciting opportunity for us to work on. When we first established just 2 years ago, we're a very young philanthropic organization. Our mandate is to accelerate energy transition in a way that's affordable and reliable, and also bring countries along. So when we look at this problem in Indonesia, we were asked by the government to look at how we can deploy philanthropic capital to assist with the early retirement of coal-fired power plants in Indonesia, and at the same time support the renewables, particularly those that are in remote islands. We're not going to talk about the islands projects today, and so my focus will be on the early retirement. I mean, the good news is JETP is here pushing along, I think, the ambition and the finance. And we're working with the Asian Development Bank and several others to assess the role of philanthropic capital in helping with that acceleration of early retirement of coal plants. But is climate finance the only answer, right, to the early retirement? So this coincides with the government of Indonesia requests for GIAB to help create a new methodology that doesn't really exist before, to help monetize and mobilize climate finance, carbon finance, with the early retirement of coal-fired power plants. So we started last September with the Rockefeller Foundation, working with South Pole, RMI, and CPI, Climate Policy Initiative, to come up with this coalition of the concept that there could be a new methodology that can generate carbon credits that would incentivize coal asset owners to retire their coal plants early, and at the same time use that revenue that they generate from carbon credits to build renewable replacement, either in full or partial. And so we've been working a lot on what does that in full or in partial means, because the pairing of renewables is unique in Indonesian context where supply is it's oversupply. So that's one. The other interesting side of this methodology that we're working on is to use a portion of the revenue to pay for just transition for affected workers and communities for plants that would be shut down years from now. We're currently designing what this looks like, but we hope that we will be able to present a draft methodology at COP28 and we received a lot of interest from many other stakeholders on that. Tom, we're not perfect. We need your help, and many others, and GFANs, and OJK and others, to really, I think, scrutinize this methodology and make it real, and make it robust, and as high integrity as possible. We were not alone. I think we started alone on this. But I think what is exciting is, what is really encouraging us is the fact that in Singapore, the Monetary Authority of Singapore has stepped up and joined forces with us on this, looking at the role of carbon finance in the decarbonization of managed coal phase out. We're excited with this opportunity of working with MAS and other stakeholders to take this forward. Lastly, I would say that on this topic is, while we continue to create methodology, look for pilots here in Indonesia, we're also beginning to see others coming forward to put up their coal fire power plants to be considered for the utilization of this methodology elsewhere. So this is a very good signal that there is interest beyond Indonesia. And from the convening of buyers, sovereign buyers that we've done initially 3 months ago, and we're planning to do the next one at the sideline of the New York Climate Weeks. We're hoped, again, to present the concept note to a group of potential sovereign buyers. So far, we have received positive signals from 2 or 3 countries, but there's a lot of work to do, to be done ahead of us. I would stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you. On that note, a lot of work to be done. So one more question for Alice before I turn it to the audience. What Parivan had mentioned was really about the need for support behind innovative methodology, managing a just transition. GFANS is involved in multiple country platforms, as well as JETP. What is the role of country platforms in helping to mobilize this? Alice?
Thanks very much. So I think country platforms, as I see them, are largely about financing, but making sure that the financing is supporting kind of increased ambition and delivery on that ambition. And it's about kind of bringing together the very broad and diverse set of stakeholders that can play a role in a transition. And we're particularly involved in platforms that address energy transition, but there are other types of platforms too, nature-based ones coming soon, I think. And I think the big challenge we're trying to solve for, obviously, just to take a step back, is, for many, many years, we haven't priced for carbon, and we're now trying to do it a bit late in the day because we've actually eroded quite a bit of the budget that Tom mentioned already. And the reason to try, I think, is that absent that, I mean, the budget is really starting to bite. We only have, I think, maybe less than 7 years of carbon budget left at current global emissions. So we really are running out of time. And we also know at the same time we have a huge financing gap for the kinds of investments we need to make, both to preserve nature, but also to bring about transition in energy sectors and hard-to-abate sectors, particularly in countries like Indonesia. And so we're trying to solve for that in a bunch of ways. And I don't think anybody thinks that carbon markets are the single solution to the problem. There are going to be many, many sources of finance that we need to pull on, many forms of finance. But, we can't really leave levers on the table at this stage because we're really running out of time. So I think in the context of a country platform like Indonesia, where the government is focusing in that work on energy transition, there is a big challenge here, because not just in Indonesia, but elsewhere in the region, there are many, many, into the thousands of coal-fired power stations that will need to be early retired. If they run to their full lifespan, it will erode 2/3 of the carbon budget remaining. And at the minute, we lack for other tools to close them early, other than using finance as a tool to incentivize their early closure and replacement, as was mentioned, with alternative energy sources. We're trying to tackle this problem at a time where we don't yet have methodologies that would support the creation of the credits that could help make the numbers add up. And of course, it's therefore good that this year there's work going on in a number of areas to try and develop robust methodologies that can support meeting the financing gap. And it's important to do that because there is not a ready supply of finance for the early closure of coal-fired power stations at the present time. Some few governments are showing leadership on the topic. Some few MDBs are showing leadership on the topic. And there is some interest in the private and financial sector in helping out too. But we really do face a big financing gap there. So I think, just to come back to the sort of topic of the panel, having robust methodologies around this will be critical. And to be honest, ought to be doable. We're talking about, big physical assets where we can kind of see what their emissions would be if they continue to operate over their remaining lifespan, and we can also calculate what emissions we will avoid if we manage to close them early. So in some ways, they pose a little bit less of a challenge than trying to monitor, forest over many, many millions of hectares. But we do need to make sure that if we're going to provide these credits, that we create the right incentives and not the wrong incentives, because we haven't got time to do harm here. We must be moving in the right direction. And so, for our part, we've been thinking as the financial sector, what kind of guide rails we would use to make sure that when we're participating in a managed phase-out transaction, that we're helping reduce carbon emissions. And so we've been thinking about the reliance that we would put on national level planning, energy sector planning, the specific arrangements around an asset that's being closed, how to avoid moral hazard and leakage, and so on and so forth. And so I think it's really important work that does need to be progressed over the next year or two if we're going to make a dent on the kind of fossil fuel fleet, not simply in Indonesia, but actually across the whole region. Thanks.
Thank you, Alice. It does really seem that we need to act quickly. There needs to be transparency and clarity around methodology. A lot of issues are not entirely resolved yet. So there will be important developments in this area, especially around managed phase-out, for example, that needs to be achieved. Now I'd like to turn it to the audience. If anybody would like to ask questions, please share your name, organization, and country, and who you'd like to pose your questions to. Any questions from the audience for our panelists? If not, perhaps, go ahead, Tom.
It was interesting to me that at the beginning of this conversation, you asked me a question that I didn't really answer, which was, what was the relationship between carbon pricing and carbon markets? And so just some thoughts about that. Carbon pricing, whether you do it by setting up a cap and trade system in which you decide how many emissions you're going to have and then you let people trade, or whether, as most economists think, you should do carbon pricing by putting on a carbon tax. In each case, what you have done is imposed a liability, an obligation on someone to pay a tax or to buy a carbon permit from the government, presumably to emit. What you haven't done, you've established a liability. You have not created an asset for someone. If we think of the JET-P, or if you let me go back to the Kyoto, the Framework Convention on Climate Change, one of the critical features of the convention said that for developing countries or emerging markets, what were called non-Annex 1 countries in those days, the Annex 1, or the rich countries, we're going to pay the incremental cost of reducing emissions. Now, whether it's creating a big fund, and maybe that's what a JET-P is supposed to be, that pays the costs, the extra cost of moving to low carbon, or when you're putting on a tax, what you're not doing is combining a payment with somebody else, presumably the person buying the credit, who is putting a ton of carbon into the atmosphere that the credit is going to offset, and that ton is going to be there for 1,000 years, and it's going to be adding to the damages, and it's going to be using up the carbon budget that we have that says, here's how much we can put up, and if we put up more, we're going to be causing more damage than we are benefiting from putting that extra ton into the atmosphere. That's the carbon budget. So the big question that you initially asked, and I didn't answer, is what's the difference? And the difference is somebody is putting up a ton of carbon in connection with the price they are paying, rather than simply taking on a liability. And here's my biggest problem with thinking about this through carbon markets. It's an incentive problem. Someone used the word incentive. If what we are doing in carbon action, climate control, is we are making it a liability to put carbon into the atmosphere, the same as if you put poison into the water supply. It is a liability, and one has to deal with that when they think about what they are doing in their business or in any other activity. The problem is if you flip it over, and what you do is you make avoiding emissions an asset that you can sell. In other words, it's not a liability to emit anymore, but if you refrain from emitting, you should be paid for that. That's a very different world. And so what we see in the United States, where I live, we see the National Forest Service saying they're going to cut down forest that's been there for eternity, where they're not going to protect forests against forest fires unless you pay them. And my only point is you can't have a carbon budget around the notion that you have to pay someone to avoid emissions, or that budget will be near unlimited, infinite. And that's where I worry that we are somehow, I'm not saying that we can't use carbon markets within a properly structured budget, but there must be a budget, and the carbon markets can be additional to that.
Thank you, Tom. And it's really important to ensure that we're not incentivizing the wrong behaviors. I think it's one of your points. I think we have a question from the audience. Go ahead.
Right. Thank you, distinguished panelists, for sharing all your insights with us today. My name is Wei Mei, and I'm from Air Carbon Exchange, ACX in Singapore. And since we're getting close to the end of this conference, I just thought I would ask the regulator and perhaps all the panelists, what is your vision of a successful carbon market and ecosystem in Indonesia? And what are the key markers of success? What do you hope to see in best case scenarios? What would you like?
Excellent question, Wei Mei. And perhaps I'll alternate to the entire panel, maybe one or two quick lines because we're running a little bit out of time. Your thoughts on the vision for Indonesia's carbon markets. I'll start with you, Pak Aldi.
Thank you for the very good question today. And it's a very important question for all of us, yeah. And I mentioned to you earlier that this is like early adoption for Indonesia, right? And then internationally, we still have issues among the legitimation of the carbon exchange, the quality, the methodology, and then supply demand, yeah, and then also the technology for the carbon exchange itself. So the expectation, as I mentioned to you earlier in the beginning, it's not that big, right? We really want to focus with the domestic this year, but if we think about the future of Indonesian carbon market, we absolutely want to be part of the global hub, right? And then we also want to be able to support the global need when it comes the offset, yeah. And of course, also we want to be parallelly running the mandatory market, which also very important because that needs a very close coordination among the ministries. So there are pretty much the discussion that is still going on, but the future it's very clear. We want to be part of the global hub. Yeah. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other thoughts from the other panelists before we close?
Now, I'll give you my vision, at least as
Go
of
ahead,
right
Tom.
now. One, it's going to be a regulated market, and we can talk with OJK about that nature, because the quality has to be regulated of the assets that are being sold. Two, I suspect it's going to end up a jurisdictional market that is largely run by the government in one fashion or another, because the only way, it's just like the monetary authority of Singapore or the central bank here in Indonesia. It's a complicated institution. But the incentive is for anyone to increase the supply, to issue more currency, to issue more, to get before your rivals do and you get a larger share of the market. So I think it's going to be jurisdictional. I think maybe this is the strangest notion. It's a rental market. I think you rent these emissions from others with it for a limited period of time, and then it reverts to the original owner, rather like a rental. That's called a repo market in the financial world, and I think that's the more likely solution. And fourth, I think it has to be done at a regional level, because you can't have separate operations between Indonesia, Singapore, Thailand, Taipei, and exactly.
Thank you for closing off on a thought-provoking note. Thank you, Tom, and thank you for the candid insights as well, Parifan, Pa Aldi, and Alice. We've come to the end of our session. We truly appreciate it. And on behalf of ISF, stay tuned for the next session that closes the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, our traditional photo session. We would like to invite our moderator and panelists for a photo session. To pose. First one is the formal, and the second, we'll let you decide. 1, 2, 3. Second style, please. How do you want it? Thumbs up. ASEAN way. Thumbs up. Oh, sarangyo. Okay, look happy. Thank you so much. Please kindly return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go to the closing ceremony. We ask everyone to be seated, please. Please be seated, everyone. Also to our panelists and moderator, we ask you to kindly take your respective seats. Ladies and gentlemen, be seated. If you follow my instruction and be seated, we promise you good health, a lot of money. Okay, everybody's seated now. Okay, everybody seated? Ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing the closing of Indonesia Sustainability Forum 2023. We ask you to be seated. Let's watch the highlights of ISF 2023. Who knows you'll be in the picture? Let's watch. Welcome to Indonesia Sustainability Forum 2023. Applause for ISF 2023. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please be seated. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you take your seats, you will get good health, wealth, anything else? We will start with the closing ceremony soon, and we ask that distinguished ladies and gentlemen take their seats first. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to invite for the closing ceremony to kindly come up on stage Bapak Rahmat Kaimuddin, Deputy Coordinating Minister for Infrastructure, Transportation, Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment, together with Ibu Sinta Kamdani, Kadin Deputy Chairman of Maritime Investment and Foreign Affairs, two of our hosts, we actually prepared two chairs, but actually it's better that you both stand. So please, Pak Rahmat, you go first.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm standing here with a very mixed feelings. 2.5 months ago, we got tasked to organize this event. And initially, nobody believed that this can happen this well. Or even this can happen at all. But I spoke to Bu Sinta. I said, look, Bu Sinta, let's just do it and we'll see what happens. And universe typically support good intention. I'm very happy to report that today, on the past 2 days, we have gotten about 2,000 participants across 41 countries, and all 5 continents are represented. When we designed this, when we talk about it, we started with the dream that at some point, Indonesia can be the Davos of sustainability. And after this inaugural event, we believe at some point that is possible. So we would like to thank everyone who come here and grace us with your presence, with your participation and your insights. With all the members, the committee, thank you everyone. Supported Kadin, who has done superhuman job getting all this done in a very, very quick time. I hope you all enjoy the event, and we'll see you 26 to 27 September 2024 in Bali. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Ahmad. I think this is a true spirit of public-private collaboration, don't you think? The fact that we can put the two teams together and work together, and also we have to thank Pak Ahmad, all our knowledge partners, all the supporting sponsors that has made this happen. Without them, we would not be able to do this, right? So thank you for you all. You know, when Pak Ahmad mentioned about organizing this, I said, Pak Ahmad, this is an ASEAN week. Kadin is already full-fledged all with ASEAN. You know, can we really do this? So I talked to the Kadin team and I said, how can we make this happen? And we are very blessed that Kadin has a very, very, very strong team. So I would like to thank also Pak Ahmad, our Kadin team, Kadin Secretariat, for supporting and making this happen. But I think at the end of the day, what we've taken today is what a combination of many You know, we have learned a lot of best practices from different companies, from different businesses, but we also have learned how the eagerness, you know, the interest of really transforming to a green economy is really, really there. So I think we have the like-minded people that really want to make this happen for Indonesia, for sure. And the question is, what can we do after these 2 days of important gathering, of getting all the knowledge that what can we do? So I want to tell you guys that this is not just about you that have already existing resources, the big companies, but many of you who will want to ask, how can I start? How can I make the step towards this transition? Look, you're not alone. Okay, this is where we in Kadin, we're ready to assist you also. We are the ecosystem enabler for business. We have the Net Zero Hub. We want to assist companies who want to do this together. So I think the word that I want to leave with are 3. First is today, 2 days, the 2 days we get a lot of innovation, a lot of new technology sharing, many things, financing. But the second is inclusive. The fact that we bring people from all kinds of stakeholders. We have the business, we have the government, the academia. We even have a lot of startup companies actually coming. So definitely we are inclusive. And the third one is the collaboration aspect. The fact that we can make this happen together, and we can work together to make a greener and sustainable future for Indonesia. That's why we're here. Thank you very much.
If I may ask the committee members from Kadin and Marves to come and let's take picture together.
Committee members, please come up on stage. And we are not finished yet, so please stay and remain seated. Let's take a picture together first. It seems like the whole audience is on stage. The key words, ladies and gentlemen, to our two-day forum is sustainability, solutions, innovation, gotong royong, working together for all, international collaboration, do it now. Look, we only have one world, So let's heal the
There's
world.
a place in your heart, and I know that it is love. In this place, it must much brighter than tomorrow. And if you really try, you'll find there's no need to cry. In this place, you feel there's no heart of sorrow. There are ways to get there if you care enough for the living. Make a better place, to make a better place. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our two-day Indonesia Sustainability Forum 2023. We hope that you have reaped fruitful benefits through the exchange of ideas, through the exchange of information. We wish everyone a safe travel to your respective countries until we meet again next year in Bali 2024.
Make a little space to make a better place. Here's the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better for you and for me. And the dream we were conceiving will reveal a joyful face, and the one we once believed in will shine again in grace. So why do we keep trying alive to this all crucified soul? Though it's plain to see this place is heavenly. Because please give it up for our Indonesian traditional instrument from Nusa Tenggara. If you care enough for the living, make a better place, to make a better world. Heal the world, make it a better place, oh, for you and for me and the end of human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. Heal the world, heal the world. Oh, oh, for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. You and for me. You and for me. It's a world we live in, saving for our children. Heal the world we live in, our children.